Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Last night, a shorthanded Pistons team falls to the OKC Thunder despite fighting back in the fourth quarter to bring the deficit to 4 with less than 3.5 minutes to go. The number one team in the NBA battled back for the 119-103 victory. Pistons still remain a half game up on Milwaukee for 5th in the conference with their next challenge tomorrow night against the Raptors. And in college hoops, the Final Four begins Saturday with nothing but one seeds, Auburn taking on Florida and Duke battling Houston. Florida and Duke both entering in as favorites. With Tarek Skubal on the mound yesterday, the Tigers fall 3-2 against the Mariners. Detroit also falling to 2-4 on the season, the same record as every other team in the AL Central. Detroit with their opening day tomorrow as they host their first division matchup of the year against the Chicago White Sox. Another game in downtown Detroit tomorrow as the Red Wings host the Carolina Hurricanes with just 8 games left on the season. Detroit 4 points out of a wild card spot. Finally, in golf, the early stages for the Masters begin today. The Valero Texas Open in San Antonio begins. Ludwig Aberg is the opening favorite to win the Open at plus 1,200 odds. Corey Connors and Tommy Fleetwood both right behind him at plus 1,600. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on The Ticket or head to 971theticket.com.
Good morning on a Thursday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Pretty sure I passed the arc on my way into work today.
I had to dodge over worms on my walk in. I didn't want to smash any.
Worms? And they walk in here?
You didn't. There was worms in the vestibule before you walk into the office. The worms come out after the rain.
Well, yes, I know this.
Well, they were everywhere. You probably smashed a ton of them. And I'd be here tiptoeing, didn't want to crush them.
I can't think of the last time someone used vestibule around me.
Right, yeah.
What's it called?
No, it's fine. I just don't normally hear that.
It works, yeah. I didn't see them in the vestibule.
They hadn't taken up residence yet.
Yeah.
They were there. I felt bad. I almost picked one up to put it outside, and I thought, I can't save them all, so I won't save any.
One worm saved. I mean, that normally if I had seen them on a any given morning, I would have picked them up. That way I would have been able to put them in a container and use them for fishing later.
They were everywhere.
So generally, Heather, just because we can't do everything doesn't mean that it's not worth doing
something.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You'd think.
Yeah.
But I thought, do I really want to touch this worm anyway? Nah.
Did it rain the entire day yesterday? Because even going to bed, I'm hearing thunderstorms.
Yes.
Yes, there were thunderstorms, but no, it did not rain all day yesterday.
Okay.
Technically, probably not.
No,
there were stretches without, but
I
it just
grilled
felt
a steak
constant.
for dinner, and I was not in the rain. Okay. And there were different times throughout the course of yesterday where there was no rain.
Just kind of a gloomy. I'm hoping we're getting rid of all the rain yesterday and today.
Well, there's still a rain cloud over your head, obviously.
Excuse you.
Yeah, Mr. Gloom. And
How dare I bring up what's happening?
Worm killer over here, and guys,
and you're just the angel.
Yeah,
you're the worm killer. I did not kill any because I just tiptoed very carefully.
I'm a feeder. No. I didn't even see them.
See?
Look, you're the positive, uplifting one. We'll have Dear John later in the show.
It's the frogs in the midsummer that come out after a rain, and you can see them hopping on and that's when you can almost feel them. The truck tires go over.
Anyway, Dear John later in the show. Give away some money with the $2 Slam. Last night, Pistons lost. We'll start there. We'll get to the Tigers. John, no Kade Cunningham, no Isaiah Stewart, no Marcus Sasser, no Ron Holland.
Where's Kade?
So I have a group text, and there are some conspiracy theories in this group text.
Oh, you mean there's a cloud over that one too?
They're concerned about Kade missing 5 straight games and seemingly very few answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a more serious injury? He's listed as injured with a calf contusion, which is just a bruise, right? A contusion's a bruise. And I'll just read you from this group text that I have because it felt like I was arguing with everybody because they were all panicking about Kade Cunningham.
And you just kept telling them, let it play out.
Yes, John. I ended up playing the role of John Jansen in the group text here.
You're welcome.
But the first text is, my tinfoil take, he's done, but they don't want people to check out and not buy tickets or watch games. The reply from a different person, I think there's validity to it. You'd think they'd want him at least in the game against OKC, national TV. Exactly. That's why I'm skeptical. Plus, if you're holding him out for the playoffs, wouldn't you want him to get back for a few games and get his sea legs back? To which I replied, they could still do that the last 3 or 4 games. No, he's done. Can't just be a bruise. Remember when he basically missed the whole season a couple years ago? It was originally day-to-day. John, level of concern with Kade Cunningham out?
Not very high. I don't have the tinfoil hat on to think that where they just want people I know there's a nice home stretch coming up. I don't think it's that they don't want people to buy tickets. I think they're just making sure that he is 100% healed up before they put him in there in a playoff run. They're going to be playing postseason games, which the Pistons haven't done in some time. Mm-hmm. And I think it doesn't matter the opponent. They want him to be available, not just available, they want him to be as close to 100% as possible for the playoffs.
I wasn't panicked. Now I'm wondering if I should be. But I've always been...
Or you just need a better friends or ignore the text stream.
So Kade played 66 games, which gave him at least the 65-game threshold to qualify for all the awards, and then hasn't really played since. But my belief all along has been, he's going to play in the playoffs and probably a couple games leading up to the playoffs just to make sure, hey, he's working through any of the rust and he'll get back out there. I don't believe they're going to pull the rug out from under us and go, actually, he's done for the season. That'd be hard to fathom. It'd be a bitter pill to swallow, too, because all of a sudden the team we're excited to watch in the playoffs would be looking at a sweep or a 5-gamer.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously you'd have both hands tied behind your back at that point. And we've seen them win. I mean, they beat Cleveland without him. And not that they're going to do that in a 7-game series, right. And it obviously wasn't post-game series. But I don't have this sense of impending doom that they're not going to have him for the playoffs. They said it's a contusion. And I guess if we're trusting the Pistons, and they haven't given us reason not to trust them, that this is going to be a bruise that heals and he'll be back. And whether it's at home against Memphis on Saturday, they got the 4-game home. Well, actually, is a 4-game home stretch. Memphis, Sacramento, New York, and Milwaukee. I think we'll see Kade at some point in that stretch.
When would you actually get concerned? If he didn't play a single game between now and the playoffs, would you be concerned?
I would be concerned, yes. I would start to ask more questions. What is this contusion? What was the cause of the contusion? Is it actually more than a contusion? And at that point, then if they brought him back for the first game of the playoffs, I would be concerned about flow of the game, about game conditioning. Would he be the player we need him to be, that he wants to be in fourth quarters?
Friday at Toronto, who knows? But you would like to see him at some point on the 4-game homestand. The 4 of the last 5 games are at home before the playoffs. So whether it's Saturday, Memphis, Sacramento, the Knicks would be kind of interesting. They may end up playing the Knicks in the first round. Milwaukee at home, and then the final game is that road game against Milwaukee. Yeah, I think
I'd like
by
to
next
see
week
him,
when they're in this home stretch, I'd like to get him back out on the floor.
Honestly, I'd like to see him at some point in the next 3 games.
Yeah.
Toronto, Memphis, Sacramento, so that he has a quote-unquote, this is no disrespect to any of those opponents, a warm-up game before you are going against the Knicks and Milwaukee twice.
We're on the same page. What about the Tigers? We on the same page there?
Man, I know it's one of 162, but man, Scooble's start, and I think we're all confident that Scooble's start should be wins, and he hasn't been as dominant as he was last year. I mean, at moments he is. You get to swing and miss. You get a couple of punch outs. You're like, okay, that's him, and then there's a home run. You're like, but it's Colt Keith. So frustrated with him yesterday. And, he 2 outs, he gets the ground ball. And I'm like, hey, Torkelson's right there. Give him the ball. underhand pitch it to him. I don't care. Just get him the ball. Get him the third out.
It made me wonder, is the graphic wrong? Am I going crazy? Just go to first base. It's 2 outs. Go to first. He's just...
Well, and then, okay, everybody is allowed some brain farts here and there. This one was critical. But again, you think you're going to get out of it because Skubal's on the mound. But it was 2 outs, and he even admitted after the game, I knew how many outs there were. I just turned too far, and I panicked. Okay, but then at the end of the game, he's got a chance to make up for it. He's got a chance to be the hero. Game-tying run, and he's off the back. If he gets doubled, if that ball gets caught, even if he slows up, he's going to get doubled up no matter what. So just sell out and go.
That's what AJ said after the game. Essentially that. You just got to go at that point. You're in no man's land.
And no one has a better view of short and third base and where that ball is. And honestly, that should have told him, I think, okay, this ball is going to get through. I've got to get on my horse. And even at that, there's going to be a play at the plate.
Mm-hmm. So a couple Colt Keith issues. He did walk 3 times. They lost the game.
We all know Cora would have sent him. I mean, that's the MO, right?
Yes, they're super aggressive.
Just go, baby!
2-4 heading into opening day. You've seen them on the 6-game road trip. The question this morning, do you feel better, worse, or the same? Tomorrow's going to be a party whether they were 0-6 or 6-0. Opening day in Detroit is a party. But your feelings about this baseball team, the outlook, whatever you thought before the season, do you feel better, worse, or the same? We'll answer that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and there might be some sump pumps running this morning. If yours isn't, hey, highlight that plumbing part of this. And again, Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. So now through April the 15th, buy a new furnace or AC, you're going to get half off the installation. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Dan Dickerson's call. Tigers lost 2-4 going into the opening day game tomorrow. First game they lost this season because they don't have Parker Meadows in center field?
It's part of it.
Yeah. I thought that was the first game that we really noticed a lot of the warts. The injuries, the defense, the fact that at the end of the game you're looking for a bat and the best option is
Javi Baez.
Yeah.
I wanted to I don't know what I was going to do. I wanted to beat my head against the table when I saw him come up. Now, I like his mentality at the plate at that time, right? He's going to be an aggressive swinger. And the first one he swung at, right, it was, hey, I'm going to try and knock this one out of the ballpark. And
it's a fly ball ties a game.
Right. Yeah, just give us a long fly ball. And then he gets fooled on the second pitch, which was literally right down the middle. And it was a cut, paste, repeat for Zach McKinstry.
Yep.
And all right, I don't want guys to go down looking. I want them to go down swinging and be aggressive. But when your best option is Javi Baez to come in as a pinch hitter, it just doesn't sound right. It's like putting him at the DH spot to start the game. It just doesn't sound right.
It's a bitter pill knowing that's the guy you're putting up, bases loaded, game on the line, ninth inning, and predictably, he didn't get it done. So the question is, better, worse, the same? How do you feel about the Tigers heading into opening day?
I'm the same. I was still very excited about them yesterday. It was must-see TV because it was at 4:10, which, by the way, is that not close to the most perfect time to watch a baseball game?
Well, especially for us.
Yeah, I mean we're wrapping things up well
6:30,
at that point.
6:15, we're going, all right.
I got the grill going. I'm watching the game. I'm back and forth. And it was Scooble. Like, I was excited. And there were some mistakes. But I'm still excited about this team because of some of the players that have surprised. And, okay, yes, Spencer Torkelson, first game with no hit.
Couple strikeouts.
Yeah. And we all knew he wasn't going to have a 162-game hit streak. So, fine, so be it. I still liked his approach at the plate. I still liked him fighting off some pitches and his some of the plate discipline, even Colt Keith. And you can be as frustrated as we want with Colt Keith and the fact that should have been out of that inning. That replay that we had shouldn't even have happened. And then at the end of the game, could have made up for it, been the hero. But Colt Keith still drew, a couple of walks.
You're about the same. I'm not surprised. You're not typically the type to knee-jerk overreact.
No.
You feel about the same. I feel about the same. And when I posted this poll question right after the game, most people felt that way. 62% said they feel the same about the Tigers after a 2-4 start. 23% said better despite the losing record. And only 15% said they feel worse. I think some of this is 3 are against the Dodgers.
Yeah. You still won a series. Let's not forget you won a series.
And they won the other series. Mize and Torque have looked better than expected, number 1 overall picks. The frustration is yesterday's game is exactly why I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, so I feel the same.
Well, so I think that it's when you say the same, and I was gonna try and pull a fast one on you here and say, well, I'm not the same, I'm not better, I'm not worse, I'm just frustrated.
Okay.
But then I went with the same because I really believe that throughout the course of this year, there's going to be ups and downs, but along the way, I think the common theme that we're going to have is frustration. Whether it's frustration in games where the bats just aren't there and there's just no offense, or there are mistakes in the field that cost you games, or it's frustration with, and this is probably misplaced, but I'm frustrated with Scooble. And it's not like he's been bad, but he's the type of guy that you want to be able to get out of the game or out of an inning with when a mistake like that happens in the field.
So after Keith throws inexplicably to the wrong base, Scooble gave up a pitch over the heart of the plate. Now, Kreidler still needs to catch the ball, but it was like everything at once. And if Scooble had just reared back, and we've seen him do this, just go 1, 2, 3 and put somebody away, he kind of fixes the mistake for Colt Keith. Instead, it gets magnified. Let's get to the phones. DeVell in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
What's up?
Okay, so I'm John basically stole a little bit of my thunder. I'm really at the same level of concern. I preface that by saying I don't believe they was making the playoffs this year anyway. I got them at about 78 wins. Okay. But the concern level, I mean, I'm not panicking yet or frustrated yet because it's only 6 games. Ask me again when the month of April is concluded. But it's just like, I feel that center field is going to rear its ugly head again, even though he made a couple good plays to start the year, but then it's going to be the ups and downs. And, until we get Meadows back, the surprise that makes up for it is Torkelson. I believe he's not going to be a 300 hitter all year, but I still got him at about 240 with about 22 home runs, something like that. Is what I'm thinking, and a high base average because I think he's going to continue to draw walks. So where some things are up for me, like with Torkelson and even Manuel Margot, I'm thinking that the center field I'm thinking it's going to be our bugaboo until they get back, and then. And Coach Keats as well, a little bit of concern, but I'm not really overly concerned right now. It's only 6 games. Once we get about a month and a half, let's see where we're at. Mm-hmm. And then, I can go from there. But my expectations this year, not being a Debbie Downer or anything, but it was still at 78 wins just because of how to start. I'm thinking we're going to get off.
Well, DeVal, that because you listen, John's right in the same ballpark at 80. I was right there at 82. We're all kind of in that same right around 500, but just a little bit missing, which will lead to that frustration. 248-539-9797. We've got 2 Grand Slam coming up in about an hour. Chance to win some money this morning. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a suspect has been arrested and charged months after vandalizing those windows at Meadowbrook Hall. So this was back in early February, like February 4th, somebody purposefully broke 2 really historic, the whole building is historic, those stained glass windows, caused tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage. They say the suspect reportedly kicked in one window, smashed the other with a tool. Here's the Hall's executive director, Bill Matt, actually talking about the destruction done. And according to Oakland University, the suspect was arrested after an anonymous tip, which is pretty cool. So they say it's going to cost $35,000 to replace the windows.
That's a bummer.
It is, but hopefully they'll be able to recreate them and make them look exact. I mean, that's what's tough. It's never going to be the same, but as close as they can to the original. 17 women, you guys, have now filed a lawsuit against former University of Michigan football coach Matt Wise, and more are coming.
The number's only going to grow.
Sure. So on Wednesday alone, 11 women, 10 former student athletes from U of M and 1 from the University of Maryland filed a class action lawsuit alleging that he illegally accessed their personal data and the university failed to protect them. So they're also suing the university
as well. Which is big because a lot of them said that they weren't notified of this.
Right.
That when the breach happened and once the university knew, these victims should have been notified ASAP.
Yeah. Now, one of the gymnasts who filed the lawsuit said that she is also a survivor of Larry Nassar. And in an interview she recently did, she said, quote, "I am really tired of watching people in power abuse their position without any kind of consequences. I'm even more tired of institutions looking the other way and doing the bare minimum. It's incredibly painful to continually be violated by someone in power." So there's only going to be more lawsuits to come for sure. If you haven't been to Hooters in a while, you're not alone. They've been struggling, right, to stay afloat. According to reports, they're about $300 million in debt. And last year they closed 40 locations in the U.S. They have now officially filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, but they do say they're going to be open during that time. They're not closing all of them down, but they're kind of going through a de-Hooterization.
Oh no.
Yeah,
oh no!
They're going to become more family friendly.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm. Whenever you say a de-Hooterization, it's concerning.
Well,
there's not a lot of restaurants around. There used to be one in Traverse City that every once in a while we would go to.
They'll still have their wings, but probably not the bikini nights. And I don't know if the orange shorts are going to go away too. But they're changing their ways to make it more family friendly. They're going to change their menu. They want fresher ingredients.
How do they think that's going to go for them? Because I don't.
Well, it's not going well for him how
Yeah,
it
I
is.
suppose.
So why not try, I guess? I mean,
Yeah.
So I have a Hooter story from vacation.
Of course you do.
Please share.
from this recent vacation
Yes.
in Florida. Okay.
The family trip.
Yes. So we're in the car and we went out to eat a few nights, and the Margaritaville area down there.
Oh, yeah.
There's a Hooters on very close to where we were staying. And the story is that my son Sam, 10 years old, we're driving by it and he said it like this. It was the cutest thing ever. What is Hooters?
Aw.
And I just started
Was your
laughing
wife in the
under-
car at the time?
I don't think she heard him. I started laughing under my breath and nothing was said. It's kind of like one of those things when your kid says something.
Yeah.
That the way what
The way it
is
came out.
Hooters?
Yep. Time to have the talk.
Yeah, about 5 years.
Which is crazy to think it's a restaurant and this is the conversation you're having. So I understand why they want to make some
Yeah.
changes and
Well, it's an
hopefully stay
owl.
afloat.
It's an owl. It's a
Sure.
sound an owl makes.
Yep.
There's your answer.
Is that what you told Jack?
Early on, probably, sure. Yeah, till we went in. That it was obvious.
I should call Twin Peaks.
There you go.
Heather with the news. All right. Coming up next, I want to know if I'm guilty of something. And I know, John, your answer is yes, but let me explain. It's 97.1. Comeback effort would stall out with bases loaded in the ninth. Tigers go into the opening day matchup with the White Sox at 2-4. Dan Dickerson on the call. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Thursday, opening day eve.
And if we were writing a script, the script would have been, okay, if you're not writing on a script, you would have been 0-3 coming out of the Dodgers series. No concern there, right? Because they still haven't lost. And Ohtani hit a game winner yesterday. They're 8-0. But I think if you were being honest, you kind of felt like it would have been 2-3 coming out of the Mariners series.
2-4, you're saying?
I'm sorry, 2-1 in the series. You would have won the series, but I don't think you would have picked a Scooble start to be the loss.
This is an entirely predictable spot that the Tigers are in through 6 games.
Now, looking forward, I would expect that they're 3-0 against the White Sox. So by the time it's all said and done, after this homestand, they're 5-4. They're above 500 and ready to rock and roll through the rest of this tough start to the schedule.
We asked you guys the question, better, worse, the same. How do you feel after 6 games? Texter says, we have a lineup of utility players. I'm guessing that's a vote for worse.
Well, but we knew that going in, so I would say it's actually a vote for the same, and that's what's going to lead to a lot of the frustration.
In regards to the Tigers right now, I feel basically the same. Basically, they've been beating themselves. Hopefully that will change. I believe the Tigers will be fine, but this is the second base running error that has cost us a win. It happened against the Dodgers in Game 1 as well. We could easily be 4-2. We'll be fine. It's just weird, to say the least, Jay and Taylor. Don't worry, Torres will be back, and Keith will ride the pine, signed Kirk in Milford. I remember all the hype about Colt Keith when he was initially signed by the Tigers. He started very promising offensively and defensively, but now he is regressing into a McKinstry-type player. Signed Jim on the ticket text.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, guys, just you said the warts, Jim, showed up yesterday. We knew this was coming. We knew, like, if Meadows plays yesterday, he catches that ball.
Right.
And
they probably win the game. Yeah.
You know, and so it's you got to pick your poison. Do you want the mistakes to happen in a Scooble start, or do you want them to happen in a Job start?
All right. Do you want me to light the fuse? All right. I'm just going to light this one. I'm going to pull the pin, and I'm going to roll it out there and see how Costa here handles it. What if Riley Green was in center?
He probably catches it.
Yeah.
I understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
He played him in center in a game this series. He's nickel and diming, trying to get away with playing there a little bit, but doesn't want to do it too much or he'll get hurt. It's just they're trying to weave a lot here. And, you know, the caller we had, Meadows, it's 60 days, people. That's to March 31st.
May 31st.
It started March 31st. So, you know, he wasn't helpful much at all last year, early in the season, and they were 31-30. So
so they'll flirt around 500, which is why we said same. Yeah. I don't feel any differently after 6 games. I think the warts word defense.
You handled that well.
Yeah, I didn't blow my top off or anything. Okay. The warts. It's defense, it's injuries, it's light hitting bats late in the game. It's all the things that had us concerned, but the bright spots have been Mize and Torque, and I think it's just going to kind of level off as a 500 baseball team, so no shift in how I feel about them. Texter says, don't blame Scooble for Keith's mistake. If he makes that play, we're not talking about Scooble grooving one. We're not talking about the center field play.
Right, but Scooble even owned it after the game. I know he had mentioned, like, you know, I can't let that bother me. I've got to get out. Even though we should have been out of the inning, there was 4 outs in that inning, and he should have got out after that.
Hooters needs a delivery service. Heather had the Hooters story in the news. Hooters needs a delivery service. They could call it Knockers.
Oh, you know what? Ticket texters, you are awesome. I don't think I say it enough. Well done.
John, it's tough for a company like Hooters to survive, especially when a generation like Cookies doesn't like boobs.
Yeah. I mean, we had that conversation. I think there's just different. It's just different.
You're wondering what you could say on the radio. I can see.
It's like the conversation we had with the ice cream the other day. I'm like, filter. And I mean, just the battle going on between my ears right now is epic. Epic.
Anecdotally, I do think younger generation butts over boobs. I think that's been a shift. He put it on a tee. I'll answer it. I'll play along.
Again, I'll go to what I said. I'm not gonna partake in the breast milk ice cream, but I sure do love the source.
Alrighty then. So we've got that. We got open lines as always, 248-539-9797. Conversation I've been wanting to have with the fans of our great city here, John. I want to know if I'm guilty of sports radio brain, which is a thing, or if I'm actually onto something with the way I feel. To me, it feels like every team in this town is more focused on the future than the here and now. Some are more guilty of it than others, looking at you, Red Wings. But I think all the teams, maybe I leave the Pistons out. The teams here are more focused on the future than they are today. Do you agree with that? Or am I getting caught in the job? Because we do this job, but I also go home and I am a fan of these teams first and foremost. And I looked at the Lions, who are looking at 2026 and 2027's cap sheet, a general manager saying, hey, we're not making a big move this offseason because of 2026 and 2027's cap space. I look at the Red Wings, no Kosa, no urgency. They waited to fire the coach, no deadline deals, underwhelming free agency. The Tigers, look, some of it's injuries, but they're still relying on a lot of young bats. The Pistons are the only one I feel like I should leave out because it's not fair to them a year into Trajan Langdon. They haven't really had a chance to make aggressive moves. The real test will be this summer for the Pistons. But I feel like, generally speaking, some teams more guilty than others, our teams are too patient. And I want to know, am I guilty of sports radio brain or if that's how fans feel as well? Because I am a fan as much as I am a radio host.
I think a lot of it really comes down to one, personality and just level of patience. And I don't say that in regards to, let me start over. I don't think that there's a lack of urgency for Brad Holmes. I don't think that there's a lack of urgency for Dan Campbell. And because I do believe, hey, they won 15 games last year. That was awesome. I don't think they're going to be worse this year. And they played their worst game at the worst moment. Now, that's not an excuse. You got to find a way to be better at that time. But I'm not going for them. I'm not going to say yet that they're too patient. The Tigers, yes.
Okay.
And I say that with a bit of caution because I know that they tried to sign a bat. They tried to sign somebody. They were going to spend some money. But the problem I have is, and maybe there just wasn't, the availability of a good backup plan. I kind of categorically disagree with that. There might not have been a backup plan in terms of free agency, but you do have, and it's widely agreed upon between the baseball minds that you have one of the best farm systems currently in Major League Baseball. If you have one of the best farm systems, okay, yeah, that sounds good and it looks good for the future, but you're coming off a postseason run that came out of nowhere. So why not capitalize on it and use some of that capital that you have in the form of, future prospects to go out there and trade for somebody that can. Free agency is not the only way that you can add talent. You can trade and you can make additions to your team, but you're going to have to be willing to give up something. And I think it's the same thing. This doesn't have anything to do with ownership. It's the same thing with Steve Yzerman that we're facing. You can add through the draft. Great. You're a great drafter. You can also add in free agency, which he has been very measured in doing, and we don't particularly care how he's doing it, but you can also add through trades, but you're going to have to be willing to give something up.
The Tigers were in the playoffs last year and were a game away from the ALCS. The Red Wings were a point away from the postseason, and the Lions were a 15-win, 1-seed Super Bowl contender. Have any of those teams acted with urgency since reaching that point? The answer is no. John, I know you're defending the Lions a little bit here. Trey Hendrickson is available.
Yeah.
They have not come to terms. Both sides spoke yesterday. Neither side.
So weird, too.
Neither side was really encouraged by where they're at. Trey Hendrickson was on McAfee and said basically communication's been poor. And on the Bengals side, they've said he's just got to deal with it and be happy with the deal we've offered. I'm only slightly paraphrasing. He's available. I don't think Brad Holmes is going to get him. And that seems crazy to me. But Brad Holmes' comments this week would indicate, hey, we got to pay our guys. We got to run back what we got. We're not making big external moves. You're a 15-win team. Are you acting like you're an urgent team? Because all the NFC contemporaries that have made the Super Bowl the last 5 years, think about the teams, John. The Rams, bold, go get a quarterback. The Niners, go get Christian McCaffrey. The Eagles, trade for A.J. Brown, go get Saquon Barkley. The Bucks in that last 5 years, we'll go get Tom Brady. You got to be aggressive if you want to win. The Lions are, we're running it back. We're good enough right now to do it. They might be. But wouldn't you want to be more certain, especially with a premier pass rusher on the table in Trey Hendrickson? I don't believe you think they're getting him. I think the general consensus is Brad's worrying about his own guys. They're all guilty, except the Pistons, really. They're all guilty of being too patient.
Okay. But I would also go to what Dan Campbell talked about. Brad Holmes has mentioned this as well. There's a long time before they play a game in September. Mm-hmm. Long time. They can add through the draft. They can add players after the draft. I think they're going to allow this whole Trey Hendrickson thing to play out a little bit more and see how volatile it gets in Cincinnati. Because if you make that trade now, and let's go back to the trade deadline. On the day of the trade deadline, which I believe when it happened with Za'Darius, we kind of all felt like, oh, it's just not going to get done. And then it did. And we found out what they gave up for Za'Darius Smith. It wasn't a whole lot. So he was able to work that deal until he was able to get his price. The question I have about what's going on, and there's a little bit of a light shined on it yesterday in regards to the comments by those in the front office and by Trey Hendrickson as well. When we come back, I want to go dig a little bit deeper into what that possibly means this year for them looking at Trey Hendrickson.
We can absolutely do that. I think the one thing I'd push back on is Za'Darius Smith was a tough addition for Brad Holmes. He talked about how difficult that process was. There are way more moving parts with Trey Hendrickson. He's shown no verbal indication that this is going to be a move they make. I feel like I'm safe to lump them in with the Red Wings and Tigers in terms of too patient. We'll explore this a little more. You guys let us know. Is this frustration a common frustration in the fan base? It's 97.1.
You want to talk about patience? Sit there and watch your grass grow. All right? You need a little bit of patience. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they can make sure that when it does come in, it's going to be beautiful lawn. You're not going to have crabgrass. You're not going to have other issues because they're just going to fix it. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. If you purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. You're going to get the Natural Way difference, and here is the difference. If you got kids, if you got pets, you don't want a whole lot of chemicals. They use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home, and they're so confident they're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. They've been locally owned and operated here for 35 years, so keep your money local, and Natural Way is the company to do it. I've been very happy at my old house. I'm extremely happy at the new place as we got the sod laid down, and it's starting to come in, and it's beautiful. Natural Way is part of that reason. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
I'll put myself out there. I want to know if I'm guilty of sports radio brain. Do this for a living. I'm generally frustrated with how patient our teams are in the city. I want to know if fans share that opinion. 248-539-9797. I can't speak for you, John.
No, thank you.
But for me, I'm frustrated at watching a baseball team who made the playoffs and made a little bit of a run back basically the same team. And I'm disappointed at a hockey team that fell 1 point shy of the playoffs and didn't do anything bold or aggressive or anything urgent, and they're actually falling behind. I'm disappointed that Trey Hendrickson is available in the NFL right now, and the Lions don't have him on this roster. That they are more concerned about their 2026 and 2027 salary cap. These are things that frustrate me as a fan. I am a fan when these mics go off and I go home. I'm a fan of these teams, and I'm frustrated. But maybe I'm getting poisoned by doing this for a living. Let me know. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Are you frustrated with the patience of all these teams? Are they too patient right now? And I leave the Pistons out only because It's year one. Their real test will be, what do they do with the success that they've recently, started to build?
So I've already stated, frustrated with the Wings, frustrated with the Tigers. The Pistons, I do hope that they go the trade route or free agency and spend some money this offseason to add another star along with Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren. And in terms of the trades, I think there's a possibility to trade some of the guys that we like to get something that we need. And so that I'm going to put that off until we get an idea from Trajan Langdon of how he's going to continue to build this roster. Getting to the Lions, you mentioned that you're frustrated because Trey Hendrickson isn't on this roster right now.
Yeah. He's available. He's not.
Is he still available?
Yes.
Okay, so he's on the Cincinnati Bengals roster, but there's 31 other teams that he's not on the roster for.
Do you believe Brad Holmes is going to go get him?
I don't know the answer to that question.
They got to pay Kirby Joseph and Sam Laporta and J-Mo and all these other guys, so they can't. That's what he's publicly told us, and he tries to be as transparent as he can with fans. He said that this week. I tried to tip the fans off. We're not doing anything bold. He said that this week.
Did you think the morning that we woke up of the trade deadline that they were going to get Zadarius Smith?
No, but that's different.
Okay, but I'm just saying there's a deadline, and that deadline, by the time it was reached, Zadarius Smith was a Detroit Lion.
Okay.
So I'm saying, because we heard from Dan Campbell yesterday, we played the comments of we can still add before the draft. We'll add players at the draft. We can still add after the draft. And Trey Hendrickson is still available today. And until he's traded, he will be available all the way up until he's not.
It doesn't seem like a Brad Holmes move, though.
Until he does something like that. And so we'll get a chance to see. And I'm going to give him until the start of training camp. And then, because if we go into the season with Josh Paschal, Marcus Davenport, Al-Quadin Muhammad, insert any other player as your starting defensive end opposite Aiden Hutchinson, that's when I'll enter the frustration mode.
Okay.
Because what did we hear about Myles Garrett and Max Crosby? Brad Holmes made the call. Those guys weren't available. And even though Myles Garrett said, yes, I have demanded a trade, and again, if we're going on sources, which we kind of have to do, it's been reported that there was nobody that was more interested or had more contact with the Cleveland Browns about Myles Garrett than the Detroit Lions. And come to find out, and ownership has even said this, they never entertained the idea of Myles Garrett playing in any other city. So he wasn't available. Now, Trey Hendrickson, and I'm going to pair a couple of other things that Dan Campbell said. We know our guys better than anybody else. That's why we like to re-sign our guys. They're with us every single day. Well, for a period of time, who was with Dan Campbell every single day?
Trey Hendrickson.
All right, so they know a little bit more about him than they do anybody else. Now I want to get into the comments that were made on both sides, Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals, and Executive Vice President Katie Blackburn said, it is on him, meaning Trey Hendrickson, to be happy at some point. He should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. Now, I don't know why you'd publicly say that.
Yeah, that's a bad thing to say.
It's horrible. You could say that behind closed doors. You could tell that to Trey Hendrickson, this is our best offer, and we think you should be happy with it. Now, Trey Hendrickson responded with, that was a little disappointing because communication has been poor over the last couple of months. That's something I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been a little bit frustrating. And then he follows it up with, I've been as patient as possible. I'm not looking to be the highest paid or first in line. And then there's something key that I think is very important. He said incentives that will be out of my control. And so if he is looking at a contract that they've offered him that is heavily incentive laden, some of those incentives of how many sacks do you get, that's in his control. But others that are not in his control are, well, it will give you a $500,000 bonus. And I'm just making these up. I don't know what to be true. If the defense is ranked in the top 10, or if the run defense, or anything else, because they haven't done anything to address their defense, which was bad last year. So if there is anything about the defense in incentives that are directly related to how much money he's going to be making, then I don't want a part of that deal either. So he will remain available, and I don't know what number he's looking for. It's not going to be Max Crosby or Myles Garrett money, but it's not going to be far off. And so you've got to find a way. It doesn't mean that the Lions can't do it. Doesn't mean they won't do it.
But for all the reasons you laid out, it's messier than Zadarius Smith. Zadarius Smith, you whittle it down, you throw a day 3 pick. It's a 1-year rental essentially because of the
who
fact
is
that you
still
could cut
available.
Him. Right. Trey Hendrickson is major surgery. It's extension, it's cap space, it's trade, it's a lot of moving pieces. And for Brad Holmes, who was taken to the brink to get a day 3 draft pick rental deal done, this may be too much for him.
Or he could just, you like to gamble, right?
Sure.
All right, you got a whole podcast.
Making a wager.
Yeah, you like to gamble a little bit. Maybe Brad Helms has got a little gambling streak in him. I'm going to ride this out as long as possible. And maybe he's got some little minions that are going to give him a call when, hey, we've got a deal that's ready to go with this other team. You might want to make the phone call.
Swoop in, yeah.
And so I'm not going to be frustrated because we don't know what they're going to do in the draft. We don't know what other players they might not add up until the season starts. And it doesn't even have to be at the start of training camp. But if they start this season with Josh Paschal or anybody else that I mentioned earlier as their starting defensive end opposite Aiden Hutchinson, that's when I will become frustrated.
Couple ticket texts, and we'll get some phone calls in the mix. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Some teams in the city are guilty of it more than others, but there is a collective wait for the future, take our time. Why aren't they more aggressive? Is this a frustration that you share, or is this sports radio host is frustrated with his teams? Let us know. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Pistons fought valiantly last night to bring it within 4 of OKC, but ultimately come up short to the best team in the NBA, 119-103. However, following the third quarter, a statement was issued by Pistons owner Tom Gores regarding the on-court altercation the game prior between Minnesota and Detroit. It was a brawl that resulted in multiple Piston suspensions, and in a lengthy statement, Tom Gores made clear he stands behind his players. In college basketball, the Final Four in the NCAA tournament begins Saturday with Auburn facing Florida and Duke playing Houston. Florida and Duke both entering in as favorites. Tomorrow, it is opening day for the Tigers at Comerica Park. Detroit entering with a 2-4 record, the same record as all the teams in the Central. Tigers hosting their Central foe in the White Sox for 3 after winning the series, but losing the final to Seattle yesterday, 3-2. And no Red Wings today as they prep for their final 8 games of the season. Their next challenge is hosting Carolina tomorrow. Detroit still 4 points out of a playoff spot with 2 teams ahead of them on the outside looking in. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on The Ticket or head to 971theticket.com.
7 o'clock hour is here. We've got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Chance to win $2,000. Call in, get all 10 right. Give you money along the way. Dear John at 7:35. One of the prompts involves opening day.
Oh.
Tomorrow we'll be downtown, Hockey Town, Music Town, getting ready for the party that is the Tigers home opener. We've got ticket text. We've got open lines. Want your phone calls, 248-539-9797. The latest conversation kind of wraps all the teams in at once. I want to know if I'm guilty of sports radio brain. I'm a fan when I leave the office here. When the mic's off, I'm still a fan of all these teams, and I'm frustrated with the collective patience from these teams. I feel like to their detriment, they're more concerned about 26 and 27 than the season that's right in front of them. I got Javi Baez as the best bat on the bench yesterday for the Tigers. I have the Red Wings who've taken a step back and have made no aggressive, urgent moves. And maybe the biggest culprit of all, the Lions are on the edge of the Super Bowl. Are they willing to do what Howie Roseman did? Are they willing to do what Les Snead did? Are they willing to do what all the other teams do, which is push their chips in and chase the Super Bowl? No. Brad Holmes told it this week, I got to worry about extensions in 26 and 27. Meanwhile, Trey Hendrickson is arguing publicly with the Cincinnati Bengals in the media. Get it done. John, you are a more patient person than me, and you share some of my frustrations, but not all teams are guilty at the same level. You think there's still a chance this Hendrickson thing could happen?
I do.
Okay. Some ticket texts. You are just impatient, man. Keith in Sterling Heights says if it was up to Costa, he'd have every big name on the team, but he wouldn't have any money to keep them. Some people are with me, though. Texter says, I'm tired of all the teams playing it safe and never making a bold move. They're finally starting to win. Time to act like it. You don't get another trophy for winning with homegrown guys. Spend some money, add some big names, give yourself the best shot to win a championship. For the Lions, it comes down to, would you rather be the Giants winning a Super Bowl every 6 years and then fade into obscurity, or be the Niners who are in it every year? I would add in, but never win it. I'd rather be the Giants than the Niners, John.
And I mean, San Francisco has had opportunities to win it.
And they've been bold. They've traded up in the draft, given up multiple firsts. They traded for Christian McCaffrey. It doesn't always work. I'm not telling you if Brad Holmes makes the deal that we talk about on the radio, they're going to win the Super Bowl. But
Sure sounds like it.
But it would be nice to see that they're doing everything they can and not going, we'll simply be healthy and beat everybody on the fact that we're already better than everybody. You know the Eagles are every bit as good as you, and they're more aggressive than you. So how do you plan to catch him other than we'll be healthy next year, just you wait? That doesn't feel encouraging as a fan. And if you fall short, we're going to sit there and look to you and go, all right, I guess we get another crack in 26 and 27, but the cap space is going quickly. How are you ever going to add to this roster?
So
you just have to draft at an elite level constantly to have a chance?
Well, Brad Holmes has been pretty good at that. But again, I go to, you can't just be a draft wizard. You have to add through trades. You have to add through free agency. And they did add through free agency. They went out and spent some money on DJ Reed. And you could say, well, okay, it's a one-for-one swap with Carlton Davis. But Carlton Davis left, and they had to find somebody to replace him. So they went out and spent some money. In regards to the edge position, until Trey Hendrickson either signs an extension with Cincinnati or he's traded to another team, I'm not going to bury them for that. And I'm not going to bury them until I know exactly who is going to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson. There is a clear deficiency at the other defensive end position because Josh Paschal has not been the answer. Yeah. And I don't think he will be. Levi Onwuzurike has not been the answer, and I don't think he will be.
I think the team disagrees with you. Brad was thrilled to get Levi back on those terms.
Yeah, but I think he's thrilled because they know Aleem McNeil's not going to be available early on.
Yeah.
And it's a one-year deal. It's a one-year prove-it deal. Let's see how real you actually are. Can you stay healthy 2 years in a row? Can you be better than you were last year? Because they're paying them more than they were last year. And on Twitch, all right, since you're reading your ticket text,
yeah.
Does Costa really believe everything GMs say?
No, I've done this long enough to know that sometimes they lie and they strategically lie.
Being transparent isn't something you want from a GM.
But Brad does try to go out of the way to say, I explain to our fans. I'm talking to our fans. I want our fans to understand.
Right.
It'd be one thing to do like coded speak. But when you say, hold on, let me grab the microphone. I'm talking to you, Lions fans. We aren't doing anything aggressive this offseason. We are going to pay our own. I tried to tell our fans at the Combine, we aren't going to be doing a lot of the big, bold, splashy moves. You don't say that, look me in the eyes, unless you mean it, right?
Or he could be talking to 31 other GMs.
Through the fans.
Playing
games. As long as you get it done, I don't really care. But I have
Well, you
doubts.
apparently do.
Well, I don't think he's going to get it done.
Because he's not on the roster now.
Right. And I don't think he's going to be on the roster.
Well,
if you're willing to say he is.
No, I don't have the crystal ball.
Okay.
And I don't have the ability to look into the future, but I do have enough patience to know that they're not lining up to play the Eagles this coming Sunday, are they?
Checks the calendar. No, they're not.
No. Oh, okay. And so we don't know what the final roster is going to look like. We don't know what they're going to do in the draft. I mean, if they go up and get Pierce, would that be a sufficient answer for you?
If you nail that pick, you get an edge for the next 4 or 5 years that pairs with Aiden Hutchinson. That'd be a huge move for this football team.
Okay, so then having Trey Hendrickson is, or not having him isn't going to be as big of a concern.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, and so is the draft happened yet?
3 weeks from today.
Oh,
but who's counting?
Oh.
See, he's doing it now. Rubbed off on him. Texter says, just wait until future considerations come up. Then Stevie will shut us all up. Matt, who's done with all of this. You get where people are frustrated with the hockey and baseball teams.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to let that frustration pile on to the Pistons or the Lions.
If Brad Holmes listens, he's not going to get defensive help because then he'll have receipts. That's very important to him. That's a real ticket text we just got.
Okay.
What else we got here? Ticket texter says, my first born son was just born about 3 hours ago. Jackson, can I get a shout out? Also, butts over boobs, Troy in Woodhaven.
There you go.
Shout out to Jackson.
Yeah. Okay, so firstborn son, I'm guessing he is probably not 55, so he's probably amongst your generation.
Younger generation. Texter says, our generation likes boobs. I imagine someone just tuned in going, why is this even coming up? Hooters is struggling, and we briefly talked about it in the news. Texter says, our generation likes boobs. We just don't need to go spend money on mediocre wings to see them and pretend the waitress thinks we're cute. Well, that's what Hooters is struggling with.
Yes, and bad wings at that.
Well, that's why they're fixing the food, right? Allegedly.
Well, hopefully.
Allegedly. Let's get to, is this Hoss and Jackson? You're on 97.1.
What's up, Hoss?
Good morning. Good morning, guys. So as a lifelong Lions fan, I'm 58 years old. My patience has run out. Go out, get what you got to get. Win the dang Super Bowl. That window will close if we are patient forever. And unfortunately, Brad just wants to prove what a great drafter he is, which he is. But we need that defensive end bad. We can't keep waiting. Go out and get Hendrickson. He's there. Why wait? And the patience is just gone.
Are you willing to be patient up until the start of the season?
No, man. The guy's available now. Why not just go get him? I mean, look.
He'll probably be available tomorrow.
Yeah, but okay. Let me put it to you this way: you're going to bank on injuries not being a big part of next year. I saw enough last year to say, hey, man, they played great in spite of the injuries. But if they had gone out and maybe gotten a little bit better than what they had, maybe they win and they actually go to the Super Bowl. The Eagles are a hell of a team, and we're going to have to really load up to beat them. You've got to go out and get that defensive end now.
And a defensive
end. If the
end
season were to start now, then I would tend to agree with you. But the season is not starting now.
But your feelings, how you feel about this team, you don't just pause them and wait until September to start feeling things about your football team. It was something we identified immediately when the season ended. We said, boy, those Eagles, they don't just have one elite pass rusher. They come at you in waves. They're deep, and they smothered Mahomes. And the obvious takeaway that every fan said was, I want Myles Garrett, but more importantly, I just want reinforcements on the defensive line. If Myles Garrett isn't available, we understand you can't force him to come here. But you do want Brad Holmes to be aggressive in adding to this defensive line. And so far, and I stress so far because John's going to remind us all that there's another day tomorrow and the day after that. But so far, it's Marcus Davenport, Levi Onwuzurike, bring them all back. Aiden's good enough. That's not good enough. We just watched what it takes to beat the elite quarterbacks.
Right.
So, John, I'm in your ballpark in terms of at least temporarily let this play out a little bit longer. Things can happen. I think there was a point of no return yesterday with the comments from the Bengals executive on Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, yeah. He's
it
not
just
gonna
comes
be
a
playing
point
in
in time
Cincinnati.
where somebody, look, they all have egos, and sometimes you got to check your egos. But to me, if I was Trey Hendrickson, I've poured out everything for you, and you're going to say that about me? So I think something could still happen with that. So something to work. I would just say this in Jim's defense and for the impatient people, the caller there, what if they're right? What if you don't do anything and you fall short? Then what? What if Trey Hendrickson goes to somebody else and they were willing to do it and people were right about Brad and Brad just thinks he can do it with his own players? Then what?
Well, yeah.
Are they missing their window? Because I think the window's wide open right now, but it does start to get a little bit closed next year.
Well, time is the enemy of all these teams. The Chiefs and the Eagles, when they won their first Super Bowl to their most recent Super Bowl, the roster was ravaged. I mean, guys get hurt, guys retire, guys are out of their prime. You can't pay everybody. I mean, that's just the NFL. As much as Brad and Dan are going to try to fight that, it is the NFL. It is inevitable. You will lose good players. Your window is not open forever. You can reboot it with new players, but the current crop doesn't have forever.
Correct. And, I mean, if you are of the mindset of, hey, you got to have that instant gratification. You got to have that guy in April. And you got to have it now. Then I understand your frustration. I guess I'm just a little bit more patient because maybe that deal does get a little bit sweeter and you've only got to give up a second. There were reports early on that you'd only have to give up a second. And then the Cincinnati said, oh, whoa, no, we want a couple of firsts. We want a lot more. Well, there's been no one else that has given them a couple of firsts. There's 31 other GMs, whether they're in the market or not, that are being patient as well.
Couple quick texts. A chef has to eventually eat too. Can't cook forever. I agree with you, Cookies. All the Detroit teams seem to be unable, unwilling, or afraid to sign a real superstar. I don't mean a washed-up 32-year-old. Maybe Holmes should figure out how the Eagles GM finds a way to do it. Another one pushes back. The angst about the Lions is unreasonable. They had a record number of injuries. They're a contender last year. They are again this year. The same will happen with the Pistons. They'll forget that Ivy's been conveniently injured all season. He'll take them to the next level. Looking forward to seeing it. Signed, Brian. Dear John coming up at 7:35. We got Heather's News, 2 Grand Slam. It's all coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that we get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after your injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, nearly 2 months after 2 historic stained glass windows were shattered at Meadowbrook Hall, a suspect has been taken into custody. Police arrested a 27-year-old man from Clarkston after receiving an anonymous tip. And the man, Caleb Punches, is facing 2 charges, 1 felony count of malicious destruction of property and 1 misdemeanor count of entering without authority. And they say the original stained glass windows that were busted were installed when the estate was built back in 1929. Have been untouched, undamaged all of these years, and now the cost to replace them will be around $35,000. A lot of money.
It's a lot. And it's never going to be the same.
No, I mean, they can...
Do the best you
can. They can recreate it,
and
now you can make things look very, very good. But it's still not the same. It's just not the original. When Tom Brady retired from the NFL in 2023, he left the game as the winningest quarterback in NFL history with 7 Super Bowls. But now that the NFL has made changes to the record book, that number has been matched. So at the NFL league meetings, the league announced that it would incorporate statistics from the All-American Football Conference into the NFL's record books. And the the AAFC existed from 1946 to 1949. It was this direct competitor of the NFL, and then it ended up folding and joining the league, right? Well, out of the 3 teams that joined the league, the Cleveland Browns won all 4 AAFC championships with Otto Graham at quarterback and Paul Brown as head coach. So the addition of those championships and the 3 championships he won with the NFL brings Graham to a total of 7, which then matches Tom Brady. And then also with Brown as the head coach, that changes things as well. So it says with the merger of the AAFC records, the most championships won by any coach in the NFL history now belongs to Browns head coach Paul Brown.
It also means the most tortured fan base is still the Detroit Lions because the Cleveland Browns now have the 3rd most championships of any NFL team.
You know what else this means?
What?
Brady's coming out of retirement.
Got to
There's
win
no
one
way
more.
he's going to let this slide.
Yeah.
Dare I be tied? The UFL isn't off to a very strong start in year 2. Last weekend, the league saw some pretty lackluster ratings for its opening games. So the season opener on Fox averaged 690,000 viewers. That was down 42% versus last year's opener, right? Now, last year's season opener didn't directly compete with March Madness. This year's did. So there was that going on. But overall, not a single game reached last year's season-long average. So kind of concerning there, right? Because you would figure that opening weekend would be the most watched games of the entire season.
Yeah.
So you watched,
I
John.
watched. I was one of the few.
One of them.
Yes, I was one of few.
Yep.
And I will probably watch again Friday night.
Good.
Could be a
For
great
you.
day in Detroit. Tigers, Wings, Panthers.
8 o'clock Ford Field.
Ford Field.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Did you guys see this? There's an Atlanta Hawks fan that was injured during an in-game challenge on Tuesday night.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I feel awful. I feel awful because it looks like a devastating knee injury.
It really did, right? I
but
think it is.
I couldn't help but laugh.
Ah,
I'm
gosh.
sorry.
I don't know exactly what happened. It looked like you said, a
Yeah.
really bad knee injury. And it took place at the Hawks versus Trailblazers game. And this guy was picked to participate in this basketball version of tic-tac-toe. The guy was supposed to hit a few layups before his opponent and then score a tic-tac-toe win in the process. And he went up for his first basket. Knee gave out, came crumbling down to the floor in pain. The game actually had to be put on pause so medics could tend to him. Then he had to be taken off on a stretcher. Poor guy. It sounds like he's going to be okay, make a full recovery. He was a season ticket holder, but we don't know yet what type of injury it really was.
So you passed this along, and I wanted to make sure I watched before the
Yes.
show, but I fell victim to I'm just going to scrub through and get to the
Sure.
good part. It's right away.
Oh,
He doesn't even get off the ground.
No. He goes up and goes down, and he's down.
How about his opponent? Like, so you had to make a layup, and then you
Yeah.
had to fill in the tic-tac-toe.
Yes.
And he hits his 3 layups, and he gets back there, and he's like, wait a second, this other guy hasn't done anything, and he wins. And then he looks over, and he's like,
Oh.
dude, you okay?
Do I celebrate?
Yeah,
or
I won.
what?
And the lady who was doing the MC,
Yeah.
she didn't know what to say either.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Ooh, yikes. Finally, if you're a peanut butter and jelly lover, the latest news from Reese's should have you pretty excited. So on April Fool's Day, they claimed that they were going to go into the sandwich business. Turns out that wasn't true, but what they're going to do is debut a brand new Reese's PB&J Big Cups. So they say it's everything you love about peanut butter and jellies and chocolate, all now in a Reese's cup. So there's going to be 2 flavors, strawberry and grape. And then it's basically,
Typical. Everybody always goes strawberry and grape with PB&J. Come on.
What would you want?
Yeah, those are the
Raspberry.
Orange marmalade? Like, what do you want,
No,
John?
orange lemonade make me vomit. No. Raspberry.
Those are the 2 most popular
Yeah,
ones,
exactly.
strawberry and grape.
I know,
If you go
that's
to any
because
restaurant,
if you go to any restaurant, right, they take the easy route.
what else are you picking? Do they need to be preserves over?
No, raspberry,
Seedless.
blackberry.
Okay.
I mean, come on. You got
Tether with
options.
the news. Let's get to 2 Grand Slam.
Let's do it. All right, guys, let's give away some money. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $2,000 if our contestant gets them all right. If not, $25 for each question answered correctly. So let's see how they do.
All right.
Our contestant today is Mark in Richmond. Mark, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're hanging in there.
Are you excited to play, Mark?
Yes, thank you. I am.
All right, good. You know the rules. If you don't know one, pass, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time. Here we go. Time starts now. Who do the Tigers play tomorrow in their home opener?
White Sox.
I graduated from this college.
Michigan State.
Who played Jim Morrison in the movie The Doors?
Val Kilmer.
Con Knipple played for this college team.
Pass.
Walter Clayton Jr. plays for this college team.
Oh, pass.
Name one current Final Four team in women's basketball.
UConn.
What is the oldest stadium in Major League Baseball?
Fenway Park.
Tim Patrick played with this team before the Lions.
Tampa Bay.
This team finished second in the AFC East last season.
Oh, man. Buffalo.
The University of Maryland's main campus is located in this city.
Oof. Pass.
Con Knipple plays for this college team.
Bummer.
We got you with 5.
Five.
Yeah,
Five,
5.
Mark?
That's a good showing.
Oh, 5. That ain't too bad. Okay.
No.
All right. Yeah,
Better
there
than
you go.
you thought.
$125. Yeah.
Hopefully I'll see you guys down at the game tomorrow. I'll be there.
Yeah,
All
please
right.
say hi. We'll
Yeah.
be down there. We'll
Yeah.
put you on hold. We'll get you paid $125. John, let's go through it. The Tigers will be playing.
White Sox.
Heather Park graduated from.
Michigan State.
Who played Jim Morrison in the movie The Doors?
Val Kilmer.
He was 3 for 3 to
Yes.
start.
Yeah.
Hot start. Con Knipple plays for this college team.
Duke. I'm so glad that you had to go back and read that one twice.
Con Knipple. Walter Clayton Jr. plays for this college team.
That would be Flo Rida.
Yep. Name one Final Four team in the women's basketball Final
He
Four.
guessed UConn, and it was Texas, South Carolina, UCLA, and UConn, so he got one of them.
Oh, reliable. Just go UConn. Oldest stadium in Major League Baseball.
Fenway Park, he nailed that one.
Yep.
Tim Patrick did not play for Tampa Bay before the Lions.
Tough one. Broncos.
Broncos. Team that finished second in the AFC East. It's not Buffalo. They won the division.
No, but at least he guessed somebody that was in the right division. Props to that. But no, it was the Dolphins.
And Maryland's main campus is in.
College Park, Maryland.
It's the 2 Grand Slam. Next is Dear John. It's 97.1. Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. We get advice from the big guy. Your prompts today: coworker's wedding, the friend zone, house cleaner, and opening day.
Okay.
We'll end with opening day. We'll start with the coworker's wedding. Dear John, this summer, a coworker's getting married who I thought I was close with. Turns out I wasn't invited, and it caught me off guard. We get along great at the office. We've even occasionally hung out outside of work to watch games. At first, I considered it's got to be a small wedding, family, select friends, but recently I found out a different coworker was invited. Did I do something wrong? It feels weird to confront him because maybe we're not that close and I misread it.
Oh, I'd bring it up. I'd just say, hey, maybe get a gift. Play the mom guilt card. Hey, I understand you're getting married. Here's the date. And because maybe it got lost in the mail. Maybe you were invited and you just didn't receive it. And chances are you didn't. But you could get him a gift and say, hey, congratulations. I'm really happy for you. I'm disappointed I won't be able to celebrate this day with you. I mean, lay it on thick.
Why am I giving you a gift if you didn't invite me to your wedding?
Because it's part of the mom guilt.
That
Do you want to go?
feels a little slimy. I mean, giving
A little
the gift,
slimy?
Yeah, like because it's putting the okay. When you plan a wedding, it is tough to invite everybody you want to invite, depending on how large your venue is, how much you want to spend. There was a lot of people I could not invite to the wedding that I would have loved to invite to my wedding if we could have had the space or the money. And you just can't invite everybody.
But it
so
gives
if
them
somebody
the
was
chance.
Like, then I would have felt so guilt. I would have felt so bad if somebody
you
came
go.
up to me and was like,
So it
Mom
worked.
guilt works. Mom guilt is a real thing.
the gift fine, but like the way you presented it to me just puts the pressure and makes them feel bad for not inviting you.
Well, and it gives them a chance to say, I'm so sorry that you won't be there. And we ran out of spots. And I mean, you're a really good friend. It just, it wasn't going to work out, but thank you so much.
Awkward.
Here's what you do. You go to the coworker who was invited and you ask to be their +1.
Oh, no.
That's how you make your way into this wedding.
That's
That's slimy.
That's slimy.
That's
That is
slimy.
slimy.
That is very slimy.
Thought you wouldn't see me. Here I
here I am.
am.
Surprise!
Even though you didn't invite me.
I'm here anyway. Next one, friend zone. Dear John, I need your help trying to get out of the friend zone. I've known her for years and she's recently single. Drop dead gorgeous, a 10 out of 10. I think we have chemistry, but I've never made a move. I don't want to ruin the friendship, but I'm ready to test the waters. What's the best way out?
Or the best way in.
Or both.
I would just say, hey, make your move. Say, invite her to dinner, my treat. And if she says, was this a date? Say yes. I mean, I just be straightforward. You got to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, you definitely just got to shoot your shot. I think, most likely you're not getting out of that friend zone. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
if
I
you've
mean,
known
how
for
many
years.
stories have we heard about? Oh, this we've been great friends for so long. I never had it, and never thought, and then all of a sudden the light bulb goes on,
But
and maybe
if-
they're just waiting for
yeah.
that light bulb moment.
But if you like her enough,
Maybe she's
Go
thinking
for
the
it.
same thing.
tell her honestly yeah. I'd like to. I like you. I'd like to pursue this. Let's date. And if she says no, I'm not comfortable with it. Most likely, you'll still be friends. It will be awkward for a minute, but then you'll just go back to your
Yeah,
regular
your happy
friendship.
life.
So you
Yeah.
got to try.
Yeah, I mean,
Be
shoot your shot.
confident.
Yeah, even if you're a 5 out of 10, who knows?
Maybe that's the problem.
She sees him as only a friend. Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow, but
Yeah.
good luck. This next one is house cleaner. Dear John, my wife and I have 3 kids, all under 8, and I confess our house is a mess. Toys everywhere, dishes in the sink, they pile up. Even worse, they're scattered around the house. Recently, my wife went back to work and I fully support it. We both contribute to the upkeep, but we're constantly falling behind. She suggested we hire a house cleaner to come by once a week or even once every other week. I always thought house cleaners were for the rich and famous. To me, we need to handle it and find a better game plan. Any advice?
I think house cleaners are 100% marriage lubricant.
Oh.
And if you want to make things a little bit easier at home, and you want to avoid the stepping on toys and the thoughts that you have of looking at your spouse. Why didn't you clean this up? They may be looking at you. Why didn't you contribute and clean this up? Have somebody come in every other, and honestly, trust me, I know with 3 kids, I know with 5 kids, it piles up and life piles up, especially if you're both working. So it is an opportunity to go out there and say, hey, let's hire a house cleaner once every 2 weeks. Maybe it only needs to be once every month because it does add to the budget, but it's not as expensive as you would think. So just dive into the deep end of the pool, get yourself a house cleaner, and you never know. Hey, maybe, if your wife doesn't feel like she has to clean things up, you don't have to feel like you clean things up, and then all of a sudden you got a little more free time on your hand. Mm-hmm. Hey, how you doing?
Heather, how do you feel about house cleaners?
Hire the cleaner and then give me their number. I need a house cleaner so badly because life is hard juggling kids and work and every other commitment, sports and whatever else they're in. It's tough to keep up with everything. If you can afford a house cleaner, it's not for the rich and famous, right? Hire the cleaner. Now, most cleaners, as far as I know, don't necessarily pick up all the clutter. So you're still going to have to pick up the toys.
Sure.
But
it takes a
hire
huge
the cleaner. I
huge
want
load
one
off.
bad.
And hello, 3 kids. One of them's got to be old enough to help out.
Yes.
So have them pick up their toys.
When do your kids start doing chores?
Oh, 5 or 6.
Okay, I'm just asking because they're all under 8. So if one's 7, they could do it. Yeah.
Well, even when you teach them. Emily is 3, and we try to have her clean up her toys before she gets another out. Does it happen? Not all the time, but there is times when she can put her toys back into a bin. That's not difficult.
And I'll tell you this: when you walk into a house that is clean, that you didn't have to clean, your wife didn't have to clean. My wife is in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. And it just eases everything in the house.
I've heard this is actually something, though, that people are cutting right now because of just the cost of living and everything.
Sure.
This is one of the first
you have
first things
daycare and babysitters. And
it's like this and lawn care right now where people are saying, I got to do it myself because I don't have enough money.
So it is expensive.
The night before, we do have somebody come clean the house, usually on a monthly basis, maybe a couple of times a month. And I send a text to the kids, hey, pick up your crap. Make sure that's not on the ground so that they have a chance to actually do what they're supposed to do, and that's clean the house, not pick up your stuff.
Wow. You got a moat under construction now, too?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, John.
No, I know. Yeah.
Helipad.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's out back.
One more?
One more. Oh, let's do it. I'll read this one. Opening day. Going downtown for opening day for the first time in my life. Going with a couple friends who want to party. What should I expect?
A great time. It's going to be awesome. Get down there early. Stop by Hockey Town. Say hi to the fellas. Say hi to us.
And the lady.
And just enjoy the entire day. Do we have a weather update?
I don't. I'm just going to wait and see what it actually is tomorrow.
Right. But it will start early. The game will be so much fun because it's going to be packed. And anytime you have that shared experience with fans, just being downtown, and I plan on having lunch down there, go to the game, plan on having dinner down there, make an entire day of it, and just have a great time.
It's a blast.
And you can double dip. There's football later in the night, hockey later in the night. It's a long day, so I tell you, pace yourself if you're going to be partying.
Yes, please do, because there's nothing worse than that super drunk fan at Comerica Park that's off in the corner barfing.
Puking,
which I've seen.
It can be very entertaining, though.
For everybody
super drunk
else.
Fan,
I guess it's different when I was
just don't
working.
be that guy.
Yeah, don't be him or her.
Yeah.
But yeah, get down early. Take in the vibes. This is one of the cool, unique things that we do here in this city. Whether it's rain or snow, it's been snow sometimes, we party and we have a good time. This is kickoff of springtime. Get out there, have a good time. That's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey guys, it's Heather Park, and if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I couldn't be more excited about getting mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and let me tell you, the entire process was so easy. We went to the showroom, they talked to me about all of the tub's features, and they helped me pick out a hot tub that was perfect for me and my family. Plus, get this, they're going to deliver it, they're going to install it, and they're going to take care of all the maintenance too. They handle everything. It's a total breeze. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you'll be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
first game of the season that center field really came back to bite him. Parker Meadows makes that catch.
Most likely. Riley Green probably makes that catch.
Yeah. Tigers defense coming back to bite him a little bit. Some of the injuries, the lack of bench bats. I got Javi Baez with the bases loaded off the bench as a pinch hitter. Mm-hmm. Tigers are 2-4. Opening day's tomorrow. We want to know how you feel about this team, your outlook. Is it better, is it worse, or is it the same through 6 games? We'll open up the lines. We want to hear from you, 248-539-9797. We also have calls and texts reacting to Dear John. And we'll go to the phones where Adam and Pinckney will start us off. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
How we doing today?
Good.
Yeah, so my wife and I got married in 2000. And we had a relatively large wedding. We sent out a bunch of invitations. And one of a good family friend sent out an invitation, but never got an RSVP. But, we were crazy with wedding stuff and never followed up on it. And, for many years, we kind of went by and nobody ever talked about it. And then 2012, I believe it was, this individual came up to us with our wedding invitation. And we're like, well, what's this all about? And he says, look at it. Well, the postmark was 12 years after our wedding.
What?
So the invitation somewhere got lost in the mail or whatever, but it was just, something that was never talked about. We were kind of surprised that they didn't come to the wedding, and they were kind of surprised that they weren't invited to the wedding. And, then it was a chuckle, 12 years later that the postmark on the invitation.
Wow.
Did it become an issue at the time where they didn't show up and they were thinking they weren't invited? Was there ever any cold
animosity?
shoulder?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say cold shoulder, but there was just awkwardness because, like I said, my wife and I, we didn't really want to bring it up with them because, we didn't want to take and have that awkward conversation. It didn't really change how we saw these people, and, our social activities with them was, the same. It was just, there was always that elephant in our mind, and maybe I'm assuming they had probably the same thing. And
well, you're thinking, oh, these guys didn't show up to my wedding. I can't believe it. Meanwhile, they're going, they didn't even invite us to their wedding.
Exactly. So, unfortunately, a lot of weddings still do the snail mail. So there's a possibility for the Dear John that, it could have been in the mail someplace.
Adam, let me ask you this question. Do you wish at the time that you would have brought it up with your friends?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we invited the people that we wanted at our wedding. And, we wish we would have, followed up on why you didn't RSVP. But, again, we had 200 plus people at our wedding. And, if you followed up on everybody, you got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So, but it was just, I heard that they thought they should have been invited. And I thought I'd share that story.
It's a good story, Adam. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for listening. That's why you say something, I guess. Also, it's
always best to be upfront.
The wedding I most recently went to, we were able to RSVP online. I know that's more common now. Yeah, that's way easier. That way you're not worried about it getting lost in the mail.
I've never done that.
Really?
I've never seen it. I mean, I haven't been to a wedding of a younger generation. Do
you feel like you're like dating yourself when you say this? You're like,
I am old.
You're not old.
No.
I'm middle-aged. I'm halfway to death. I'm old. No, I've never RSVP'd online for a wedding.
You're further along than that, but...
Way to go, John.
Thanks, John.
You're at about 60% if we look at the math.
You think I'm going to die before 80?
That's what most people do.
Well, the average age is less than 80. I'm just saying averages. I don't think so. No, I don't think. I think I'm going to 100. So I'm yet to reach halfway.
I think 80 is a good goal. To be honest, I mean, you want to live as long as you can.
Yeah,
80 would mean
I'll live till 80.
Okay.
I hope so.
Me too.
Good to have goals.
Yeah.
Not invited to a coworker's wedding. Good. Sign the ticket texters.
Dodge that bullet.
House cleaners. The thing about house cleaners is even if you have them come every 2 weeks, you still have to pick up your crap at least every 2 weeks. You have to pre-clean for the cleaners.
You have to declutter because they're going to clean around whatever's on the counter. They're not going to tidy for you. They're going to clean. So you do have to pick up the toys, pick up the clutter.
Wife and I have 2 kids, 10 and 6, $100 every 2 weeks. Deep clean. Greatest marriage investment ever. Signed, Teacher Craig.
That's a great price, Teacher Craig. Send them my way because most of the house cleaners I've spoken with are way more than that.
My wife is a teacher. I work for Clausen DPW.
Go Trojans.
Shout out. We have a cleaner 2 times a month. It's so worth it, Aaron in Madison Heights.
I want it.
Yeah.
I want it so bad.
Colin.
How does he feel about it?
Bud.
Oh, he wants a cleaner too.
okay.
It's just we're going to be sending Brooks to school. Like there's a lot of things we're paying for and we have to prioritize, right?
I'm not going to read these people's phone numbers over the air, but people are texting in. Heather, here's our person. Yes.
Well, send them, give them to me.
I'll copy them over and we'll take care of that.
Yes.
And that's 2 teachers, by the way, for Tom giving you a hard time. Only the, millionaire athlete over here.
Every single family in my neighborhood that has young children like we do has a house cleaner.
It, like I said, when you walk into a house
rich or famous,
that is clean, it is just, it brings a smile to your face. It does. And but again, it doesn't take away from you, if you have kids, making sure that they contribute and pick up their stuff so that the cleaners can clean.
We've only had it once, and it is awesome to walk into the house, and it smells nice, and it's nothing like a clean house that you didn't clean yourself. It's kind of like they say with food. If you eat food that you didn't prepare, it tends to taste better.
So it's also, and I know we talked about this, at the holidays or, in moments where you're giving gifts. If you give the gift of, here's a gift certificate to get your house cleaned, that is one I think it's a great. Now it's a little bit on the heavier side, but it's
a little offensive though. Like, are you talking about giving it to a friend?
No, family.
Oh, here you go, Heather. Here's a gift card to Molly Maids or whatever.
Somebody,
you're a slob. You could use
this.
Exactly.
But if it's somebody like you, Heather, right? It's okay.
Someone like you, Heather,
announced that you would love to have this.
I would.
And all of a sudden, hey, if you're thinking ahead, 6 months down the road, hey, this would be a great gift for so-and-so.
I think it would be a great gift. Like if Colin got that as a gift, like, hey, guess what? I'm for Christmas, whatever, I'm doing this for us. Like that would be a great gift. I wouldn't love it if a family member got it.
I don't know if that goes for a spouse.
I think
That's kind of on the same level of
here's a vacuum cleaner.
Here's a vacuum cleaner. Here's a scale.
No, but it's the opposite. You're saying you don't have to do the cleaning. Someone else will.
Yeah, right. And if it was a friend or another family member, I would take that as judgment. Like, oh, you must think my house is really messy. Where my husband and I we're in it together.
A team. Yeah. Text wants to know any update on the female hockey player that showered with the dudes. We get this text like every week we do this. This is
yes, and it's the same guy, and he definitely has a fantasy. It's the same guy, and I think it's funny. No.
Is Hendon Hooker in this fantasy?
Yeah.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. We are getting texts on the Tigers as well. We'll kick off the 8 o'clock hour with that question. Do you feel better, worse, or the same about this baseball team? They play at Comerica tomorrow. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. We are just one day away from opening day in Detroit as the Tigers prepare to welcome in the White Sox for a series of 3. Tigers victorious in their last series against Seattle before dropping the finale yesterday 3-2. It is the first divisional matchup for Detroit this year as all AL Central teams currently hold a 2-4 record. Last night, the Pistons come up short at OKC 119-103, though they did bring it to within 4 with under 3.5 minutes to go. Pistons now sit a half game up on Milwaukee for 5th in the conference. They resume play on the road tomorrow against Toronto. Pistons owner Tom Gores releasing a lengthy statement late last night during the game against OKC. His statement addressing the physical altercation between Detroit and Minnesota the game prior that resulted in multiple player suspensions. Tom Gores making it clear he stands by his team. In college basketball, the Final Four begins Saturday with Auburn taking on Florida and Duke battling Houston. Florida and Duke both entering in as the favorites. And finally, the Red Wings with an off day today. They resume play tomorrow when they host Carolina. Detroit, with 8 games remaining on their schedule, still sit 4 points out of a playoff spot. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on The Ticket or head to 971theticket.com.
Better, worse, or the same? How do you feel about the Tigers after a 6-game road trip out west? Season outlook. Is it any different for you with them coming to town tomorrow? The party will be downtown. Hockey Town.
Wait. It's going to be so much fun.
Perfect. John, you feel better, worse, or the same about this baseball team?
I feel just about the same. And it's, so I'll say this, the roller coaster of emotions for this team always is going to have some frustration involved. But that's what you get in 162, especially when it's a team that is built the way this one is currently. And the injuries that played a factor in it yesterday, it bit the Tigers right where, and it handed them a loss. But I'm probably more optimistic after having seen them over 6 games, early overreaction, that I feel like, okay, maybe they're going to be a little bit better. They can weather the storm of not having Vierling, not having Parker Meadows a little bit better than I originally thought. But
even throwing Torres as an unexpected injury in the 6 games. Here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, from yesterday to today, I feel the same. And the frustration is a part of that, but I went into the season accepting the fact that I was going to have these frustrations.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way too, because I anticipated the defense would bite him occasionally. Colt Keith, what are we doing? 2 outs, throw to first. Kreidler, not a center fielder, right? I knew the defense was going to hurt him for stretches. So I can't freak out and go, I'm so much more concerned about this baseball team. You and I both thought they'd flirt with 500. And it's not that surprising that they were swept by the Dodgers, and it's not surprising they took 2 or 3 against Seattle. They're right where I thought they'd be right now. The surprises are Mize and Torque, a couple number 1 overall picks, but I'd say about the same. 248-539-9797. I did tweet this out right after the game to get kind of that instant reaction from people. 62% said they feel the same about this team. 23% say they feel better about the Tigers through 6 games. And 15% say they feel worse about this baseball team. I do think it's a painful reminder of their offense situation when Javi Baez is the bench bat you call to for the bases loaded in the 9th inning.
That seems so wrong. That, and we've seen this in previous years where Javi Baez isn't in the field, but he's the DH. Really? That your worst hitter is your designated hitter?
And they liked him better than Kreidler, who also isn't a good hitter.
But he went yard yesterday. And then you bring him in as your pinch hitter. Now, in the moment, and we'll get a chance to talk to AJ. But
tomorrow,
tomorrow. And in the moment, because of his mindset and approach to play, like he wants to be that big play guy. He wants to be the guy that comes in and saves the day. He wants to be the hero. And so you could tell on his first swing, like he was swinging for the fences. He wanted it all in one swing.
Well, a fly ball ties the game.
Right.
So get a hold of one. But that's the problem. He doesn't get a hold of one. And John, once he got 2 strikes,
he was a little dribbler.
We knew how that was going to end. Once he got Javi in a position where he's already a free swinger, and now he's got to swing.
What was frustrating was, okay, he swings for the fences, hitting the long ball, the long fly ball, whatever, if he had just made contact. And then the second one, I'm guessing he got fooled on the pitch that he was thrown, but it was right down the middle. And then he, does what he does, and you get thrown out at home plate. And then, McKinstry is up. And it was a terrible at-bat. Swing at one that was outside the strike zone.
Pitches.
And then again, let one go right down the middle without swinging. It just was frustrating.
Couple quick texts on it. I hope someone lets Keith know that there's a game tomorrow so he doesn't forget something easy like that. Ridiculous. TT. Did you say Colt Keith said after the game he knew there were 2 outs?
Yeah. So probably like you and everybody else, we were looking at the score bug thinking, is the score bug wrong?
Did I miss something?
Is there only 1 out? But yeah, he admitted after the game that he knew there were 2 outs.
He just took the turn the wrong way and then
brain fart.
Just threw to second base inexplicably. Tigers are going to lose many games like they did yesterday. Defense biting him in the ass. Stupid plays like Keith And he highlights the other one, pausing in the ninth inning, should have come home. Even the broadcasters were baffled and called him out. He could have tied that game.
Mm-hmm.
If you're kind of in between, you can't be in between. Go all in.
Yeah, go all in. And there's no one in that stadium that had a better view than Colt Keith because it was right between third and short. He's looking at the shortstop. He's looking at third base. He is looking at the ball off the bat. You got to be able to read the ball off the bat. And I thought for sure that was going to be one, and there would have been a play at the plate. Safe or out, I don't know what the outcome would be, but I think Colt Keith is maybe not, he's no Parker Meadows, but he's not the slowest guy on the team.
No, he'd make it close.
And we all think Cora is going to send him.
Oh, yeah.
That's his trademark. And so, yeah, there'd be a play at the plate, but you give yourself a chance.
Hinch needs to get over himself with only having Rogers catch Skubal. The Tigers need bats. Get Dingler in there more often.
He's been good.
He has been. We've gotten some of these in the first week of the season. I'm not stressed at all about the catcher situation. It's a lot like running backs in the NFL. You need two. If you have a superstar, fine, but most teams play and need two, especially night game to day game. You're going to need both these guys. So I'm not really sweating right now who's playing more and who needs to play more. There's trade-offs. Rogers is great defensively. He frames pitches. He throws runners out. He's got great rapport with your ace and Skubal. But Dingler was the catcher for Joe because of their rapport. And as Dingler gets more comfortable with these pitchers, and especially if he hits, it could end up being 50-50 or 60-40.
Yeah, even more Dingler than Rogers.
Sure. I mean, I think that's the trade-off right now is defense versus offense. Kreidler's on the team because they value defense, but you got to give these pitchers a lead. You got to score. You can't be sitting there in the ninth inning going, it's Javi Baez and Zach McKinstry.
Yeah, and Justin Henry Malloy had plenty of opportunity to stake his claim at a roster spot.
Yeah. On the housekeeper, probably a good idea to get a cleaning service if you're a person that doesn't wash their feet. Signed Jay in Madison Heights. Heather catching strays.
You too.
Grubby
but
feet.
It's all on me usually.
I think people don't.
I don't think they'll wash your feet for you. That's a different.
I mean, I could probably find someone to do that.
I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could. I have no doubt you could.
I don't doubt that either. Texter says, if I see McKinstry and Kreidler hitting back-to-back, I will commit a felony. Yeah, not happy about it. Trey Sweeney's ninth inning was way more frustrating than Javi's was. He had a terrible AB as well. You noticed the very first game of the season, John, that the final three or four batters in this lineup most days are going to be leaving a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and that's the frustrating thing is as water starts to find its level, how good is Torque going to be? Now, I'm not going to throw him under the bus because it's the first game that he goes 0 for. But we're also seeing Riley Green come back up to where we expect him to be. I mean, he was good in that series.
Yeah.
They even mentioned on the broadcast, the TV broadcast, that his single, at the beginning of the game there was his first one base in that because it had been doubles and it had been home runs.
All extra bases. Yeah. As a note they made. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. Talking about the Tigers, do you feel better, worse, or the same as we get set for the party tomorrow, downtown Detroit? Look, if they were 0-6 or 6-0, we would be partying tomorrow regardless. Mm-hmm. But the outlook, the mood for the season. Let's get to Joe on a cell. Joe, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good. Hey, I feel pretty good about them. There's going to be a move that's going to be made during the season. But what gets me is Keith is becoming kind of a problem a little bit. Like on that throw to second when Rogers was trying to pick that guy off. Why was he coming up so far in front of the bag to catch the ball?
Oh, you're saying for the tag that he missed. Yeah.
Yeah, that he missed. You're supposed to stay back when somebody's telling get closer to the bag, not further from the bag, and then have to reach for him. He clearly missed him. You can see that.
So really, three questionable plays.
I don't question the missed tag because the throw took him up the line.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Joe.
Yeah, appreciate it, Joe.
I mean that the throw was there, and he had to go up the line. That to me, it was a great slide by the Seattle base runner.
He's a good base runner too. I think Bliss was a base runner on that. Thoughts on Skubal through 2 starts?
Again, frustration where it's like you got to take the good with the bad. Like he's missed his mark a couple of times, and I thought 4 straight pitches and a walk was something that surprised me yesterday. It's the home run. He's given up, 3 home runs in 2 games?
Which was an issue a couple years ago. He settled down last year.
But then you look at it and you go, well, 8 strikeouts in 5.2 was pretty good. And he in those he looked really good.
I think he retired 7 of the last 8. But the problem was when Keith has that mistake, Skubal needed to dial in.
You got to go full Cy Young on that.
Yeah, you can't groove one. And it's not, again, if Keith makes the play, we're not even talking about it. They get out of the inning, they likely win the game. I'm certainly more mad at Keith than Skubal, but Skubal grooved one in there, put it in a spot where his shortstop playing center field, minor league center fielder, didn't make the play in center. But I'm not panicking with Skubal.
No, but again, that just adds to the frustration because we've thought, and I think I put it in my email to you guys, Skubal can't start over in 2 starts, right?
Yeah, how can you lose the Skubal starts?
Yeah, the Skubal starts are the ones where you're banking on that. Those are going to be your best chance at wins, just from a pitching standpoint. And now he is 0 in 2 starts.
Tigers are 2-4, swept by the Dodgers. Took the series against the Mariners. Back home tomorrow. Do you feel better, worse, or the same? It's 97-1. If you're injured in a car accident, KG Law is the law firm that cares about you. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He built his business on the idea of going above and beyond for his clients. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check him out online, kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Lawrence KG has won millions because he fights and he wins big. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now, kgcares.com, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. It would end as the game deciding winning run for the Seattle Mariners. 3-2 winners. Tigers still take the series with Seattle, 2-4, heading into tomorrow's opening day celebration. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Thursday. We've asked guys a simple question. You had thoughts about this baseball team as they come home. Do you feel better, worse, or the same? 248-539-9797. John, you and I both thought they'd be about a 500 baseball team. There's no harm in losing to the Dodgers. They took 2 of 3 against the Mariners. They're kind of right where they're supposed to be. It's about survival early in the season with all the injuries. Yesterday's game, we got to see the warts. We got to see what not having Parker Meadows in center field looks like. We got to see what this defense is going to give them on some nights. Colt Keith just inexplicably throwing to second base. And we see what it means late in the ball game when you don't have enough bats. And Javi Baez is the guy you call on. You are volunteering Javi Baez to enter the game with the bases loaded to try to win it. There are flaws with this baseball team. The division's not very good. They can fight. They can claw. We don't think they're going to make the playoffs. So right now I feel the same. Are there signs of life from Torkelson and Casey Mize and others? Sure. Some people say they feel better, but most people say they feel the same. Ticket Texter says he feels worse. Oh. He says, I checked out last year until the final 2 or 3 weeks. I didn't realize how bad Keith was at second defensively. I figured everybody was being hyperbolic about how bad the defense would be, but it was on full display. I feel worse. Texter says, I'm not worried about the Tigers. I think we're playing as good as we thought. Everyone seems to be seeing the ball good in the box, taking a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
Well, other than, McKinstry and Baez, Sweeney at the end of the game. Yeah. Too many people bashing Keith and drinking Torkelson Kool-Aid, who, according to Hot Zones, can't hit anything not pitched directly down the middle.
Well, I mean, we'll see as this thing all, as we get further down the road. And here's the other thing is for a team that is probably going to be fighting to stay at 500 all season long, and for a division that is not great, especially now, all teams are tied at 2-4. Is this a game or games like it? It only would take a handful of games that you should have won or you should have been in position to win.
Yes.
When you get to the end of the season and you're looking, I guess if we just had that one game, are we looking back to game 6 and saying, God, is that one going to keep us out of the postseason?
Every team will do it, but yes, this will be one that we will look back on and go, it's a Scooble start. You should have had 0 runs if Colt Keith throws the ball over to first base. You win the game, albeit ugly, low scoring the way you have to win it, if you don't have 2 rough defensive plays, Keith and Kreidler, who's only here for defense in center field.
And that's what makes the frustrations even more, is games like that get away, that who knows if they win it, who knows what happens after that, but it's one where they should have given themselves a better chance to win.
With Torkelson, I don't want to gloss over what the guy said there. We're really excited after the first couple games, had hits in the first 5 games.
Yeah.
Multi-strike out the last 2. Did we get too excited too soon?
Well, I think we all measured it in regards to, what we saw in spring has carried over to the regular season, but nobody was sitting there going, this is going to be a guy that hits 40 home runs. This is going to be a guy that is going to be a 300 average hitter.
I thought it was a necessary pump the brakes moment, though. Like, I'm rolling with it. I want him to be great. He certainly has looked better, but it was a pump the brakes moment because guys will adjust. They'll pitch him differently, and if he doesn't make the adjustments, he's going to be right back in the same boat he was.
Sure.
Let's get to Roy, who's been waiting on a cell. Roy, good morning.
Good morning from AAA Tiger Town.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I was at the playoff game last year in Cleveburg where Scooble dealed, and I was actually in what would be considered K-line corner watching that home run land in a sea of red and blue angry folks. So I have that great taste in my mouth for what next season could be, and I've had it since I left that stadium. Yes, I was disappointed, but we weren't supposed to be there anyways. So having said that, this year, Sparky Anderson always said, you can't win a championship in April, but you can darn sure lose one. I think April is all about chemistry. When you have young, mid, and older folks on the team, you need to find out who's got what for what situation. And I think when you start out the season against everyone's favorite to win the World Series and you look at least moderately decent, if not better, in all 3 games, I think that says a lot for what this team can be. And I think we're all, if we're looking at it through pessimistic eyes, yeah, you can pick at every little thing. But in the grand scheme of things, if Mize and the other people help Skubal, and he's not the only pitcher that's winning that we're confident in, I think we have a heck of a season ahead of us. And this is going to be exciting for sure.
I think it could be exciting. I think you're right. I think there is a lot that you could be. If you're a glass is half full type of individual, then you're going to talk about, how they played against the Dodgers, even if they win or even if they lost. And it's not moral victories, but it's looking at what are they going to do against the other teams that are more like the Tigers and less like the Dodgers.
How do you measure up? Yeah. And those are what those games are all about.
Nobody's measured up against the Dodgers yet.
I think he said they looked as good or better. They didn't look better than the Dodgers.
No.
But measured up.
They lost all three.
Yes. I know people are complaining about the ninth inning of the second game, and it looked like the runner was safe.
Still lost.
Yeah, exactly. Ticket Texter says, the end of that game was brutal. 1 out, Baez and McKinstry due up, brutal. Neither should even be in the lineup, let alone at the plate with the game on the line. Well, that's what the frustrating part is.
You really he wasn't in the lineup, but they put him in the lineup at that point.
Well, the alternative is Kreidler.
Right.
Who doesn't hit major league pitching consistently, right? Who wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the injuries. So they went with Javi Baez against a right-handed pitcher.
It's frustrating.
What do you guys think? I'm kind of right now overreacting maybe a little bit, but I'm already done with Kreidler. I mean, it's the same guy that screwed up running the bases last year in Arizona. Remember that one? Like that was people forget about it. It was awful. Like he's got to make that play yesterday.
So who plays center if you're done with him?
I'm ready to deal with Green and Margot.
Yeah,
and I'm willing to take the hit defensively because if Kreidler can't make that play yesterday, then it's not worth taking his poor hitting. I'd rather have Margot in the lineup with Green than Carpenter, Malloy until Vierling gets back. Like
there was one host who pre-bitched about this very thing.
Oh, who was that?
I don't want to do the "I told you so" routine because it's early.
No, but you'd be willing to do it.
But a certain host,
But
a certain host who will not be named because that'd be gratuitous. We don't need to be doing that.
Through
that's
6 games, that's the perfect time to do it.
We're all overreacting, and we know that. It's a point. If Kreidler can't be in the game for defense or offense, he can go be a mud hen. And who plays center? More Riley Green. If they don't want to do it every day, didn't we see the Javi experiment? I mean, if you're going to put Javi's bat in there. And
I'd rather have Javi hit than Kreidler.
That's what I'm saying. They made that determination too. It's not saying much.
No.
But if you're comfortable playing Javi in center field every, third or fourth day, why is Kreidler here?
We haven't seen Javi in center yet.
Not in the regular season.
Right. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna. We also saw Spencer Torkelson in the outfield in spring training.
You don't think we're gonna see?
I don't think we're gonna see that either.
Texter says, I feel just fine 6 games in. We're in first place, Dave and Saginaw.
Yes, we're tied.
Yeah, Tom, why are you trying to tinker with the roster when we got the first place Detroit Tigers coming home for a party tomorrow, baby?
I just thought, look, Kreidler has to make that play for Skubal. You want to complain about Skubal? Skubal's a winning pitcher if Kreidler makes that play yesterday.
And Twitch just pointed that out. Skubal pitched well enough to win if the defense plays how it's supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, Colt Keith is really getting torn apart today. I do think Kreidler deserves blame for he should have made that catch. I was listening on the radio at the time. Scales was like, yeah, that was a semi-tough play. And Dickerson's like, that's an error.
Why is that never called? I know this is going to be like old man baseball. Why do they score it this way?
Because he didn't touch it. I don't think he touched it. But that's why. I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't.
Like outfielders can't get errors unless it hits them in the face. Like,
they didn't give Colt Keith an error.
I know, but it should be. Would a reasonable player make the out via range, decision making, catching the ball? If you are supposed to make that play as a major leaguer and you don't, the scorer should rule it an error. Keith's play was an error.
Yeah.
Kreidler's play should have been an error. What does it actually matter? Well, it matters for Skubal's ERA because I got a ticket texter who goes, oh, his ERA's over 6. That doesn't tell the full story. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. The guy says, good news, we can sign Skubal for less. He has a 6.0 ERA. Negotiations imminent.
It's actually 5.9. Just, hey.
Well, now it's going to be more expensive.
Numbers matter.
It's going to be more expensive now that it's sub 6. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. 850. Got a broad Detroit sports conversation. I want to know if I'm personally guilty of this. I won't lump John in. I won't speak for John. It's going to be dangerous. I'll speak for myself. I want to know if I'm guilty of something. It's a broad Detroit sports chat. It's 97.1. Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. We've got Heather's News coming up and a conversation about all Detroit sports, whether I'm justified in feeling the way I do. I may be guilty of something called sports radio brain. Ticket texters say, nothing like $30 million wasted on second baseman we didn't need and a pitcher we need even less. He was about to retire. Imagine having a switch-hitting power bat like Santander. Instead, we have Kreidler and McKinstry playing daily. He's right.
Yeah.
That's not even factoring in all the injuries and other stuff. That's just a sound point. The most disappointing thing is the center field situation. Admittedly, no one was expecting to lose their first three options at the position, but to have a guy who's never played the position and can't hit, his weight is a limitation. If Veerling and Meadows are going to be out 2 months, at some point you need to bring up an outfield prospect.
Okay, who? And I know everybody's going to say...
Max Clark. He's in high A, guys.
Yeah.
It may be 6 games into the season, but get used to talking about how the Tigers should have won games if it wasn't for a Swiss cheese defense. And another person, Matt in Mount Clemens, says their defense will cost them over a dozen games and a playoff spot.
Hey, that texture about the center fielder coming up, just throw a name out there. He had his warts hitting-wise, but what he's referring to, at least defensively, if you're going to put up the bat at bat, you're getting a luxury in the outfield. And it was Jacoby Jones. Remember him? He was a very good outfielder. Well, he couldn't.
You mean Jahmai Jones?
No, I'm a guy from the past.
Okay.
That people got frustrated with. Eventually, didn't make it in the majors, but he was a revered prospect in some ways in the game because of his defense. And everybody was like, "Well, if you could ever hit, well, you're not even getting that with Kreidler. That's the point. You're not getting the good defense."
Did I miss? Is Jahmai Jones healthy? Didn't everybody get really excited about him in spring?
Yeah.
He could hit lefties, and it was like, hey, maybe he'll make the roster. And I feel like we've just completely forgotten about him, even with the injuries. I might be missing something on it. Maybe he is hurt or he's struggling. I know they'd have to make room on the 40-man, but come on, put the best product out in the Major League roster. Other than the home run, Skubal has pitched just fine. John, there was a Twitch message, I think, that summed it up well.
Yeah, Skubal's pitched well enough to win, but he's made enough mistakes to lose as well. And, I mean, it kind of nails it.
Simple, but right, true. Before we get to Heather's news, you see Alexander Ovechkin's closing in on this Gretzky mark?
Yeah, what is he, 3 away from taking it, 2 from tying?
Yes. And I know you said the other day you were watching some Capitals hockey just because.
Yeah, I mean, you want to watch the moment, right?
Of course. And now with him being 3 away, he's a hat trick away. It could happen any night.
Mm-hmm.
The question we were talking about off the air, does it take anything away if he does it on an empty net?
Nope. Not for me. Because it's, okay, the moment may not be as dramatic. You don't have him, going between his legs and going top shelf. But you got to take into account everything, the entirety of what he has done and is doing.
What would be your way to do it? I do think an empty netter ruins it a little. And it just
perfect way is a power play goal because he's a power play machine. It'd be from the dot. It'd be a one-timer. He'd score it. It'd be poetic. The moment would be perfect. It'd be anticlimactic if it's an empty net goal, but you take it any way you can get it. It's still awesome because that Gretzky mark has stood for so long, and I don't know that we ever thought someone was going to break it, but he's such a good goal scorer. It's deserving, and he's the best to do it.
When we talk about records that'll never be broken, for a long time, that was a part of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm stunned that it's going to be broken, and you can't find a hole in the Ovechkin argument that he deserves the title of greatest goal scorer ever. I mean,
he's doing it in about the same number of games in an era where he was drafted, where it was a lot harder to score goals.
Yep. Now, is he the greatest player ever? I would say no, but greatest goal scorer ever. I just don't know how you can say he's not. My favorite way for him to do it would be a one-timer from the top of the circle. To me, that's his vintage goal, where he just beats the goalie. Because his shot is one of the best ever.
Texter points out if Ovi does it in the next 2 games, he will have done it in the same number of games as Wayne Gretzky. It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. It'd be awesome. If he did it in the same number of games, that would be that would add to it. Just like it's not going to take away from it if it's an empty netter. Sure, the moment might be a little anticlimactic, but it's not going to take away anything from the net. The
accomplishment's legitimate. I know people will point out he's got however many empty net goals in his career. Ovechkin's the best goal scorer we've ever seen in hockey. It does make you feel the weight of how ridiculous what Wayne Gretzky did, and that no one's going to catch him in points. That's the truly unbreakable mark. Because you go, oh well, if Gretzky and Ovechkin have played the same number of games, surely Ovi's got to be close to him in points. It's not even close.
No.
It's not even close. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, this is really cool. There is a group of MSU students who have created something that I would like to get my hands on. They have invented the world's first shoelaces that never come untied. My shoelaces come untied all of the time. Taking the kids on a walk, always stopping. And Colin always looks at me. He's like, just double knot them. And I was like, I hate double knotting them because then you can't get them off as easy. Whatever. Well, these students, they're all former athletes. They say their laces are stronger than steel, that a single knot can pull a 6,000-pound truck. Plus, they're lightweight, fire resistant, never fray. And
so you don't have to worry about your feet going on fire.
At least not the laces.
Yeah.
They look like regular laces, but I believe that they're like these micro Velcro laces. I mean, it's genius. It seems so simple. Like to have laces that will lock together like a Velcro.
So hard is it to untie them, actually?
I don't think it's all that difficult, which seems crazy because if it could pull a 6,000 pound, I don't know a lot about it.
You haven't
John,
tested them yourself?
but
I didn't know you couldn't tie your shoes.
Their company is like taking off. Ha ha ha. The students
They make
launched their
Velcro,
brand.
Heather.
I can tie my shoes. My shoes just always come untied.
Just buy Velcro then.
No,
Crocs.
but you know
You can wear Crocs. There's other ways, Heather.
You know what Colin has done?
Well, she doesn't want them to come untied because if they come untied and they loosen up a little bit, some of that,
foot odor
could come out.
Yeah. Colin has bought like those little, they're sometimes on hoodies and things like the little like clamp things.
Oh, yeah.
So he doesn't even have to, he literally replaced his like workout shoes, took the laces out and put these like elastic, like.
Yeah.
Simple.
I haven't gone that far. Anyway, back to the story.
Can Emily tie her shoes?
No.
Okay.
She does know about the little bunny ears though.
Okay.
The little bunny
Yeah,
ears.
No, Velcro is amazing for kids.
Yeah. They launched their brand at SneakerCon Detroit. That was during the NFL draft. Sold out within 4 hours. Now they've gotten a patent for their shoelaces. They're pitching it all over the place, and their company is just taking off.
Well, good for them.
And they design different shoelaces for different sports.
Makes sense.
I don't know why one shoelace would be better for a soccer player over a basketball player. I don't know a lot about it. I just read the article. I'm sure there's a lot more into it that...
All kinds of science and data and stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, good for them.
Getting rid of the double knot.
Pretty cool. Memphis Grizzlies star John Morant could face punishment from the NBA after making a hand gesture towards the Golden State Warriors bench. This was late in Tuesday night's game. So the league says it is looking into the incident after he pointed finger guns at the Warriors bench. And multiple Warriors, not quite like that. Not like the Wild West. It wasn't quite like that.
Can you demonstrate for us?
It wasn't like that. It was... No, guys. Anyway,
a little bang flag comes out of the finger.
Multiple Warriors.
Did you shoot a rubber
players.
band at the same time?
It's not funny. He got in trouble, and he could get in even more trouble.
I know he has a history, and that's
He
why
does.
with actual guns,
Yes,
which is
he
what makes this
does.
concerning. But I
Yeah.
think we over police too many of these celebrations in sports to begin with.
Let's ban the finger pistol.
Anyway, he did receive a technical foul for this gesture, and so did one of the Warriors guards because they imitated the gesture as well. So they both got it, but they're still looking into.
But we've seen college football, and I think the NFL, they're going to crack down on this stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, did they bring out the nun with the ruler and just smack him on the finger pistol? No.
Listen to this story. So there is a Georgia father of 3 who was recently arrested after he left his young kids at a McDonald's unattended so he could go to a nearby interview. 24-year-old guy, Chris Lewis, walked to this McDonald's with his three kids from his apartment. They're 1, 6, and 10 years old. And then he let the kids play in, the play area that this McDonald's has, near the dining room. And then he went to this interview. Obviously, other customers there were a little worried about these kids because they were there with no parent, no guardian, no anybody watching them. So they called the police. Well, police showed up. And when he arrived back to the McDonald's from his interview, this was about 2 hours in total that the kids spent there.
2 hours?
Yeah, he said they got there just before 4:30 p.m. and he arrived at 6:20.
Oh my goodness,
it's a long interview.
But it did say he did pop back in to check on them once and then left again. So he did, whatever.
They were unsupervised,
yes.
and one of them is a 1-year-old.
1-year-old, 6 and 10. And anyway, so he told the police that he didn't own a car. He left the children behind because he didn't want them to walk back to his home as he went to this interview. He was arrested and charged with deprivation of a minor. They waited there till this woman's wife showed up.
This man's wife.
Yeah. Yes, this man's wife and took the kids back home. But the story kind of went viral and Antonio Brown heard it.
Oh, Yeah. Okay.
And
yeah. The moral compass for all of us.
He started a GoFundMe for this guy because he said, you know what? He said, this story caught me by surprise. A dad just trying to find a way to make money for his family. I know he shouldn't just leave his kids, but some people don't have the means for babysitting, etc. So he started a GoFundMe and donated $1,000 himself towards this gentleman.
It probably would have been better off. How far did he say home was?
I mean, they walked there. It couldn't have been that
Right.
far.
So the 10-year-old, again, depending on the maturity of the 10-year-old, but could the 10-year-old would they have been better off at home with the 10-year-old in supervision? 1-year-old, that changes the equation, but
Apparently this dad didn't think so. I mean,
That was a surprisingly mature response from Antonio Brown, by the way. To be like, hey, I want to help a guy out who's trying to help his family, acknowledging that you can't leave the kids.
Yeah.
I was surprised. When you say Antonio Brown, I did not think
Yeah.
we were going to get that.
No, me neither. As of late Tuesday, it had raised over $28,000, this GoFundMe. So
It's Heather with the news.
Yep.
What is sports radio brain? Is it a thing? It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, tomorrow is opening day at Comerica Park, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles, and they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside's iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside's Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Are we crazy or are they too patient? Are you sensing a theme with Detroit sports right now? John, I'll speak for myself.
Please do.
And I'll give you all the room to judge. But I'm frustrated with the collective someday attitude from our teams. And some are more guilty than others. But all of the teams feel like it's about 2 to 3 years from now and less about right now. I probably have to exclude the Pistons just because it's fresh and they're just starting to win, and this summer we'll get a sense of how they want to build off success.
Trade your landing, year one.
But the other three, the Red Wings, there's been no urgency. There's been little, if any, progress. And I'm still fighting with people on Twitter about it. It's my own personal problem. But
I think the argument is that not only is there not progress, there's regress.
Right. And a hesitancy to be bold and aggressive and push this forward because, well, someday all the draft picks will be here. We see that same mindset with the Lions, who are coming off a 15-win season. It's about keeping our own and managing the books for 26 and 27. Brad Holmes stressing to the fans this week, we're not going to make this big splash. Meanwhile, Trey Hendrickson is available, publicly fighting with the Bengals in the media. And then I look to the Tigers, who I know they tried for Bregman, and I hate to even bring his name up because then we get into a different conversation. But the Tigers, too, are very much reliant on a young core from last season. I don't want to go there. My point is they're all doing the same thing. And I think I'm approaching this as a fan. I'm a fan when this microphone turns off. But when the microphone is on, I know some of you look at it and go, you're just mad they're not doing things because it makes your job interesting. Am I guilty of sports radio brain, or is this a real frustration that you guys are feeling right now that collectively in the city, we're too patient? We have a playoff team a baseball team that made the playoffs last year, a hockey team that was 1 point out, a football team that won 15 freaking games. Have any of them stepped up to the plate to say, let's go get Brendan Shanahan, let's go get Rasheed Wallace, let's go do the things that previous champions in this city have done? And the collective answer is, we're a year or two away. Just you wait. It's coming. We promise. And I hope they're all right. I know they've all made progress, but you can't rely solely on your draft. It's the backbone, but it's not your whole roster. John, I look to you. Some teams are more guilty of it than others, but I think collectively we have this malaise in our city where we're more focused on the future than we are the now.
So, I mean, just ask Al Avila and Troy Weaver if they can just solely rest on the draft.
Right.
No, they can't. I'm very frustrated with the Wings. I'm frustrated with the Tigers, having gone to the postseason and really doing nothing other than hoping that Jackson Jobe is going to be a stud pitcher. Casey Mize coming back from injury, things that were here before. Jace Young, hoping that he takes over at third base. Well, now he's down in the minor leagues. There was a level that, and they tried, they didn't accomplish it, but free agency isn't the only way to add players. The draft isn't the only way to add players. You can make trades.
Yep.
And when plan A doesn't work out, and there's no other good option for you to go spend money on in free agency, then you got to go to plan B and say, okay, well, let's identify some third basemen or some bats that we might be able to use some of this great wealth that we have in our minor leagues, spend some of those prospects to bring in a proven bat, a proven player that's going to make us better now, while we are also allowing these other players to develop. Pistons, you mentioned it. I'm going to wait till this offseason. It's nice to see somebody running the team that can actually put a team on the floor, not just players on the floor. And I am excited to see what he'll do, whether it's free agency trades leading up to next year. How can he continue to build this team that is going to be a postseason team?
Yeah.
The Lions. I know it always comes back to Brad Holmes, the Lions. You didn't get Myles Garrett. You didn't get Max Crosby. And Trey Hendrickson is there. And it appears that he is available.
Yeah.
There's a very public spat going on between Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Do you have some of the quotes?
I do have some of the quotes. So this is, let me just get her name so I have the right people to blame. Kade Blackburn.
Yeah, she's
an
executive
vice president. And this is what she had to say. I believe it came out yesterday. It's on him, meaning Trey, to be happy at some point. He should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. Okay, that's interesting. That's probably best left unsaid.
Basically, shut up and take our offer.
Mm-hmm. And here's Trey Hendrickson in his response to Kade. That was a little disappointing because communication has been poor over the last couple of months. That's something I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been a little bit frustrating. And then he goes on to have some bullet points about what he wants or doesn't want. Doesn't want to be the highest paid or first in line. Feels like he's been as patient as possible. And then here's the one thing that I think is really the middle of the standoff. He wants some guaranteed money.
Of course he does.
They are, this is his quotes. I'm not looking for, quote, incentives that will be out of my control. So to me, that means it's not about how many sacks you get. It's about the defense being a top 10 defense or a top 15 defense, and all of the incentives, or at least a lot of money being tied to the entirety of the defense playing better and being productive. He can only accomplish what he can accomplish. He can't play better corner because they're not going to bring in a better corner. Yeah. He can't play linebacker, and it's up to them to add to the defense. And if they had added to the defense, he might have been a little bit more apt to say, okay, I'll take some of those incentives, but it's not going to be the bulk of the contract. That's where they're at. I also know that they are not playing the Philadelphia Eagles if they get that Thursday night matchup tonight, are they?
I will double check the calendar, but
No.
I'm pretty sure no, John. They're not playing a football game tonight. I think we'd have a completely different radio show today if they were.
And so there are no games on the horizon, at least in the near future. They also have a draft.
Yeah.
And Dan Campbell addressed the media. I took the butcher knife to some of the things that he had to say, cut it up, and played it yesterday. And one of the quotes was, and I'm going to paraphrase, we could still add players. Our roster is not set. We can add before the draft. We will certainly have some draft picks, so we will add at the draft. We can add after the draft.
Yeah, but when Brad
so there is plenty of time because Trey Hendrickson, it doesn't appear that the marriage will continue in Cincinnati. So there are 31 other cities that he could end up in. Right now, is he in one of those 31 other cities?
No, John.
No, he is not.
John, the key, though, is, I hope they draft an edge in one of the first two rounds. They need a long-term play there. But
I'm not saying that's the answer.
But I'm saying Hendrickson is more polished than anybody they're going to draft.
And
we're talking about winning a
correct.
Super Bowl in 2025. Brad Holmes believes in his draft, and he's drafted so well, and he's built a great roster. But don't they need a Shanahan? Don't they need a Rasheed Wallace to get over the hump?
Because they need football players. Sorry, smartass.
I think Rasheed could play football.
Yeah, he might be able to, yeah. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, he deserves that.
Yes.
The point I wanted to make to you is, fine, I'll use a football analogy. The last 5 NFC champions who all played in and some won the Super Bowl made a big move. The last 5 years.
I like being the smart guy every once
funny?
in a while. Yeah,
it's a good time. Last year, Barkley's the bold move for the Eagles. The year before, Christian McCaffrey, the NFC champions, they added him. The year before that, the Philadelphia Eagles, A.J. Brown. The year before that, the Rams, Matthew Stafford. The year before that, the Bucks, Tom Brady. 3 of those 5 won the Super Bowl. All 5 played in the Super Bowl. My question to you and to Lions fans who are fighting this need to add, who is the external addition that puts you on that level to where you're not one of the contenders, but you're the front runner, the favorite, and the guys that actually win the whole thing? Because a lot of this is just talk unless you win the whole thing. Oh, we were in talks to acquire, add the player, win the Super Bowl. We're in that stage of this now. It's not enough to be in talks, in the playoffs, in the discussion. You have to do it. That's where we're at with this team.
Yes. But again, we don't play the Eagles tonight.
John,
and I will continue this conversation.
All right, fine.
After the update.
97.1. Some ticket text. Are the teams too patient or am I too crazy? Am I caught up in sports radio brain? I approach it as a fan. These are my teams. I grew up rooting for them. I'm frustrated with the collective inaction. Our baseball team made the playoffs, won a playoff series, and did very little. I look at our hockey team, which is on 6 years. I know it takes longer in hockey. I try to know puck as best I can, but they're going the wrong way, and we haven't seen any urgency. And with the Lions, they're on the edge of the Super Bowl, and I just went down all the NFC contenders in recent years, the teams that played in the Super Bowl. They went out and added an external player. Howie Roseman wasn't like, well, our cap might be screwed up in 3 years. No, they went out and got A.J. Brown and paid him. They paid Saquon Barkley and then gave him more money. What are the Lions going to do to step up and get it done? They're more concerned with 2026 and 2027's salary cap space than they are making that move right now. Ticket text phone calls. I was in the camp of being upset at the lack of urgency, but I feel like for years teams would sign a big name and that it would never work. I feel like maybe this take your time and build strategy will provide extended success. Mike in Brighton, he's on board with what the teams are doing. Texter says, the Lions have been good for 2 years. With Detroit teams, I've been told to be patient my entire life. Some way along the way, we need to go hard and chase titles. It's the other side of this. Nothing like $30 million wasted on a second baseman we didn't need. Imagine having a second baseman we didn't need and a pitcher who was about to retire. Imagine having a power bat like Santander. Instead, we have Kreidler and McKinstry. Texter says, I was in the camp of being... Oh, I just read that one. This one says, I do think you have some radio host brain. It does make sense to say all the teams are good. Why aren't they making big moves? Adam in Brighton.
Okay, so let me get back to the Detroit Lions. They're not playing the Eagles tonight, which I've already mentioned, and you've agreed that that's a fact.
Yes.
They will have a draft, and Dan has said we could still add players all the way up until the first game. Josh Pascal is not a starting edge. I don't believe Marcus Davenport is a starting edge. I don't believe Al-Quadin Muhammad is a starting edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And if they get to the start of the regular season and Josh Pascal is starting in that spot, then I'll be upset.
Right.
But until then, I'm going to... And everybody wants the bright, shiny object. And I know you want it now. You want Trey Hendrickson to be on the roster on April the 3rd. And that makes you feel all nice and warm and fuzzy inside that this team is going on to win a Super Bowl. Even if they sign him, there's no guarantee that they win a Super Bowl. It gives you better odds. There's no question about that.
That's all I'm asking for.
But at this point, I don't think Trey Hendrickson is playing for the Cincinnati Bengals next year. I think he'll play for one of 31 other teams. And the Lions are still in the market as one of those 31 other teams. Do I think, has Brad Holmes done anything to make you believe that he'll make this move? No, until he makes a move like this. And so I look at this as it could happen before the draft, it could happen on draft day, it could happen after the draft. As Dan Campbell has stated, this is not the final roster. So I'm willing to have some more patience until we get to the regular season and then look at what this roster says to me.
Yeah.
And if it says to me that we just are hoping to stay healthy, then I'll have a problem with that because it's not going to be any better. They had one of the best rosters in the NFL last year, and it got whittled away. Do I think that they have an issue this year with defensive line injuries? Not as much as last year. I'd say that probably won't be the case, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't flip the line of scrimmage and they have those issues on the offensive line or at wide receiver or, God forbid, running back or quarterback. Quarterback's a different conversation, so I don't really want to loop that one in here. But there is still plenty of time for them to make a deal with Cincinnati. And then let's just take what Dan Campbell had to say a little bit more yesterday, where, and he said this, we got to be cautioned not to fall in love with our own guys.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Hendrickson is one of his own guys.
That's a great point.
He was with them in New Orleans. He knows everything about Trey Hendrickson, how and used that whole list that he went down. We know more about our own guys because we're with them every single day. We know how they work out. We know how they handle losses. We know how they handle success. We know how they handle different moments in games. He knows that about Trey Hendrickson. So that can't be an excuse of we don't know enough about this individual. I can buy into that about a lot of free agents because you don't know, and you are gambling a lot of money on that, but this is one that they do know.
Phone calls, ticket texts, want to get everybody in on this. Sean, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good evening, Cookies. Good to talk to you, buddy.
Good evening.
And John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good evening.
Is this the end of your day?
Good morning, whatever. Yeah, it is the end of my day, sorry. Look, with Brett Holmes, I just think he gets a bad rap around here about stuff like this. He tried to get Max Crosby at the trade deadline. He called about him. He called about Hunter 2 years ago at the trade deadline. He got the best edge available with Smith last year at the trade deadline. He does these things, but people don't give him credit for it because he's not getting the greatest player.
Well, I think Brad Holmes got credit for getting Zadarius Smith last year. I think we were all pleased to add him at the trade deadline.
Then why do we say
because
he
Brad
doesn't
Holmes
do stuff like this?
Well, he said that was a really tough trade to pull off. I actually respect how honest he was talking through. Like, that was a battle, a war, whittling it down to get him for the right price.
Has he gone to battle, and has he gone to war again?
What I'm telling you, though, is this is a much tougher battle. We're talking Zadarius Smith for a day 3 pick. To get a Trey Hendrickson or any of these other guys that were maybe loosely available, you have to give up draft capital that's much higher than day 3. You have to commit salary space much more than Zadarius, and it's going to be for multiple years, unlike Zadarius. And if that took every ounce of Brad's negotiating tact, maybe he tries, but he's not willing to pay what it takes to get these players.
Well, okay, so what do you think they're asking for Hendrickson?
It's a good question. What would you want? Would you be comfortable giving up a first-round pick to get Trey Hendrickson?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Would you be willing to give him a multi-year extension?
Do we know?
What?
But do we know it's only one? Because nobody's jumping on this guy. I mean, he's obviously still in Cincinnati. And I guess the other thing I want to say about it is when you build a 15-2 football team, you kind of fall in love with your own guys because you're pretty stinking good.
And I get that.
So you might want to sign some of them. You know what I mean?
I understand, but they're all going to be on the team. They're all going to be on the team next year. None of them are pending free agents. So the question is, can you add someone to that group to be better? I'm not telling them not to love their own. They have some damn good football players. You better love Brian Branch and Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown. You better love Kirby Joseph as an all-pro safety. You better love Aiden Hutchinson. I get loving these guys. What I want to do is help them all win a Super Bowl together with a boost, which is what other Detroit teams have done when they're chasing a championship. And I wonder why the Lions don't think they need to do that or that they're too good to do that.
Oh, well, I guess this is the question I'll ask is, do you think we didn't win a Super Bowl the last 2 years because it was our talent? Because I feel like we choked away the first year.
Well, they should have won their playoff game last year, even though they were injured. Would you agree with me on that?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't think it was talent. Honestly, I think it was injury, so it was depth, and it was boneheaded lack of game plan. Honestly, is what I believe. I don't think it was talent, though.
Well,
so I mean, when you go in with that, when you look back at what really happened, I'm not sure that the talent is what stopped us from winning.
Sean,
the Super Bowl.
Would you have liked someone who could tackle Jaden Daniels in the open field / before he breaks the pocket? I would. I'm going to be bold with that opinion. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yeah, it'd be nice to tackle the quarterback. And if you're going to win a Super Bowl, I deserve that one. Fine.
Thank you.
But if you want to win a Super Bowl, you got to tackle Patrick Mahomes. And the Eagles showed you got to have dudes, plural, throw a lot of bodies. You can never have enough pass rushers. Ask Howie Roseman.
Yep. But I also know, and I'll just say it again, he is available. And let me ask you this question. On the morning of the trade deadline, we even saw a tweet from Zadarius Smith that kind of made you believe, like, it's just not going to happen. Did you think it would ultimately happen? Be honest.
In that moment, no.
Okay. And then it did. All right. So
what I'm saying then is, and I think you're saying the same thing.
I know you're upset that it hasn't happened today.
But you agree with me that Brad needs to make the move, right? You're just going to give him time to do it.
He needs to make a move.
Yeah. Okay. But then you're okay.
That's the best move.
So you actually agree with me. They don't need to be patient. They need to be aggressive. They just haven't done it yet.
If you would listen instead of continuing to ramble and ramble and ramble, I have said if Josh Paschal is your starting defensive end opposite Aiden Hutchinson, it's a lack of addressing that position. You can't have Josh Paschal. There's been nothing that he has done in his career to make you think that that's a sufficient individual. He's a depth piece. He's not a starter. It's the same thing with Marcus Davenport. If you're going into the season thinking, oh, this is the year that he stays healthy, and he's going to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson, again, it's I'm not going to say malfeasance, but it is on that side of the spectrum. But my point is, let Brad Holmes work the deal. Let him work throughout the offseason to add somebody that is good enough to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And it might ultimately be, what we're talking about coming out of Cincinnati and Trey Hendrickson. And it might be somebody else. He's not the only edge rusher. There might be another guy that he goes out and we're looking at going, you know what? Didn't have to give up as much. And he's not Trey Hendrickson, but it's an upgrade over Paschal.
I'm going to let them all have their jobs. I don't have a say anyway. I can't fire any of these guys. And I haven't called for any of them to be fired. Iserman, Harris, certainly not Langdon, who just got here, and Brad Holmes. The guy's done a great job. I'm going to let them all do it. My thought is, speaking to the emotions of the fan base, and I think you would agree, they all need to make more bold moves for now and not worry about 2 and 3 years from now. So maybe we're all frustrated with these teams. And it's not just me with Sports Radio Brain.
I think it's timing for you, for the Tigers. It's not time, or for the Lions. It's not timing for the Tigers because at this point now, would they get to the trade deadline, and if they're right there, now that's another discussion at that time.
We got Dear John coming up at 9:35. Have some fun. Something referred to as marriage lubricant. Mm-hmm. Not going to want to miss that. A question about the Pistons. And whether people are freaking out about Cade Cunningham or not. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all the great sporting events is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter if you're poolside or you're in the pool. Doesn't matter where you're at. You got a great view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it is on Fremont Street, one of the most entertaining places this world knows. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
We got Dear John coming up at 9:35. We are on the eve of opening day. We talked a lot about the Tigers early in the show. Are they better, worse, or the same through 6 games? Your expectations for our baseball team. Odyssey app, rewind if you want to go back, listen to some Tiger talk. Pistons played last night. It took some of the air out of the building when Cade Cunningham didn't suit up, John. Because that matchup against the Thunder with Cade would have been a lot more fun to watch.
Yeah, it would have been more fun, been more interesting. We got to get a chance to measure against one of, if not the best team. And we got a chance to see it against Cleveland, and they actually won without Cade.
Yeah.
What's your level of concern with the contusion?
So it's 5 straight games, and I've generally not been that worried about it. A calf contusion doesn't sound season-ending. Doesn't sound like he should even miss 5 games, but maybe they're taking it precaution.
Sure. They want him to be 100% healthy by the time the playoffs get here.
He's already met the thresholds to be all NBA and get his recognition, and it's more important that he's up to speed and healthy for the playoffs. But I wonder as he misses more and more if people start to get concerned, because when that game was going on last night, I'm in a group chat, and I felt like I was alone. There was a lot of angst and panic. I'll just read you a couple of these texts.
Well, at least you had Roomba there to
console me. Yeah. Text from this is a group text with friends. My tinfoil take, Cade's done. They don't want people to check out. They want people to buy tickets and watch games, so they're not telling us. Another one says there's validity to it. I'm like, what's going on in this text right now?
You need better friends.
There's validity to it. You'd think they'd want him playing against OKC. Exactly. That's why I'm skeptical. If you were holding him out for the playoffs, wouldn't you want him back for a few games? To which I said, I got to be the voice of reason here. They can still have him back for a few games before the playoffs. So, John, the cutoff is probably what? He's got to play. They got a 4-game homestand starting Saturday.
Yep.
So sometime into next week, let's get a couple games under his belt and get him ready for the playoffs.
I want to see them get back into rhythm with Cade in the offense. Cade in the process of everything, defensively as well. And just work out the kinks. There'll be a little bit of rust. It won't be much, right? I mean, it's not like this is, he hasn't played in 3 months or hasn't played with this team.
Right.
Get back in there, get a feel for it, get back to a good rhythm before you start a playoff series. And get him back shooting some shots, creating his own shot, all of those different things. Yes, there is a rhythm to his game, and he needs to be in that rhythm for the Pistons to be successful. So that's where I want. I'm not worried about the injury. I think he's going to be just fine. And I would like to say a minimum 3 games before the end of the season. And if they want to work those in terms of, if they're not trying to improve their seeding, or they're not trying to say, okay, well, we'd rather play the Knicks or the Pacers, then you can even alternate some games. You don't have to play them every game.
So there's 6 games left in the regular season, and the Pistons could be the 5 seed. They could be the 6 seed. I think technically they could still be the 4 seed. They've got Toronto on Friday, and then it's Memphis Saturday, Sacramento Monday, New York, Milwaukee. If you want to get 3 or 4 games under his belt, got to come back by Sacramento next Monday?
Ideally.
Yeah.
I think that would be nice.
If he's not, are you going to start to get concerned? Because it's not something I'm actively worried about now. But as people start to talk about it and you start to think, well, what if the guy didn't play in the playoffs? This whole thing would just fall apart. They're not winning a playoff series without Cade Cunningham. It'd be a huge kick in the, you know what
teeth.
I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
Or other parts of your body. Might be keeled over.
Yeah, I'd like to
it'd
see him at the latest by Sacramento on Monday.
All right.
Get a couple of games under your belt in at the LCA. You go to Milwaukee to finish things out. And even that one, if everything's all set, I don't really care
he
how much.
The last one.
He can sit that last one. I don't care how much he plays it. I don't care how much any of these guys play in that last one. If it doesn't affect seeding and it doesn't affect where you're going to be playing to start the playoffs, then it's a formality.
One last question. Do you buy the theory that they may be holding him out to lose games so they get the Knicks?
No. I don't think they're in a position to be calling their shot against the Knicks, the Pacers, the Bucks. It's just, they just get in playing as good a basketball as you can play and let the chips fall where they are, and then go out there and play Piston basketball.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Something wild took place in Southgate this morning. A home completely leveled by an explosion.
Oh, no.
You need to look at these photos. It's wild. Crews rushed to the home. This was at the corner of Burns and Edison around 5:30 this morning. One man was blown from the home, recovered from the front yard, obviously taken right to the hospital. A woman was still inside, stuck underneath all of the rubble, had to also be rushed to the hospital. The debris field, they say, goes for several blocks. People are being urged to stay away from the area. Everything is still under investigation, but it's believed to have been caused by a gas leak. There was a second home that caught fire. A neighbor, the homes, like the windows are blown out. Somebody else had to be hospitalized as well, a neighbor. I mean, the pictures are, there is absolutely nothing left of this house. Clothes, wood, all debris, hanging
Strewn
from
all over the
trees.
place,
It's absolutely wild. No word, at least in this article, how the homeowners, I'm guessing who were there, are doing. From the looks of it, I would imagine it can't be well. I mean, the home is gone, completely gone.
Yeah.
So a very scary situation there. You might have heard about this. There's a high school track star in Texas who's been charged with murder after he allegedly stabbed another 17-year-old during an altercation at a track meet. In Texas. The incident, according to police, took place Wednesday morning at a competition involving multiple schools within the district. And they say life-saving measures were performed on this 17-year-old, but he died. And then I saw another article, the father of this boy speaking. I mean, I was in tears sitting here. Twin brother, also there at the meet, held his brother in his arms, trying to stop the bleeding as he passed away. I mean, just adds to another level of this already tragic story. The victim, identified as Austin Metcalf, 11th grader, ran track, played football, was part of the National Honor Society. The suspect, Carmelo Anthony, is being held without bond.
Tough. I thought he was getting ready for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, not that one. Really, really, really sad situation. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court sided with a truck driver who lost his job after taking a CBD supplement. So this guy, Douglas Horn, he took this product called Dixie X. It's like a CBD product that he was taking for debilitating pain that he had after being in an accident. The product claimed to not contain THC, but he later failed a drug test and was fired from the job because of that drug test. So now he is suing the company of that CBD product. And the court's decision on Wednesday will now allow the case to move forward in lower courts. And it means that he can seek triple damages from the company under this federal anti-racketeering law.
Wow.
It's and there was a lot of debate because it's about, the law focuses more on businesses or property. And it was, can this man use this to for his claim?
For his laws,
And the Supreme Court says, yes, he can. Yeah.
Wow.
Forbes' richest people list of 2025 is out, and it features the most billionaires ever. So this year's list includes 3,028 billionaires.
Wow.
Which is the most ever since it started the ranking back in 1987. The world's wealthiest people are collectively worth a record-breaking $16.1 trillion, and a record 15 people worldwide now have 12-figure fortunes, up from 0 in 2017.
Who will ever think of the billionaires?
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos, not surprisingly,
top of the
round
list.
out the top three richest people in the world. I mean, it's all the same people that are always there every single year. Like, there's
Rich
no
get richer.
big surprises. But the newcomers on the 2025 list include Bruce Springsteen.
How much of that is financed by Stoney?
Yeah, exactly. Chipotle founder Steve Ells,
And
Arnold
Stoney's number
Schwarzenegger.
15.
Yeah, and then down at the bottom of the list,
Yes. Michael Steven Stone.
A Spirit Airlines passenger is going viral after stripping down to only her underwear during an airport meltdown. And this is like kind of a trending thing as of late. A lot of people have been getting naked at airports.
There was one in Dallas, Fort Worth that was completely naked.
It was wild. And it was kind of a sad story because she was like,
She had a mental breakdown.
So when you have a mental
She was
breakdown,
there-
you take off all your clothes?
She was there.
Well, until you've had one, let's not judge.
Okay.
This woman, the one you're speaking of, she was there with her 8-year-old daughter.
Oh, boy.
And she went on like a stabbing spree as
Oh,
well.
no.
Like there was,
It got worse, yeah. The one I was talking about was just dancing around and ruined a couple of TVs.
Then no, I'm
but
talking,
yeah.
there's another one. Anyway, this one, though, I don't think anyone was injured, but she was in some sort of altercation with a man. Happened at the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, and who knows what they were arguing about, but she just said, you know what? I'll show you. Took off all her clothes.
Is there a picture?
There's pictures. Yes, John, you can see her. She's got some white underwear on, some black shoes, and some earrings.
Well, that's not what I was asking about.
I know what you're asking about, but you can check it out for yourself.
She have all her teeth? She's
smiling?
smiling?
What? The photos I saw were all from the back.
Oh. Well, let's ask Cookies.
Jim, maybe you should check it out. Anyway, I don't know whatever happened to her, but police were called. They gave her clothes, and she put them back on. So
I thought Casa already had a mental breakdown at 8:50 this morning because the Lions didn't get Trey Hendrickson yet.
My clothes are still on, for the record.
Good.
And for people who have no idea why that was just referenced.
Listen for 4 hours.
Yeah, you're going to listen more. But Heather brought up Hooters having some struggles.
Yep, de-Hooterizing their restaurants.
And there was a whole debate about younger generation, butts versus boobs.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
You're a butt guy.
As many young men are. It's Heather with the news. How does this come up? Dear John is next, 97.1.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There's absolutely a loaded sports calendar coming up where we've got basketball, baseball, we've got it all. Hockey. So whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of the exclusive promotions like Tinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and on the weekends, you've got Golf Profit Boost tokens. And put a parlay together. Check out this one. The Tigers, Pistons, Wings. They're all in action. Put down a little, and you get the chance to win a lot. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to make every moment more with FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan Dickerson on the call. Dan Dickerson will be on the show tomorrow morning with us as we get ready for the big party downtown. Tigers opening day. Tigers tweeted out the first pitch temperature of 49 degrees is the expected weather. Tomorrow's home opener is expected to be the warmest since 2015. That obviously excludes 2020, where they didn't start until like the middle of the summer.
What was that temperature?
49
degrees.
49.
At first pitch.
That's cold.
It'll be in the 50s by third inning.
It's not that cold. It's not cold.
Okay.
Just bring a jacket.
Oh, I a full winter coat.
You gonna have hat and gloves?
No, because my coat has a hat.
Okay.
Gloves, yeah.
A hood.
A hood, yeah.
Thank you for that, John. I was like, where are we going with this?
As a hood.
But we will be downtown. We'll be at Hockey Town, Music Town. We'll be broadcasting live. We'll have Dan Dickerson. We'll have AJ Hinch. We'll be talking about this team. And you just heard the update or the highlight call there. They lost yesterday, 2-4. But they're kind of where we thought they'd be right now. Took a series against the Mariners, lost to the Dodgers. They got issues on defense. Yeah. They've got issues late in the game, looking at the bench going, I guess Javi Baez is our best pinch hit option. They have their issues. They're going to pitch well. They're going to hang in the fight. They got to get healthy and survive the early stretch of the season. Yeah, and you want to win more series than you lose. So they're 1-1 in the series. You want to sweep some that you should, and this is one against the White Sox that they should sweep. And certain, I really believe not only should they, I think they will. And so I'm excited to see them now downtown tomorrow. I'm excited to be downtown tomorrow. And the only disappointing part is we won't have. It doesn't seem like it's in the cards for the Miggy Snow Globe home run to win it all. Obviously, no Miggy, but no snow. Snow.
Yeah. So 49. I think 49 is going to be perfect.
Is that the most memorable opening day for you?
The most recent one. I mean, I'd have to go back. I would probably say yeah.
It's top of mind because it's most recent. Yeah. I mean, I remember, didn't Javi win us an opening day?
Yeah, that one was off the top of the fence.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been a home run.
Yeah.
But yeah. The one I always think of
I think that was Javi's first game as the Tiger.
I think it was. And then he said it's something like it's not going to be easy, but it's going to be fun. Something like that. And he spoke to the crowd and this guy's so much fun. Javi Baez. Mm-hmm. No, the one I always think of is Dimitri Young's 3 home run opening day. That's got to be, I don't know, like 03, 04, 05, sometime in there. Was it 06? I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's more than 20 years ago. But
you were 10.
Yeah, well, we talk about this. The stuff that when you fall in love with sports, it's like, well, when were you 8 to 12 years old, and what was the cool thing that happened? Mm-hmm. So for you, it was the 84 Tigers when you were younger. Mm-hmm. For me, I'm young, and it's the 02 Red Wings, right, coming off the heels of back-to-back cups, and they got this superstar roster. It's the 06 Tigers for me, when it's like, oh, baseball can be fun. I was not aware of this growing up in the 90s, that baseball could be fun. Yeah, it's those signature moments when you're growing up. Dimitri Young. Yeah,
it's going to be fun. And what is that moment going to be this year? And is it going to be a gem by Flaherty?
Sure.
Is it going to be, Torkelson, coming off an 0-for day, reintroducing himself to Detroit Tigers fans? I mean, like, there's a lot of different possibilities. And I'm just excited to see what this team is going to continue to build towards.
Yeah, Dimitri Young did it in 05. Mm-hmm. 3 home runs on opening day. Tomorrow, a lot of baseball. The little cookie jar will have some fun. People reacting to Dear John. You want some of that?
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, wife and I have 3 young kids, 7, 4, and 6 months. Recently left my job to be a stay-at-home dad for a few years.
Good
and we
for
decided, hey, we got to cut back in some areas. Home cleaner is not an area we're going to cut back in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, a lot of people will make cuts. I mean, date night might take a pause for 6 months, a year. But that is one that I know a lot of people, especially with young kids, it's top of list.
Wife and I just read that one. This one says, I did send a gift to somebody's wedding that I wasn't invited to.
Good for you.
Says I got a bit of solace out of the awkwardness of them opening it in front of everybody else. Oh, well.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is just like be the bigger person. That could be part of it. I think there's a lot. I mean, I'm still going with mom guilt.
So that's the 6'7" guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's always the bigger person.
I've sent gifts to a wedding that I can't attend but was invited to. I think that's the norm, right? If you can't make the wedding, at least send a gift. Mm-hmm. But if you're not invited to the wedding, I'm not sending you a gift.
I've sent gifts to weddings I wasn't invited to.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Were they like
They're smaller
friends?
weddings? Yeah, no, it's just random individual. I heard you were having a wedding today.
But it
couldn't be
wasn't like
close friends.
But was it, or was it close friends that had like a destination wedding where it was only like a handful of family members?
Yeah, there are people that
Which I
do get
can
married in
understand that.
October, November, and they just understand. I'm not even going to invite him because I know he's not going to come.
Yeah, that's
But
what
if
this was
it's a
fall
big
wedding.
wedding where like a ton of people are going, but you were the only one that didn't get an invite, would you still send a gift?
If they were
Like,
a friend,
I
yeah.
don't-
Well, they're telling you that you're
that's
not a
something
friend.
I'm going to get offended
Right,
by.
I know.
That's kind of what that question was for Dear John is like, well, maybe we're not friends and you thought
Right.
you were friends. Clearly you're not friends if other coworkers are getting invited and other friends are getting invited. And
Too much drama for me.
So they don't send a gift?
I'm just going to send a gift and, hey, congratulations. Good luck. Hope it lasts.
catch you on the next one.
Yes. Yeah, the next one, that's a different story.
All right. Carson Anderson are coming up here. They'll have their show. They're going to be out tomorrow too, right? Normally they're out?
Yeah. Well, they'll be out. I mean, they'll only be out for a few minutes because
short show.
Short show. Not a lot of prep for those guys.
But with Flaherty on the mound, we also get Job this weekend, and we'll get Reese Olson this weekend too.
Yeah. And we'll have, as I understand it, tomorrow we'll have A.J. Hinch on.
Yes.
We'll have Dan Dickerson on in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
And so, again, doing, the heavy lifting for, the 10 to 1 show.
Oh, yeah.
Because they like to use all that audio. So
here's what AJ
we'll
Hinch said
make
on the
sure we'll
morning
give
show.
you all the info that we can possibly get to make your life easier.
It's what we do. Set the tone to start the day. So,
But we want to welcome, and I'm sure that they will as well, but we want to welcome Kang back.
Kang still works here?
Yeah. That's what, I
feel like he was gone forever.
That's the oldest
He's
joke.
giving me a look.
I walked by and I'm like, hey, Kang, how's it doing?
Felt like he had 2
Didn't
weeks
even know
off.
you still worked here.
That's funny. We made the same joke. You took like a middle week though, right? Like that's part of it. Like the trick where you miss the middle of the week and it feels like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. That's the beauty of it. Well done. Well done, my friend.
Texters on Tigers opening day. I took out $1 to hit for Miggy to hit a home run most of those years. And the one that he hit in the snow made a quick $60.
There you
Definitely
go.
my most memorable memory from opening day.
Mm-hmm.
And on the wedding thing, why would you be upset someone didn't invite you to a wedding? Heck, it makes my day when I'm not invited. Just saying. That's from Ray.
Dodged a bullet, like I said.
Don't have to go.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you don't have to send a gift. You don't have to, but you can. Send him a thank you note. Thank you. I kept my Saturday open.
Keep that day free. I've been told, Carson Anderson both coming into the studio, that they have a great Are You Going to Eat That Today? I won't give anything away.
Oh.
But Are You Going to Eat That Today with a special item?
Yeah.
Excited for it. What time is that today?
That is 12:30.
12:30.
Gotta wait
nothing about this.
2.5 hours.
Make sure I'm in my truck.
All right.
Usually how it works. I never know what's going on with that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just ask Doug. Doug, what are you guys doing today on the show then?
Well, we're gonna have an Are You Gonna Eat That at 12:30, and we have a very special item. Kang is back.
Still doing his show.
Got to get caught up with Kang, who just spent a week in Florida. So we'll do that right out of the gate. We'll talk some NFL. We got football. We got Tigers. Now my favorite 2-4 team of all time. So Pistons. You know what? That group of guys that went out there, they played.
They're scrappy.
They played.
Try to make a run at the end of the first half, second half.
They tried.
When do you get concerned with the Cade stuff, or not at all?
Not yet.
Okay.
He was doubtful, which tells me he's on his way.
3
back.
more games.
Okay.
Okay, 3 more games then.
Sounds good to us.
Throw a dart.
That's kind of what we said. Give him a couple before the
before the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's 6 to go. Cut it in half. Come back. Play the last couple. Be ready for the postseason.
Get in a good rhythm.
All right.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Problem solved. All right, take that off the show list.
All right, take that off.
You guys don't like going to weddings, huh?
I love
No.
weddings.
I
I will
enjoy
go to anyone's wedding. I love them.
The open bar.
Randos? You'll go to Randos?
Sure, if I get an invite.
Would you crash a wedding?
Probably not, unless I was at a wedding at a venue that had another wedding. I've done that where I've like popped into a random reception just to like, what's going on over here? Lame. I'll go back. Or maybe it's super fun.
Lame.
I hope you
Yeah,
announce
wow.
it. This place is lame.
This sucks.
Uh-huh.
No one's
I'm out.
dancing. I'm out.
Place is dead anyway.
No, I've never eaten. I've just popped in to like, let's just see.
Yeah, open
Best
bar.
man,
Open
more
bar,
like
anyone?
worst
Yeah.
man.
Carson Anderson's next, 97.1.
So the band is back together for the first time in, it's almost 2 full weeks. I was gone last week on vacation, spring break, kids stuff. Kang, same thing with his kids. Although you were you left last Thursday, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and then got back last night?
Correct.
Okay. Welcome back.
It's been a long week.
You know, it's funny, they asked me, hey, you happy to be back? And I'm like, I'm back. I like I was enjoying myself, but
I hate you too, Doug.
yeah. Take your time, man. Take your vacation.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Always take your vacation.
Yeah.
Use your vacation. But I hope everybody survived the flooding and the storms. Man, it was coming down last night.
It just didn't stop.
No. Nope. It did not.
No.
But
I've got the Great Lakes in the front and back of my house. Right?
do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always going down, checking sump pump integrity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sump pump working. Thank you, sump pump. I'm very, very happy. We have our sump pump game strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
I
to
feel
hear.
bad for people when the flooding in my basement's brutal. But so Kang, you were in Florida. I was in Florida. We did not cross paths. I texted you a little bit about it because we were in the same general vicinity, but it didn't align properly. But you South Florida?
Yeah, South Florida, same area like you. I mean, our home point was Port St. Lucie, if you're familiar. Just down.
Which minor league team plays out of Port St. Lucie?
I don't know.
Not minor league team, but spring training.
Yeah, Gators should know this, right?
Yeah, whose spring training is Port St. Lucie?
Come on, put you on the spot.
I don't know.
I'm going to go Red Sox. That's probably wrong.
They used to be in Winter Haven.
Is it the Mets? Maybe it's the Mets. Clover Park. Where's Clover Park? Is in Port St. Lucie. Okay. Guess it's the Mets. Sorry.
I think it's the Mets.
Yeah. Good call.
Single A?
They got a single A team down there, and the Mets play out of Port St. Lucie. In fact, apparently we drove right past it. I wish I knew that. All right. So anyway, young family, 2 small kids, Florida, presumably Disney?
No, I am like one of these people that I do not want to go to Disney ever. Okay.
Wow.
That might not be possible, but as of right now, we have not gone to Disney. The girls are young enough where I'm not going to be forced to go to Disney yet.
They haven't figured it out.
No, they figured it out. And the worst part is the mom, the one I'm married to.
Yeah.
She wants to go to Disney at some point. So I think
how is that possible to hold out? The kids are aware of it. The mom wants to go. You're in Florida and you don't go to Disney?
Because she, as of right now, kind of agrees with me that they're a little too young.
Okay.
Like, they're 6 and 4. So she's like, we'll get there, just not yet.
Big expense wasted.
Exactly. And I don't want to get there ever.
That's fair.
But everyone tells me it's the greatest place, but we'll see.
I was not a Disney guy either. And then we took the kids, and Disney can be great for adults.
Yeah, everyone says it. So I'm hoping not to find out.
I was a big fan of getting smashed at Epcot. They have the
is that the world thing?
Yeah, they got the world thing where you can get a drink. Yeah, you can drink around the world. And then I walked over. I don't think that ESPN zone is still there. We were down there spring training March, so I was watching March Madness games. But while my kids were out, playing on the railroad tracks of the test track or whatever the ride was. Anyway, so you survived it.
Yeah, it's exhausting, man. But as long as the girls have fun, that's what matters.
Unless it's at Disney.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But
so what did you hold on then? What did you do? Like, what were the kid-centric events?
So we did go to Orlando area, which is where
Disney is.
Yes, where they have other theme parks though. Everyone just focuses on Disney, but there's a lot of other stuff that Florida has, especially in the Orlando area, and especially for younger kids that aren't maybe ready for Disney. So we did the Peppa theme park, and we did the Legoland, which is they're right next door to each other.
Okay.
And that works out great for me.
Any highlights?
Highlights, yeah, that it's smaller than Disney. There's less wait times than Disney. It's in and out. I'm assuming that's quicker than Disney. So
cost?
For me, cost
cheaper
than Disney. Yep, stayed there. Everything for me. This is right in my wheelhouse, Doug. So for me, this works out perfect.
Okay, what about for Gator? Would there be anything in Gator's wheelhouse?
Dude, there's kids there.
I know, but is there any reason that Gator should be at the Peppa theme park or the Legoland?
I like Lego. What the hell, man?
You know what? Gator's a car guy, and there is a Ferrari and car area. So there's an entire Ferrari built out of Legos. That I think Gator would enjoy. You could build your own Lego cars there and test them.
Wait, you can build your own?
Well, not like an actual.
Like a video?
Yeah, real life
Okay.
size. Yeah, no, I'm talking like out of Legos, dude. Like little mini cars. You can put on little race tracks and things like that. So
Gates?
that's cool.
Sound like something you'd be into?
Sure.
All right.
I hope their kids there. I help usher them into the world of automobiles. That'd be great. I can learn a lot. They can learn a lot. We can learn a lot from each other. Just hang out.
Yeah.
Have a great time. Maybe
least sincere thing ever.
Share a drink pouch or something. I don't know. Get some Lunchables.
That they do have in common, Doug. The Lunchables and the drink pouches.
That's true.
Hey, Timmy, you gonna finish that off?
All right, so
ever had tequila?
Never mix this. Capri Sun strong.
Doug,
all right.
well, you know this about Florida, man. We joke all the time Florida's like another country,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
We're wrong. Florida's another continent. There's
Yeah.
like 8, 9, 10 countries within Florida.
Yep.
It's
I didn't
crazy.
realize that Florida. I hadn't
know
put
this,
together 2 and 2 that Florida was as weird as it is until Gator pointed it out.
It's just it's a melting pot for crazy.
Yep.
Yep.
That's all. It's domestic Australia.
I think that's a great way to put it.
The weather for like
without the funness. Like Australians seem like they're great people.
They are Canadians.
Floridians
and Australians are the same people.
Floridians are crazy.
Yeah.
And plus the weather, just with the the vegetation, the animals, right, that they can come out of Florida, it's not normal compared to the rest of America. I feel
No,
like.
they're like dinosaurs everywhere.
Yeah.
All right. So, any challenges? Anything?
All right. So everyone knows that. Well, I take that back. Not everyone. I thought everyone knows. You hate when you're on a plane. There's always a guy that tries to get up early, right? Speed up to 3 spots.
Yeah.
Not even like you don't get to the front or anything. And they just they annoy the crap out of everyone, right, Gator? You hate this guy. He's on the list,
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh, he's on the list. Look, lots of plane guys are on the list. I mean,
But that's one of them.
But that's one of them. Yeah, the guy who tries to leave too early. The guy who's working the aisles.
So I have we pick our seats because we have a family and we got to sit next to each other in case we just got to help each other out, right, Doug?
Yep.
So that my wife and the 2 girls get 1 row, and I always get that same row but the aisle seat. So if anything happens, I can help. I'm right there. We choose this on purpose.
So it's them 3 seats, and then across the aisle is you.
Yes.
All right.
So I have 2 people to my right. The plane lands. The lady next to me says to me, "Do you mind if I get through?" We're at the back of the plane, okay?
Oh, my God.
I stopped. I didn't even look at her, and I paused for about 3 seconds, and then I say, "Get through to where?"
Did you say that to her?
Yes. I didn't even look at her. I just said
awesome.
it.
That is
You're awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You're awesome.
Because, listen, first of all, I hate confrontation, especially on a plane. I don't want to go viral. I don't want to be put on a no-fly list.
Right.
I don't want any of this. I just want to get to my destination, just like you do, by the way, to everyone on the plane, okay? I'm not more important than anybody else. We are where we are in line.
Did
literally.
she look like she was going to be one of these people who would say, "Why don't you go back to your country?" Or did she look like...
Dude, I think that's... At this point, I think anyone could be that person. You know what I mean? So I don't even want... But that's why I paused. I paused 3 seconds on purpose. I'm like... Do I say something or do I just ignore the fact that this is a crazy request?
I love that you said
And so I had to say something because I didn't want, I heard her clearly. And so I just said, get through to where? There's nowhere to go. I'm not going to give up my spot so you can stand in front of me. That makes no sense. Like if there was no one, like if it was a free lane, like, hey, you can just get off the plane
I need
and go.
some more details. How old was this woman?
I'm thinking 26,
In her
mid-20s.
20s?
Yeah, yeah.
But did you
Was she
ask
hot?
her?
No.
Did you confirm?
Wait, hold on. Let me think about it. No.
Did you confirm with her? So you are more important than
See,
me.
I'm not
everybody
trying
else.
to
He
get
doesn't
like.
have to
I'm
do
not-
that. He could just say... He did. I think he hand up
I
brilliantly.
think that's the best you could do,
Get,
right?
through to, get through to where is so
To where?
great. So what did she say?
She said nothing. I think she knew. Like
Yeah. She's like, oh, I
she
guess
said
so.
nothing. I was like, thank God. Like I didn't want. I'm like,
But then
this
the
could be
problem
a
is in
thing.
the back of the plane, you had to stand next to her for the next
Yes.
17
So
minutes.
what happened was,
It's all right.
I did this.
You'd have to anyway. Where is she going to go?
I know, but he has taken it. He didn't want confrontation. Now it's uncomfortable while you're standing. Now it's not your fault that it's uncomfortable. It's her fault. God, what a move. What a move by you.
So I did her a little bit of a favor because, like I said, I'm not trying to get into any of these confrontations that you see online. So I got up, and you know what she did? She immediately just went and sat in my chair. So I couldn't sit back down, even though I'm not going
She
anywhere.
sat in your chair?
Yeah, she scooched over.
What?
Oh, my God.
What's wrong with you?
Dude.
Not you, the woman.
Yeah, I know. I didn't move, though. I just stood up and stood right there, like, just stood there. Because I'm like, first of all, I'm letting my family through first, right?
Yeah.
I'm like the barrier.
Yeah, you're a blocker.
Yeah,
man.
I'm a blocker. I'm a Penne Sewell. You ain't getting around me.
Yeah.
Do you think Penne Sewell says that to defensive ends? Get through to where?
And you can throw and catch. Yeah, get through to where? Right. Where are you going?
Yeah.
God,
So
that's
anyways,
a great move.
Yeah, that's what happened. She didn't do anything, thank God, and she didn't go anywhere. It's like, dude, where are you gonna go?
So, was there a person to her right as
Yes.
well? What was that person doing?
She didn't say anything. I think they were together too. I mean, I don't think
That's ridiculous,
dude. I had to say something about wife.
I just can't stand that person.
I know.
Period on the plane.
I know.
Kang, that's a strong
Like
move.
seatbelt's already undone. They're like standing up, trying to stand up. Like the plane hasn't even come to a complete stop yet. Then it does come to a stop, but they still haven't gone to bing. Hasn't happened yet, and they're like, they're like pushing on you as if you're going to move for them. Absolutely.
Oh, they keep
not.
nudging you, kind of. They're touching you. They're breathing on you.
Respect my space, please.
When we landed coming back, there was get out of their seat quick, open up, and then stand there.
Yeah,
Like
what's
this
the point?
woman got out of her seat so quick, opened the overhead bin, grabbed stuff out, and turned to like head up the aisle, and there was nowhere to go. And I'm like, we were in row 38 on a plane. 38, A, B, C. She was in D, the other side of the aisle, and she was in such a hurry to stand there. And I thought, does she think she's going to beat everybody to the front of the plane from 38 rows back? But, I mean, if you have a connecting flight and you can say to people,
Then
hey,
tell people
yes,
that.
exactly.
Baby,
That's a whole different.
Sorry, Precious. I'm not going anywhere.
I got two more questions for you out of Florida, but we're up against it. We'll talk some NFL 10:30. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, all that rain kind of sucks, but here's where it's kind of great. If you call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way, then you're going to be in good shape because once the rain subsides, all that rain is going to help your lawn turn green, but it's also going to help stuff grow that you don't want being grown. That's why you call Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase that full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. I talked to a guy ad nauseum about this. You do not want crabgrass. You don't want it. You don't want crabgrass. You don't want dandelions later on. You got to take care of that stuff. And take care of crabgrass right now is vitally important because if you see crabgrass in the summer, it's too late to fix it. Take care of it right now. Call Natural Way because they use fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, which is awesome. Plus, they've been a locally owned company for over 35 years. They are invested in this town. I've used Natural Way for almost a dozen years. I could not be happier. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Hey, I just noticed, Gator. TVs are back up and running in our studio.
Yeah, this one's still funky, though.
It is. It's got a weird aspect ratio, so we see like a quarter of the screen. And the question is, do we get FanDuel Sports Network? Because for some reason, all the TVs in the building would get the sports station, except ours. Well, let me except the one in studio where we might. Should I test it? Let me test it. Anyway, Kang, I got 2 questions for you regarding your return from Florida. One is, how many Jell-O shots did you have?
0.
Oh, okay. So I beat you by 2.
And you were in a place where there were probably more plentiful of Jell-O shots than I was. I would say Jell-O shots are still a thing.
Well, you know what? I didn't expect them to be, but when we took this group of teenagers to the beach as chaperones, we did what all good chaperones did. We started smashing Jell-O shots. No, we ended up at Lulu's Bait Shack along the beach there in Fort Lauderdale, and watching a college basketball invitational game between like St. Mary's Prep and I don't know who the hell was playing. The Citadel was taking on Eastern Washington or whatever it was, and the happy hour special was $5 for a Busch Light and a Jell-O shot. So I was like, yes. Had 2 of them. And they were,
the old bait shop.
Yeah.
Takes me back trying to buy beer when I was underage.
Yeah.
Going to Kego Harbor, the old DMF bait shop.
Gotcha.
Walk in there, set a 12-pack on the counter, and the person behind the counter said, anything else? And I said, yeah, can I get like a dozen night crawlers too? Thinking I got this.
Yeah.
I asked for the night crawlers. I should get rewarded for asking for night crawlers at the bait shop while I'm trying to purchase beer when I'm 19 years old. Shot down. Yeah, sure. Can I see your ID? Yeah, you know what? I think I left it in the car. I'll be right back.
I left it in my other car.
Yeah. Yeah. That was one of the places when we were younger that, like, you were told, like, by kids in school, yeah, you can buy at DMF. You can get paid the bait shop. You can buy there.
Really?
And then they would get busted. But you didn't know when they got busted, but you could tell if they started carding people again. So clearly they'd gotten busted recently prior to.
Can't believe the Nightcrawler trick didn't work.
I really thought I had it, man.
I know. It always works.
Everybody tries different things. You got to have an edge. I thought I had the in right there.
It's unfortunate. Okay, here's the other thing. Do you believe in something I believe in? Florida cold. And that is, it gets colder at night in Florida than it is in Michigan. I know it doesn't in terms of temperature, but it feels colder. I would say 3 of the 5 coldest times I've been in my life have been in Florida. Do you believe in Florida cold?
I do not. My guess is you were wearing a lot less, and that's why you know what I mean?
It always gets pointed out if I ever complain about it. People say bad clothing decision.
I'm not even saying that.
But that's probably correct. You go to Florida and you're not packed. I didn't bring the parka.
No, right? You left the ski jacket at home?
I did. Florida cold. Stupid Florida cold. All right. Well, welcome back. It's good to have you back. Man. Bobby did a great job. Kang is back from the trip from to Florida with the family. Okay, so Tigers, they lose in Seattle yesterday. Pistons lose at Oklahoma City. No, I don't. The Scooble thing, is this a thing? We had a call yesterday about Scooble, said in the big games, and we looked it up in the big games. By big games, he meant his last 2 starts. He wasn't great in Game 5 against Cleveland, and he wasn't great in the opener. And I would say yesterday, he wasn't great all the time, but when he was great, he was great. Like, he struck out, I think, 5 consecutive Mariners at one point. 6 hits. Probably shouldn't have given up 1 of the runs. 8 strikeouts, 4 ground balls, 4 flyouts. I mean, it's good enough to win on most days, it feels like.
Doug, he shouldn't have given up 2 runs.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he should have. I mean, he could have been pitching a shutout. You know, when you think about it, it was unfortunate for him that there was he did serve up a home run, but outside of that,
home run by like a foot, but it is a home run.
And it was just it's a situation where Colt Keith made a mistake. Yep. Made a bad mistake in the game. He admitted it afterwards right away. He owned up to it. Yeah, I don't know what happened. And he turned to throw to second when he should have just turned and thrown to first. It's 2 outs, throw to first, and he didn't do it. Otherwise, It is still, I'll say, it wasn't totally smooth sailing.
No.
He had 3 walks, and he gave up 6 hits in 5 2/3 innings. One of those hits is that infield single in quotations, because I don't think they should have just ruled that. I don't know if you get a mental error, but it was a mental error. But he hasn't been completely sharp, and yet there are times he just mows guys down. He had 8 strikeouts, and it was like, yeah, I got you. Boom, boom, boom.
Petrie was calling it a wiffle ball, and he was right.
Yeah. But look, is it a bad thing that he has to start out the season looking like the Cy Young Award winner? I don't know if it's a bad thing because he can build up to that. And when he builds up to that, that's good.
Well, I prefer he looks like the Cy Young Award.
Yeah, but I mean, I think yesterday he was pretty good yesterday.
Pretty good.
He was better than what he was against the Dodgers. Now, different lineup, and maybe that's just scary because the Dodgers are that good, but you want your best to be able to beat somebody else's best.
It just speaks to where I am with my expectation. Like, Kreidler made a running catch in center field. And I'm like, what are you doing, Scooble, giving up a hard hit ball? Like, right. That's not fair.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
You should know better.
But anyway, and the Tigers, though, once again, they did what they've been doing, and they out-hit and out-walked the Mariners. Every game this year, they've earned more hits and walks than their opponent. They come home at 2-4. They got the White Sox here for the home opener. Can't wait for tomorrow, and we will be down there. Not sure where yet. It's kind of weather dependent. We'll either be outside the stadium or we'll be posting up at the Hockeytown Cafe. But look forward to having the Tigers back in Detroit, and I'm still encouraged by this start. Hey, we have got an NFL draft version of the Blitz thingy. We'll do that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Regarding my Florida's always cold belief, Mike writes in on Twitch, it doesn't help that the air conditioning runs all the time and most properties are on tile. And I think that there is some truth to that. I think it's totally psychological too. And I probably show up with less layers than I do here in Michigan.
You break out the Speedo on vacation, I hear.
I do. You're damn right I do.
Wow.
You don't?
Well, it takes 2 Jello shots for you, I hear.
That's right.
Well, Doug does unless it's Florida cold. Yeah.
I don't want it to be that. Yeah, I forget to
no
call
shrinkage.
It. Don't want that. All right, Gator, are you ready for the blitz thingy?
Sure.
And away we go. Gator, heads or tails?
Tails.
Gator calls tails, and tails it is. Would you like to kick or receive?
I would like to kick. I'll kick.
All right, so I am going first. 6-pack of questions. NFL draft related. On your market set, go.
Yeah, it's been a while. Let's do a draft version. All right. First question, guys. If Torque and Mize have actually figured it out for the Tigers, who's the Lions draft pick from the Holmes era who hasn't hit yet, but you think they can figure it out as well?
I'm going to go with Broderick Martin because of his size and his arm length, and he's at a position of need. He played 25 snaps last year in 2 games. He had a knee injury. Aleem McNeil won't be ready to go at the beginning of the season. He's got the raw skills, the physical talents, it looks like. So I'm gonna say Broderick Martin because of the opportunity that he has there.
I was thinking Giovanni Manu, because there's some versatility there. We had heard he was working out at guard, and now we're hearing, well, they still envision him as more of a tackle, and he's got all that the size, and just nobody's ever seen him play. But I can't escape that it's Hendon Hooker.
Oh,
the problem with Hendon Hooker is that he's not likely to get any chance to play, so you're never going to know. And they got to make a decision after this season, pretty much what they want to do here. So I think it's a real important offseason. I think personally, he's surely going to prove that he's better than Kyle Allen, that he's got more to offer. And we'll see that. So that'll be at least enough for, I think, hopefully to convince Lions fans that, all right, this guy's definitely a backup to Jared Goff. But I think it's Hendon Hooker.
Kang?
All right, I'm not sure if this counts. You can tell me if it does or doesn't. I do have a backup answer, but I want to go with J-Mo. I just think he has so much more meat left on the bone. Like they there's talk obviously this past week that they're likely going to pick up his 5th-year option, but I think it's because he's going to cost too much after the end of this year that we get only 2 more years with J-Mo because I think he is so explosive. He's just learning still, I think, how to play in the NFL. He's obviously got to play some more games. Things have gotten, he's gotten in the way of himself at times, of course, but I think there's much more meat on the bone, and I think that first-round pick could be huge still for the Lions.
Interesting answer.
All right, give me a Wolverine or a Spartan worth a late-round flyer.
Okay.
Hi.
You're on the clock. Go.
Listen, it's tough to find a Spartan because there just aren't many that are really available. But I think there is one that does interest me. I thought he was a really good player throughout his career, even though the numbers aren't fantastic with Michigan State because the offensive line wasn't good. It's Nathaniel Carter, the running back. He is built rock solid. At the Michigan State Pro Day, I believe he ran a 4.440. He did 23 reps on the bench. He had a vertical leap of 40 inches. When you watch him play, the first year he was at Michigan State, you could see it there, man. This guy he could be a difference maker. It's just Michigan State's offensive line was so bad. But he's strong enough to not go down when the first guy hits him, and he's fast enough to just take off and wave goodbye to you, too.
I'm going to go with Makari Page, the safety who made some plays last year for Michigan. His 40 time was 4.52. It's 2/100ths of a second slower than Malachi Starks, who could go in the first round. And it's the size, 6'4", 208. So I'm going to go Makari Page.
By the way, he ran a 4.37, Nathaniel Carter did. So there you go.
I like the Carter call, Gator. I do. But I agree with you, Doug. I'm going to go Makari Page as well. Bigger safety. You mentioned his size. 4-year contributor. I think he's the type of player that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell would really look at and take a late-round flyer on. Makari Page is the guy I would think maybe has a shot to be a Lion. All right, which draftable prospect do you think is the most Lion-y, speaking of Lions, You know, this guy sounds like a Brad Holmes guy, a Dan Campbell guy that they might fall in love with. Who is he? And maybe they want him because of all the intangibles and his interview.
I'm going to go with Tyler Booker, the captain of Alabama, the guard who's got a first-round grade. Sometimes he shows up in the first round of mocks, sometimes the second round. He had the greatest pre-draft quote ever. I love football because the brand of football that I play, I make guys not love football anymore. He gave a legendary speech after an Auburn game in the locker room. He just sounds like that football-y Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell kind of guy. So I'll go Tyler Booker from Bama.
Yeah, I was torn between two guys. There's one guy who I think they would absolutely draft, and then there's another guy who I don't think they draft because of the position, but he does scream that he's lying. So I'll go with that because he screams he's lying with who it is, and it's Malachi Starks, a safety from Georgia. Listen to what Daniel Jeremiah has to say about him. He said, the sources at Georgia speak very highly of his character. His intelligence and leadership ability have blown NFL teams away in meetings. Overall, Starks didn't make as many plays this past season as he did in 2023, but he has the versatility to move around the field and provide a lot of value. And that's the kind of thing that Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes dream about.
All right, so what type of player do the Lions seem to like? And I was actually going to give this player as the Wolverine or Spartan worth a late-round flyer. That's Khalil Mullings. I just feel like him being able to be so versatile, which the Lions really like, right? From linebacker to running back, and he's a workhorse back. So he doesn't have the athleticism that you probably look for in the NFL, but he could contribute a lot on special teams because of his linebacker background. I just think the fact that he's a utility knife, a Swiss Army knife. He's a knife, and I think the Lions like knives. All right, little different take here, but who is your favorite NFL draft analyst when they talk? You know, when they speak, it just means a little more to you.
I got to go with the GOAT. It's Mel Kiper. I know it might be going chalk and it's too easy to do it, but I'm not trying to get obscure with this. I'm just going to go with the guy who calls it like he sees it. There's no nonsense with him. He is not afraid to offend. I think there are too many of these NFL draft analysts that come out there on television or with their columns and they're too afraid to say anything negative. Mel doesn't care. Mel's just going to tell you what he thinks, and he's strong with his opinion. I love Mel Kiper.
I want to say Dane Brugler because his pre-draft manual is like 490 pages, but I think Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network does a really good job. He worked in scouting with, I believe it was Philly and Baltimore, and so when Daniel Jeremiah speaks, he often seems to be drawing from experience and being able to compare players that have either been successful or not successful and compare traits from his time in the NFL. So he's my favorite.
Here's a drop for you. I've always had a thing for Louis Riddick.
Oh, boy.
No, it's true. Every time he speaks, it just, to me, it means more. I mean, he's not going to hit 100. No one is. No one bats 1,000 with these things. And I do agree with you, Gator, is like I do want actually more analysts to be able to criticize and just praise everybody. But I think some guys are just telling you, hey, this is what this guy does well. And then maybe just because they don't say what they don't do well doesn't mean, hey, there's negatives with that player. But when Louis Riddick, I've always thought that he was going to get a president or an NFL GM job, and it's never worked out. He's interviewed a ton. At this point, I'm not sure he's ever going to get one because I think when you go through that process so many times, it's just not going to happen. Fetch isn't going to happen. So, but I still like him as a draft analyst.
When Louis Riddick likes a player, he'll let you know about it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, would you prefer to see the Lions trade up for that guy or move back for more guys?
Okay, because of this draft board, I think moving back and getting more picks makes sense. And I'm almost always in the move back camp, and yet so tempted to move up just to go get that one difference maker. But I mean, early second round is a great place to get a starting caliber guard if you move into the early second round and add a pick. Or there's depth at edge and depth at defensive tackle. There are 102 picks in the first 3 rounds. Todd McShay predicted that 35 defensive linemen will be taken, which would set the record by 8. It would be a third of the first 3 rounds would be edge rushers or defensive linemen. Move back, maybe get another pick in there and take advantage of that depth at positions of need.
I'll tell you what, to me, the answer is it's trade up, but it's for a couple of ways you can do it. I'm either going to trade. I want the Lions to trade up and get the guy that they covet most. And let's just, for the sake of argument, say it's Mike Green. Go get Mike Green. Go do it. Means you got to move up to 15 to do it. Then don't do it. Otherwise, I'm still wanting to trade up and get their guy, but it's trading up in the second round. Stay at 28, pick who you like, and then because there is so much depth at what you want, give whatever it takes to move back up into that second round and take somebody in the top 10 picks in that second round, and then you've got an excellent draft going.
I would prefer the Lions move up, which is ironic because what really hurt them last year, you could say, was depth. The attrition. They didn't have enough players. But for me, if you have that one player that can make up for a few players, that could be the main difference. Like if you had someone who's not going to be Hutch, all right? Hutch is in a class of his own, but someone a lot closer to Hutch, maybe that guy makes a play or two in a game that makes the difference. And that I think would make a bigger difference for the Lions. Because I think, honestly, last year, that was the exception to the rule. Knock on wood. To have that much attrition happen again, I don't think is likely. So I'm looking for that quality player over quantity because I think they got enough quantity as long as those guys don't keep getting hurt. All right, last one here, guys. Jalen Milroe, more likely to go in the first round or the fourth round?
I think it's more likely to go in the fourth round, and it's because I just don't think there's enough teams out there that really need quarterbacks. I think the teams that do, they get them in the first round, or maybe they move up and get one early in the second round. But once those quarterbacks are gone, I think there's going to be a little lull in the action. Once Jackson Dart comes off the board, I mean, are people going to go Milroe next? Is it Quinn Ewers next? And can you afford to wait a few rounds because nobody else is going to be looking for quarterbacks? I think Milroe's got a lot going for him. I was tempted to name him as the character guy, because everybody says great things about Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
And because the success that Jalen Hurts has had, and I think that's kind of his trajectory is following the career of Jalen Hurts. I wish that Jalen Milroe stayed one more year in college to show to everybody that he can throw the ball well. I think this might be a wasted year because he's gonna sit out the whole year. But I think he's more fourth than he is first.
Yeah, I could see him falling because the tape doesn't lie. Very few quarterbacks go in the second round. If you are a second round quarterback, teams want to take you in the first round for the extra year. Yeah. And so a lot of second round quarterbacks go late first round. I went back and looked. Last year, 6 quarterbacks went in the first round. The next quarterback selected was in round 5. When Spencer Rattler went to New Orleans. The last 7 drafts, there have been 4 second-round quarterbacks in the last 7 drafts. There have been 8 third-round quarterbacks and 10 fourth-round quarterbacks. Now, every draft is different, but it kind of speaks, that trend speaks to contracts and perceived value at the quarterback position.
Yeah, with my quarterback evaluation process, I admittedly tend to fall in love with physical attributes. Arm strength, 40 time, reps, explosiveness from the quarterback position, which you don't necessarily need to play quarterback. Jalen Milroe ran an absolute burner of a 40 time, right? I will not be fooled again. 4th round. I don't think if the first 2, 3 picks aren't going to draft a quarterback, why would Jalen Milroe go in the first round? I think this is not the best quarterback year is what they're telling me. So Jalen Milroe will be more likely a 4th round pick than a first round pick.
There it is, and that concludes a NFL draft edition of the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz Thingy. Hey, it's Doug Karsh from Michigan Auto Law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and it's because of that specialization that they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with truck accidents. Michigan Auto Law, nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases, and they take on fewer cases on purpose. They have more time for your case. Formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com. Carson Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. If you want to keep talking NFL, we just came out of the Blitz thingy, and there's a lot to sort of revisit with the NFL draft, and we'll do that in a minute. But let's get to your phone calls. Bill's in Canton, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Bill.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Hey, I got a couple questions.
Sure.
First of all, the Lions question is love the Lions, been watching for years, all in right now. But why? I don't understand why Holmes, if they want to win now, doesn't go after and get a big name defensive lineman instead of hiring these or instead of get 1 year deals on this Pecco and these other guys that really aren't that effective. I mean, they help, but they're not that effective. Second thing is the Tigers.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you think they have a big name defensive lineman?
Well, like that Trey Hendrickson's still out there. Well, why can't you just get a draft pick or a player and just go get that guy?
Because
if they want to win now.
Because of what it would cost them in the cap. They probably wouldn't be able to re-sign guys that they'd rather have.
Yeah. I know the whole thing's a cap issue. I get that. But if they want to win now, man, they got to make a splash somewhere.
Do they?
And the thing with the Tigers, same thing with Scott Harrison. Why didn't you go out and get a bat? I mean, the pitching's great, but you need a bat because realistically,
they did try. I mean, they made an offer and they thought they had a deal done with Alex Bregman, and then 30 minutes later, Bregman signs with Boston, and that wasn't too. That was right
I
around
get
spring
that. But if
training.
you look at the whole roster, top to bottom, even with the guys that are hurt, nobody's a 300 hitter. They're all like 270 or below, really, or 280 below.
Okay, there aren't many 300 hitters in baseball anymore.
Yeah,
Baseball's a totally
there was
different
like
game.
8 last
yeah,
year.
it's
weird.
a totally different game. It's all about OPS now. It's not about batting average. It's about can you do damage when you hit the baseball. And they put they thought that they were going to go get Alex Bregman. And I think had they known earlier that Bregman wasn't going to do it, I think it's quite possible they would have had Anthony Santander. Because he thought that Detroit was a real option for him. I think Scott Harris made efforts to go get a bat. They did get Gleyber Torres. He's out for maybe another few games here, and he did deliver with a home run on the play that knocked him out of the game.
Oddly,
but I think that they made efforts to get bats on this team.
But on the other hand, realistically, they should be 4-2 because they got screwed in a home plate call in Game 2 in the Dodgers, and then Cole Keith makes that yesterday, so they should be 4-2, really.
They could be.
Say that. I think that the Dodger call, upon further evidence, was the right call. I just don't like to accept it, but I think it's the right call.
So the Brad Holmes topic, though, is we're going to go around and around and around and around on this, and this is going to be Brad Holmes has done an incredible job building the Detroit Lions to this point. Last year, I would say they went into the year fielding a strong Super Bowl contending team. They didn't win the Super Bowl. Variety of factors played into that. 1 year later, they could bring back the same team. 1 year later is essentially the same team, any less of a quote-unquote strong Super Bowl contender. The Lions, 1 year removed from last year going into last season, still a strong Super Bowl contender. I would argue that they are, yes. Going to get Trey Hendrickson, first of all, I don't know that Trey Hendrickson is feasibly potentially a Detroit Lion in almost any circumstance for 2 reasons. As much as the Lions may want him, the Lions already have an elite edge rushing talent. And so they may want him a lot, but you know who wants him more? Somebody who does not have an elite edge rushing talent. So whatever it would take in terms of compensation to give to Cincinnati, every team that doesn't have an Aiden Hutchinson is probably more motivated to go get Trey Hendrickson. That is one. 2 is Trey Hendrickson's agent is the one that's trying to negotiate a contract extension with teams that might trade for him. Other teams have more cap space. Other teams do have more cap space and are more motivated. They're not going to have one $40 million edge rusher to already pay. The Lions do have one. So going to get him, you are in a bit of a bidding war with other teams. So it's not easy. The third part of this, and the uncomfortable part is, and this is where people debate, I don't think there's any question. If you do find a way to agree to compensation with Cincinnati, A, and then agree to a contract with Trey Hendrickson's agent, which he's probably not going anywhere without, B, then you are going to lose players you don't want to lose. And I don't know what it is, but it's probably like Kirby Joseph. You probably can't re-sign him. Jamison Williams is probably gone, and others. And I think it's easy to say, just go get him until you say, oh, but we're going to lose A, B, and C. Now, if you win the Super Bowl, it doesn't matter that you lose A, B, and C. But there is, what's not a prerequisite for winning a Super Bowl and hasn't been? Having 2 elite edge rushers. It's great. It would be great. Okay. I'd love to have 2 elite edge rushers. But, I'm pretty comfortable with them having a Super Bowl contender. That's all you can do is try and have a Super Bowl contending team. And there are huge roadblocks to getting Trey Hendrickson.
Well, whether it's building a hockey team, a baseball team, or a football team, or whatever, you need to have a team. It's not just built on individuals. That being said, I think we can't sit there and talk about hard and fast rules when it comes to how to win, because every couple of years there's a different trend that goes around.
Everybody says we got to do what they did.
So
the big 3 in basketball, right? That was
can you get it done with 2 edge rushers? Absolutely,
of course you can. Oh, of course you can.
But can you? Is that if you had to lose those players that you mentioned, but you add Hendrickson and you've got Hendrickson for say 4 seasons with Aiden Hutchinson, I feel pretty good about that team moving forward every season because of what they have there. Because I think that's a smart place to invest in with the edge rushers. I don't know what the cap ramifications are. Everybody knows I'm a Trey Hendrickson guy, and I'd like to see them try to make an addition. Here's what I didn't like in the last 15 hours. When I read his comments about how he's frustrated with Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. Trey Hendrickson's frustrated with the whole situation right now because you know who's calling about trade possibilities? Nobody. There is no movement. They're not getting any word from other teams that they're interested in Trey Hendrickson, which I find, that's really interesting. The other thing is Trey doesn't want just a quick deal. He wants to go to a team and finish his career with that team. He wants to uproot his family, move to that location, and stay there. So it's not going to be, he doesn't want a 2-year extension or somebody rip up the last year on this contract and then give him a quick 2-year thing. He wants to be wherever he goes for a while. He's making it more difficult to be traded to other teams because other teams, like say the Lions or the Commanders or whoever that might have interest, are like, well, we can't promise you all of that. And on top of that, he's upset with the Bengals because he thought that the Bengals were going to negotiate in good faith to keep him around there, and they haven't in his eyes. Now the Bengals are coming out and they're saying some things as well that maybe makes it seem like they're not all that thrilled with Trey Hendrickson. Hey, they'd like to have him there, and they think that they're paying him reasonably well. But Trey knows, and Trey's quick to point out what a great offseason this has been for his position with guys like Max Crosby signing a deal and Myles Garrett signing a deal, and knowing that Parsons is coming up and seeing that Hutchinson has an extension that's going to be coming up as well. I mean, he knew all the players as he should and knows what their money is at. So he knows what his market is. If you think you're going to get Trey Hendrickson for like $30 million a year, Not if you're going to trade for him. He's going to want something much bigger than that and probably north of $35 million. Can it get done? I still think there's crazy gymnastics that can be done with the salary cap and ways to finagle and get other guys to defer money for later on and have different kind of years and all that. But in the end, I don't think this is going to happen because I think Trey's making it too difficult for teams like a team like the Lions to get involved with.
If you look at what happened with Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, the probability of Trey Hendrickson being a Detroit Lion, to me, is almost 0.0. But look, I understand the allure of it, but there's too many. I mean, people want a Range Rover on an Equinox budget. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Are you going to eat that schedule for 12:35? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Regarding the Blitz thingy, where we had a six-pack of draft-related questions. One of the questions is, this year, would you prefer the Lions trade up for their guy or move back for more picks? Unnamed texter says, trade up and get the guy. I'm sick of hearing about depth. We have key positions where we need that guy. We need a 1B to Hutch's 1A. Get the opposite side edge guy and make quarterbacks' lives a living hell. I mean, they could do that, and you made the case for going up, and the example you use was Mike Green. I think the probability next year of the edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson being Davenport and a draft pick, I'm not going to shoot the boot guarantee it, but I'm close. Maybe I will shoot the boot guarantee it.
Oh, my.
Because I don't think they're getting involved. Look, they might get a great bargain in the free agent market late, and that's something you always talk about, Scott Anderson. But
well, keep being patient.
That's what I feel like is the most likely thing. I can't see a big splash in any other way other than the draft. The draft, they could make a big splash. They could move up in the draft and get their guy like they did with Terrion Arnold.
Well, there was an article on ESPN last night that came out regarding Trey Hendrickson and his disappointment with the Bengals. One thing it says the Bengals had granted Hendrickson permission to seek a trade earlier this offseason, but so far there have been no developments on that front. Asked Wednesday whether he had a deadline in mind on when he needs to get a deal or, if it comes to it, force a trade, Hendrickson said he doesn't know whether he can, quote, can put a timestamp on that. But it sounds like there is no movement. I mean, that's what ESPN is reporting.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is just something that will get ramped up before the draft, which I suspect it will ramp up quite significantly. Because if you're the Bengals, you're going to want to let's go. Either S or get off the pot, and if we're going to get something, we're going to work out a trade. Let's get it done before the draft so we know, hey, we're on the clock at 28 or wherever.
248-539-9797. John, you're on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
What's up?
All right.
Hey, first off, thank you. You guys do a fantastic job. Love your show. One thing I would like to say about the Trey Hendrickson thing, I think we're somewhere in the middle. I don't think this salary cap is as hard and fast as we make it out to seem. You take a look at other teams like New Orleans, Philadelphia, San Francisco, they seem to work around it. And I think some of it's just funny money, and we got to get better at working out the ways to fit everybody under the salary cap. That's my thoughts. I'll be quiet and listen.
Well, I mean, if you look at what Philly just lost, they just lost Josh Sweat. They just lost Darius Slay. These are guys they didn't want to lose, but they lost them because of cap reasons. A couple of years ago, Buffalo had a big exodus of players because of cap reasons. But Trey Hendrickson might leave Cincinnati because of cap reasons.
And Philly made their move last year in the offseason. They added some bigger players, including Saquon Barkley, and the big win is that they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I get it. Fair points. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I mean it's a real thing, and at some point, you can move stuff around for a bit, but they're probably going to have to move stuff around for a bit to keep the great players they drafted. And every time they talk, they say that we have bills to pay coming up.
Yeah, but again, and I'm just presenting another side to it. I don't want to upset you, but you hear the offseason stuff where they say we can't fall in love with our own players. And what have they done? It seems like every time you hear the Lions have made a move, it's signing one of their own players.
So
even if it's just whether it's the smaller type players that are the fringe guys on the roster that they continue to bring back, like Muhammad or Agude, that both of these guys are back, or if it's somebody that they're working on an extension for, guys that they drafted.
I didn't fall in love with the Fatu Melifonwu. They obviously will fall in love with players they think that they are worthy of their love.
Yeah, but
I would say that Kirby Joseph is worthy of the love.
I'm not saying he's not.
Well, here the questionable ones. There are a couple questionable ones, and the biggest one of guys that they've drafted that they keep around is Levi Onwuzurike. And is that ever going to pay the dividend that they think? I'm surprised he wasn't released at some point. 248-539-9797. Eddie is next. Hi, Eddie.
Hey guys, good morning. How are you guys? How you guys doing today?
What's up?
All right, so this has triggered me finally. I am absolutely losing my mind. This team went 15-2, essentially with half the team on IR. We get everybody back, like you said. Everybody else is going to get a year better, like Branch, like Robinson, like Rakestraw, like Arnold, like Gibbs. I mean, they're going to start leveling up, right? So if you, like your point, Doug, like you said, if you thought the team last year was good, they're going to be even better next year. We just have to stay the course. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have never, ever, ever misled anybody. They're pretty straightforward in the way they want to build their organization. They want to re-sign their guys because they know what they're looking for. And for somebody to say somebody had texted in and said depth isn't that important. Depth is very important because in the NFL, it's a war of attrition. If you look at that first game against the Rams and you look at that last game against Washington, we literally had 7 or 8 of our starters not playing in that game from one spectrum to the other. So if this team is going to continue to do what we want them to do, again, we've been in the abyss for 60 to 70 years, right? I mean, I'm 45 years old. I mean, I've been praying to see something like this since I was 5 years old. So let's just get better. We're getting better every year incrementally, and let's stay the course. And to Brad Holmes' point, you have to pay the piper at some point. And if you're going to sign Hutch and Gibbs and, re-sign all these guys, you're going to have to be really smart on who you can bring in. And by the way, not every team can be the 27 New York Yankees and have an all-star at every position. That's just not how the NFL works. So you have to have strategic positional guys that you're going to spend a lot of money on, and then you're going to have filler guys. That's all you got to do. But I just don't understand how people can just sit there and say, we need somebody else. And I'll say one more point. If Trey Hendrickson really wants to be on the Lions, he can go to his agent and say, you know what, I'll take less money. I'll take a shorter deal. I want to go to a winner. He's obviously not doing that.
Yeah, it's just the opposite of what he's saying.
He wants to have a longer contract. He knows what he's worth. Now, he said he doesn't have to set the market, but he also knows what he's worth. He's going to get a deal. Well, I should say he's deserving of a deal that's going to pay him on par with Max Crosby, which is $35 million a year.
He has every right to ask for it too. If you want to prioritize, this is the money cannon contract for him. And you get to sign that. There are other guys that have signed their money cannon contracts. It might be a little easier for them to say, I'll take less to go to a winner. But I do think it's funny because I read that text and, the person didn't sign it. When he said, trade up and get that guy, I'm sick of hearing about depth. You might be sick of hearing about depth. And I don't know who you are and how much you've heard about depth. And when it crossed that threshold and you finally said, enough, I'm sick of hearing about depth. My God, do I respect depth now more than ever before.
Well, I mean, if you don't think that was an issue with the Lions last year, I don't know what to tell. Although last year was, it was absurd. It was absurd because it wasn't just depth. It was like you need to have ridiculous depth to be able to overcome what they did. And they still, went 15-2 during the regular season.
So my guy might work with an office full of people that all they talk about is depth. And it might drive him crazy. So I don't know his situation that makes him sick of hearing about depth. I would think that the Detroit fan base has come to appreciate depth more than ever before.
But both things can be right. Both things can be absolutely true. Depth is very important, but it's also very important to have the high-end players. And, you can win both ways. If the Lions had Trey Hendrickson on this team as well, I like their chances a lot. If they simply going into the season the way that they are right now, I still like their chances a lot because we've seen how good this team can be when those guys are healthy. But it's a lot of guys that got hurt last year, and it's going to take a while before those guys are 100%. And knowing that Aleem McNeil is not even likely to start the season, that's a big blow to this team.
Sure is. 248-539-9797. All right. Coming up, NFL GM said something very interesting. Wonder if it's ever happened to you. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, trade in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to. So the Joe Milton has been traded to the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's interesting to see what the trade was, because I think some people might equate Joe Milton with Hendon Hooker a little bit. Though Hooker is more of a pocket passer, I guess, than Milton would be. But the Cowboys acquired Milton and a 2025 7th-round pick from the Patriots in exchange for a 5th-round pick. So if you got high hopes that the Lions can trade Hendon Hooker, who has really hardly seen the field, and get something special like a 3rd-round pick or better, good luck with that.
So essentially the Cowboys took their 5th-round pick and said, we'll turn it into a 7th.
Mm-hmm.
And for dropping 2 rounds, they get Joe Milton.
Yeah.
That's when you trade a draft pick and get a lower draft pick back, that's essentially Joe Milton cost them 2 rounds of draft position.
So this is obviously the Cowboys have let go of Cooper Rush and then Kang's guy, Trey Lance. But they're adding
Can I change my guy to Joe Milton just so I have a chance?
Nope.
I'll grant it. Sure.
Thanks, Doug.
But just thought that's interesting, the compensation. And the NFL compensation it's wild from one player to the next. Veterans or younger players doesn't seem to matter. Like every time somebody
situations play a factor.
Sometimes guys get traded and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe he went for that much. And then there's guys get traded and you're like, that's it? Crazy.
Yep. Okay, saw this quote and thought it was pretty funny. John Spytek is the Raiders general manager. Now, that might be a name familiar to some people as he played for Michigan back in, I believe it was the Rich Rod era. And I remember the kid, he'd be at the podium every once in a while. He was a very likable kid. Didn't play it. I mean, he played, but he wasn't like an elite top-end player, but some of those guys have really good minds for the game and worked their way up the totem pole, and now he's the GM of the Raiders. And he had a quote on a podcast yesterday. I apologize, I didn't get the name of the podcast. Kang, do you know the name of the podcast that Spytek was on when he made these comments?
It was an NFL Network one, I believe. I'll look it up here. Sorry.
Right, thank you. Sorry, I like to give credit where credit is due. He said the following about the draft. My son has made it no secret that if we don't pick Ashton Genty at 6, that he's walking out of the family and he's going to find somebody else. His son has told him, you better draft Ashton Genty, Dad.
How old is this kid? Do we know?
I don't know. I know he and his wife tragically lost a young baby.
I think he's 10 years old.
You do? Okay. Do your kids ever tell you how to do your job?
Well, they did with the Jets, right?
Yeah, that's right. What was that? There was Woody
Madden
Johnson?
Ratings? Yeah, the Madden ratings playing a role.
Woody Johnson, who's the owner of the Jets, cited Madden ratings. Anyway, has your kid ever told you how to do your job? Or did you ever tell your dad how to do your job? My kids always say, Dad, you should talk about this. You should talk about that. And I'm like, great. Because that's what we see all day long when we're at work is, why are you even talking about this?
I think our jobs are a little different, because it's very opinion-based and it's stuff that people like to talk about, so they have an opinion on it.
Yep.
But like what your dad did for a living? And
he was a reproductive endocrinologist at the University of Michigan. I never told him how to do his job. I was too humble.
Yeah, right. What my dad did, when he was employed as an entrepreneur and working in outplacement, there was nothing that I could suggest to him that was where he'd go, yeah, you're right. I'll take that to work tomorrow. Thanks, son. I mean, nothing.
But by the way, if you go public, if you're John Spytek, and you go public with this.
You don't go public.
You know what that tells you? There's no way they're taking Ashton Genty. You wouldn't say that.
This is why you don't go public. What are you doing with this? I mean, it's a funny story, but this is a story that you tell
after the draft.
Yeah, 2 years after the draft or 5 years after the draft. You don't do it now.
When the player you took panned out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And only then. Once Genty's had 3 straight, 1,500-yard years. Let me tell you something. My 10-year-old at the time said, you don't draft them.
Well, then maybe we should hire him.
Although maybe he's just laying the groundwork for, a wellness check. And, hey, where's your 10-year-old son? I don't know. He left. He was pissed. We went another route. We took Will Johnson from Michigan. He wanted Ashton Genty. Next thing I know, the kid's got a backpack and he's gone, Daddy, gone. You let me know if you find him.
We traded my son for future consideration.
Yeah.
He was going to walk out anyway. You may as well get something for him.
No, we found him. He's in Chicago where they drafted Genty.
So he said this on Sirius XM NFL radio.
Okay.
So, do you think this is so he said it though, and he knows he said it. Did he do it on purpose?
Is this some sort of?
First of all, his name's Spy Tech. Come on now, that's already
Spy.
Spy Tech.
Sure.
So yeah, he said this out, and everyone can get this audio.
Did he get permission from Tom Brady?
That's another guy who's been on the sketch in the NFL, huh?
This is Mark Davis's team, right?
If you're going to take advice from a 10-year-old kid, I suppose I would take it from the 10-year-old kid of an NFL GM if I want to take draft advice.
I'm putting myself back when I was 10.
Yeah.
And where I was in my sports fandom, when I was really just kind of getting into it. And that's when I started watching the Lions. And
this would have been the 1980 NFL draft.
Yeah. And was I interested in the Lions taking Billy Sims? Hell yes, I was. I was all about it. Please God, take Billy Sims. And who did they take, Doug?
They took Billy Sims.
They took Billy Sims.
So I remember that draft because I was an Anthony Munoz guy.
Were you?
I wanted to build it from the trenches.
And that's smart.
I just made that up. I don't remember anything about that. I remember Billy Sims. And I remember...
Was Charles White part of that same draft?
I think he was. And I couldn't believe that Billy Sims... This I do remember. Billy Sims went 1 with the first pick of the first round. Charles White went 27 with the second to last pick of the first round. Don't they know that it was Charles White that just won the Heisman? That's what 10-year-old Doug thought.
Was Billy first pick in the draft?
Yeah. Yep. And I thought, how did he last that long? He won the Heisman.
Well, Billy Sims won the Heisman too.
Did he win it the year before, though?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm like, Charles White was coming off a Heisman.
And crushed Michigan fan souls.
For the fumble?
Yeah. Fumble at like the 2.5-yard line.
Yeah.
Don't call it a touchdown. It's hysterical. Maybe not for you.
Yeah, you might find it.
Yeah.
You might find that there were
people don't find that funny.
There were different perspectives, Scott.
Who knew? No, but I could not have been happier as a 10-year-old that the Lions had, because you're 10. What do you want? You want the flashy thing.
Yep.
I watched Billy Sims play on TV. Oklahoma. Yeah, you get all Keith Jackson out. Love it. Yeah, here we go.
So you're just like Spy Tech's kid.
Yeah, and thank God. Otherwise, I would have. Who knows where I'd be today? I would have walked out on the family.
Would you? Had they taken Munoz? Might have won more.
Could have gone across the street, converted to Judaism, and next thing I know, I'm having a bar mitzvah. That's what the neighborhood was like, man.
Do you know who went second in that draft? You're not going to. It was just a great name. Great name.
Oh, I was going to say great now. It was Kenneth Sims that draft?
No. It was Lamb Jones.
Oh.
Wasn't there...
Is it Johnny Lamb Jones?
Wasn't there Johnny Lamb Jones and Johnny Bam Jones?
It's like Lamb, Bam, and Jam, weren't there?
Yeah, there were a bunch of...
From a Texas school or something?
Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up. Because that's really pertinent to today's discussion. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Have your kids ever told you how you should do your job, or did you ever tell your dad how to do his job?
My niece and nephew will periodically either send me a text or if we're at a dinner or something. My nephew, every time when I see him, he says, I've got an idea for a talk show topic for you.
Okay.
And then it'll come up with something that's usually pretty off the wall. He'll have like 3 or 4 suggestions. And at least one of them, I'll go, you know what? It's not bad. And I'll bring it to the table every once in a while.
Do you?
Yeah, every once in a while.
You got to let us know when he comes up with one of our...
Well, if it's good, I'm going to take the credit.
Good point.
I mean...
Because then why are we working with you? We should be working with him.
Right, and I don't need that.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get into some Tiger stuff coming up here on 97.1 The Ticket. Somebody living in Florida sent us a text. He's born in Detroit and he's listening down in Florida. Says, living in Florida most of my life. It's wet cold. The air down there has a lot more moisture in it. When the temperatures drop, it's wet cold. I think there's a lot of the climate is different, and I don't react well down there. I got a Florida
It's a weird
problem.
continent, man.
It is a weird continent.
Did you see any snakes?
One. Actually.
I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ours was the one we saw was dead.
Oh, dude, it had already been beaten?
No.
Did you beat the snake, Doug?
I did not.
You didn't have to.
It looked like a truck had beaten the snake.
No, truck for a snake. I'll take truck.
You know
Doug,
what's
Doug for a snake? I mean, Doug thinks he can beat the snake.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I don't want to see, but
Did you saw a snake?
yes.
What kind of snake?
I don't know. I saw the back half of it. That was enough for me. It was dark. I think it was black.
Uh-oh.
Where were you?
It was right by my brother's house. Like in a neighborhood, man.
And you're just like out walking or something? And
No, we're walking to the house. It was right in front of his house. It was like went underneath some weird vegetation out there because half of the houses don't even have grass. You know, it's like
just kind of slithered away, huh?
Yeah.
So we started the trip because the baseball team works out for 5 days and plays games in Vero
Vero Beach.
Yes, at Dodger Town, and we had a house, and we didn't have a house. We got rented a condo. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We went for a walk. My wife and I went for a walk, get some steps in,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And started down a little side street. Geckos, man. At one point, we forgot because you always remember when you go back there. But we're walking down the side street. It's like our first day there, and an entire front lawn starts to move, and you're like, "Whoa!" Because you forget, and then you see there's little geckos running away from you all over the place, and then by the end of the week, they're everywhere, and you're used to them. But
you're like, "Thank God I don't have a lawnmower going on right now."
God, that would suck.
Geckos, huh?
Yep. So the thing is, I think the geckos, unlike the toads that took over our yard, geckos get the hell out of Dodge. Toads don't move fast.
So they don't have any no soliciting signs there. Otherwise, the geckos wouldn't be allowed there trying to push insurance on you.
That is correct, Scott.
Good to know.
Anybody can solicit anywhere.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Were they polite?
The geckos?
Yeah.
Did they have British accents?
I just asked if they were polite.
No, they were very rude. All they did was run away from us. But the geckos didn't scare me like a snake would make me.
Snake would
probably
freak
jump
me
away.
out, dude. I am so freaked out by snakes. I'm fascinated by them, but I am freaked the hell out.
Do you check the toilets before you go? You ever see those
No,
videos?
I never have. No, why'd you even bring it up?
Well, we're back now. Come on.
I will now.
Florida, man. What a crazy continent.
It is.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I just forgot to flush. Sorry.
Why is it moving?
Different kind of snake.
248-539-9797. All right, so Tigers, they lose at Seattle. And Skubal 5 2/3, 6 hits, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. He got 4 ground balls, 4 fly balls. The brain fart from Cole Keith cost him. I'm still chesty. Yes, people are probably going to wonder. Yeah, I really, really, really like this team, and I think it's a continuation of last year. I mean, baseball games are good. Baseball teams lose games. Like it's really hard to win each and every day, and so I don't get worked up. There's a reason why teams compartmentalize and look at it as trying to win every series. Because if you win every series, you're a great baseball team. If you win more series than not, you're a pretty damn good baseball team. And Tigers so far, I just throw out the results in LA. That's against the extreme. It doesn't really matter. But Gator, do they come home for this season opener? Do you think the fans, not me, do you think the fans are going to be more enthusiastic about the team that they greet tomorrow at Comerica Park, less enthusiastic than what they were going into the season? Or do you think that they're not even on the radar because they've played almost all of these games at night, later at night, and they haven't really paid attention?
I think more enthusiastic. I think the Dodger series is so far behind them now that it's like doesn't matter. But seeing that Torkelson's off to a good start, Riley Green's off to a good start, I think those are, you expect Riley Green, but Torkelson's the nice little surprise here. So I think the fans are on board with that. I think they'll be maybe a little bit more vocal than they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Javi's got a few hits already.
Well, a year ago when they came home at 5-1. They won their first 5 games. They were the last team to lose. They lost that game against the Mets and came home at 5-1. So I think people were pretty damn excited. I think this is the real fascinating time to learn something, and that is Spencer Torkelson. He was invariably, and sooner rather than later, going to go 0 for 4, and he did yesterday. And the torque thing, his career has these little pockets where he's looked pretty good. People talk about the batting stance, more relaxed, less robotic, looks less like a baseball player that was created in a lab and more like a human playing the sport. I said that the thing with torque is does 1 for 9 turn into 2 for 38? Or does 1 for 9 get followed up by a couple of back-to-back games where he has a couple of hits? Like, that's the whole thing, is not having it spiral out of control with torque. And so in some ways, I was looking forward to the first bad game from a standpoint of not reaching base at all, striking out a couple of times, and answer the bell, man. Can Torque, whether it's mental or whether it's just a true sign of his improvement in his approach to the plate, I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Torkelson come back here and in front of the hometown fans. I agree with you. I think he looks like a totally different player at the plate. A more athletic stance allows him to have better balance. He's not reaching as much. I'm not going to fault players too much if they swing and miss at a split finger pitch that drops straight down. What I don't like to see is when they start to go to the outside, they find themselves off balance and still swing at the pitch. Because you already know that you're beyond, you can't stop it, and that sucks. Hopefully this is something that we're going to see less and less of with him, and he's proven it early on this season. He's had a pretty good eye at the plate already, and it's very encouraging.
It's funny how perspectives change too. Like I said earlier, when Skubal gave up even a hard hit ball, even if it was out, I'm thinking, what are you doing? How are you letting somebody square anything up, Tarek? Which is unfair because these are major league hitters and nobody's perfect.
Don't you know who you are?
Yeah. I'm like, how did that happen? And then the same thing happened in the ninth inning, but the exact opposite. Munoz is on pitching for Seattle. He can't find the strike zone.
No.
He certainly can't locate a breaking ball. And the Tigers managed to load the bases with one out because of a little blooper, 2 walks and a little blooper. And they put Javi Baez up there to pinch hit for Kreidler. And I'm like, okay, here's a pitcher who's throwing his breaking pitches out of the strike zone. And Javi Baez is coming to the plate. This is the formula for the easy strikeout. He's not going to throw a pitch in the strike zone, and he's not going to throw a slider in the strike zone. And Javi Baez is going to chase it outside the strike zone. This is a strikeout waiting to happen. And
it's also Javi Baez is one of the best on the team with runners in scoring position and deliver like he did last year, you hope.
Well, I was thinking he was going to strike out. But this
you probably weren't alone, no.
This speaks to the like how Skubal warps perspective. Baez then proceeded to ground out. And I was like, all right, put it in play. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm cheering that he put it in play. He hit the grounder to third, and they got the force at home on a play that was kind of trickier, but it wasn't like he squared anything up.
By the way, we're looking back at that play when Colt Keith comes into home.
Yep.
You could argue Colt Keith was out of the baseline. He is way inside on that. And then when he slides, and it's kind of a late slide, and the catcher, it kind of goes right into the catcher's shins. Catcher lands on top of him, and the catcher looked pissed.
So there was a couple things about that. The catcher was Mitch Garver. It wasn't who's the young kid they have that just signed a big contract. It wasn't the other guy. It was Garver. So I think Colt Keith slid late and slid into him, and yet when Garver went down, Garver drove his elbow, was pissed, and drove his elbow into Colt Keith's head.
I think he did.
I think they both stood there, and I think there was kind of like
are we going to fight?
Yeah, no, you cool? I'm cool. All right, yeah. You slid cool, late, but I elbowed you. All right, yeah. That was a weird. They both looked at each other.
And they stayed on the ground for a while.
Then they stood up and looked at each other.
I'm like, here we go. Get it
going. I'm a little pissed at you, but I kind of took a cheap shot. Yeah, me too. Are we just going to let it go? Yeah, I think. And
walk away. Break on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Break.
Yep. That was a weird.
It was an odd sequence.
No. But damn it was a winnable game. Winnable game. And they let it get away. Such is baseball. 248-539-9797. All right, a video went viral. I want to talk about that coming up today at 11:50. And next hour, Scott Anderson, we have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Just a reminder, you can stream the show in a variety of ways. One is the Odyssey app. In fact, Kang, did you use the Odyssey app when you were out of town at all?
No, I completely unplugged.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I get enough of you guys.
I unplugged as well. The other day when Stoney was at the NFL meetings, I think we got a text from Stoney referencing something on the show. I'm like, he is in Florida at the NFL meetings listening to the show. God bless that man. Do like Stoney did and get the Odyssey app for your phone and download it today for your mobile device, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show when you're at the NFL meetings or anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. And if you want to stream with video, there is a way, youtube.com and twitch.tv. If you go to those websites, you'll see a search bar, type in 971 the ticket, and bam, there we are. All three of us wearing the same thing today. All three of us wearing, what is it? Anybody notice?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, did you just notice?
I did.
Yeah. Anyway, you can see it through our website, twitch.tv or youtube.com. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hope everybody was able to endure the storms that passed through last night. I know some areas going to get hit harder than others. Lots of flooding going on. That's no bueno. Hopefully, I just remember this. I don't know what it was, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, maybe longer than that, when they had the bad storms came through, and I think Royal Oak just got destroyed by flooding. And a couple days after the flood, everybody had all this crap out on the streets because everything got ruined, and all the basements just backed up because the sewer system backed up, and that's what was coming through. It's just awful. I hope that wasn't the case last night.
Yeah, we were just like, is this rain ever going to stop? I'm like, the people use the term, this truly is torrential. Like, this is really coming down.
And Detroit just got hit with it a couple weeks ago.
So, and the other thing is up north with the ice storms and where our house is located, crews couldn't get to it. And we have no idea the condition. Like, that's scary. With the one thing we're able to check is the online thermostat. So we knew that the house had power and internet, because not that we need the internet now, but we could check the online to see that we didn't lose power. So hopefully nothing froze over.
Yeah, I saw some videos that people had posted from up north in northern Michigan at the UP, but with the ice storms, it looks beautiful, right? But the problem is that the damage that it does is that ice weighs so heavy. It's beautiful for a moment, and then the trees start to fall down because the weight of the ice is too much. There was one video I saw where someone was like driving through, and there were downed trees everywhere because of it. It's ice can be so devastating.
Well, there's a video of ice falling from the span of the bridge, the Mackinac Bridge, yeah, and cars on there. They had to close it down.
If you saw that, and gives you pause, man. I mean, that's a big chunk of ice that came flying down just seconds before a car is going to go there.
So they shut that down for a while. Nubs Knob, the ski area, sent out pictures yesterday saying, "Hey, we're still open, but we're going to be working through till Saturday to try and clear the ski runs," because there were just branches and trees fell everywhere. But anyway.
Any chance you're going to just drive Milwaukee for the heck of it?
No.
Okay.
Never. Don't like that bridge. Don't trust that bridge. Did you see the video that went viral of Matt Stafford throwing a pass to Bryson DeChambeau?
No, but I feel like now I have to.
Yep. It's funny. We can't really. The visual is one thing, but the audio that goes with it, the thud of when the ball. Okay, are you watching it?
Yeah.
All right. What do you see?
So Stafford's at the tee box, guns a pass. Jeez. I mean, guns a pass to, I'm assuming that's Bryson, who is running just like a quick pattern.
Yep.
Probably 15, 20 yards away. But Stafford just drills the ball right in his hands.
So before Stafford threw
serious velocity.
Before Stafford threw it, he turned to somebody and said, "Is he any good?" And the response was, "Yeah, I think he could have played in the NFL," which is hysterical.
Please.
Yeah, exactly. So Stafford, with that, makes the split-second decision. Okay, well, let one fly.
Right. And it's funny because DeChambeau does in his route running, he gets an F for the route running because he stops. And he turns, looks back at the quarterback, and does what most people playing backyard football would do, is just kind of stop and wait for the ball to come to you. And Stafford just drills him.
Stafford threw, my guess is Stafford threw what, 60, 70%? That ball got on Bryson. You know what?
He looks like he put a little extra on it. But I mean, it's like a normal pass in the NFL.
That ball got on Bryson in a hurry, and he wasn't ready for it.
No. The ball also looks like it's a little smaller, even though I'm sure it's not, but it just kind of looks smaller.
No, I think that's regular football.
No, I think it is. Yeah. I think it's an illusion with the video. But
so you know how, Doug, you think there's like Florida cold compared to everywhere cold?
Yep.
Well, there's NFL arm compared to throwing with your buddy in the backyard arm.
Yep.
Like, you've caught a pass from a guy. It doesn't even have to be an NFL quarterback. Maybe a guy that played high-level D1 or something, a quarterback. That ball comes out quick and hard and fast.
You have no idea.
Right? It gets on you, and they're like, you have to prepare yourself for some velocity here. It's just not us throwing the ball around the office or at a park. I mean, Stafford, this is like a wheel route, like a short little, like, Blake Corum catches this in his sleep, right? Or Kyron Williams. Bryson DeChambeau got tattooed. Right?
It's like not a good idea if you're a golfer to try to catch a pass from an NFL quarterback and hit you in the hands and then ricochets off. Like, imagine the damage you can do to your hands. Dude, you need your hands as a golfer. What are you doing?
So there's a few things about this. One is, obviously, Bryson couldn't handle. I mean, maybe eventually he could.
Koepka could.
You think?
Brooks should reply to that. Nice catch.
Do you think you could handle a pass from Stafford?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course. I have no idea. Now? No. I mean, I'd love to try. I'd love to see it. I mean, you and I both been to enough practices up close in person.
Yep.
We know that these guys whistle the ball in there. Love to test my metal and see if I could. Sure. But I remember years ago, Eli Zarrett telling me that he was when he was sportscaster in the 80s, when Gary Danielson, when he had kind of first met Gary, he was at a practice one time and he's like, hey, throw me the ball here. And Gary throws in a ball and it just left like the cross right in the middle of his chest because he just buried it right into him.
Yep.
And he's like, you have no idea how hard they can throw that ball, man. It really comes at you.
So we've tweeted out the video. You can see it at DuncanGator971. We wanted to play the audio from the video because Gator, you're just watching the video.
Yeah.
What makes the video is the thud when the football hits DeChambeau. It's a loud, uncomfortable thud, and it really is rather hysterical. So if you do go to our Twitter page to watch it, do sound up full to see it. The one experience I had with something like this is years ago in another radio life. I did play-by-play for a lot of non-rev sports at the University of Michigan. One of them was University of Michigan softball. And Michigan had an All-American pitcher named Kelly Kovacs, who is now the head coach, I believe, at Ohio State. But at the time, I had a glove, and I got down in a crouch. I said, all right, come on. Let me see what I want to see what it's like. And she said, I'm not going to do that. And I said, come on. And she said, no, I'm not going to. And I said, I'm in a crouch. I'm behind home plate. I've got a glove. Would you just pitch one fastball to me? And she let this ball go. And it was dancing so much that I went from the catcher stance. I started to fall backwards, realizing instantly I was in trouble. And I managed to catch it as I rolled backwards onto my back. And I said, and you didn't think I could catch that? And she looked at me and she said, that was 50%. And I'm like, oh boy. So it'll happen. But Bryson wasn't ready for what Stafford was serving up. Yeah. And I got to give Stafford credit. Stafford could have lobbed it out there, and he said, nope. He fired him a fastball.
It's so funny because you're talking about catching a softball from a fast pitch softball because you don't know where it's going to go. The movement on those pitches can be incredible. Yet, I'm sure you've done this too because you've coached Little League. You've caught pitchers that are throwing 80 miles an hour, and it's like, that's okay. I can handle that because basically where it's – you're warming up, and he's going to throw fastballs. Got it. It's going to go where it's supposed to go. But you throw something that's going to have movement on it, and then you're like, what am I supposed to do?
So I was wondering, because we have catcher's gear at home, if at any point I want to gear up and just have my nephew who throw, have him just let one go.
He throws mid-90s.
Yes, he does. And I remember in the backyard when he was a little kid, he was throwing to me. I'm like, God, you got some movement on that. You know what I was before I knew the term what spin rate was. I think I was recognizing spin rate when he was a young kid. But anyway, yes, he's in the Mariners organization, and I probably will never do that. But I could, and then my oldest son could hit off him. Cousin, they never got to face each other in high school. It would have been fun. But
is your brother-in-law? I assume he's had to catch him with his.
I think he stopped doing that years ago.
Yeah, it's probably wise.
Yeah. But I'm not afraid. I'm not scared.
You're not scared?
I'll gear up. And if you want to check it out, Stafford lets a fastball go and a pass to Bryson DeChambeau. Make sure you do sound up so you can hear the thud when the ball hits DeChambeau because Stafford definitely didn't take anything off it. And I mean, maybe if anybody out there has ever had an experience like this, where a pro athlete, do you remember when Rosema was throwing to people down?
Oh, yeah.
And he would invariably, he'd just groove him down the middle. Everybody got 10 pitches.
Yeah, and he's pitching like 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour at best.
And then he'd snap off a curveball for his own entertainment.
Yeah.
And it was kind of for everybody's entertainment.
Because you didn't know when it was coming, but you knew it was going to come because you did it to every batter that's there taking BP. And when it comes, you buckle like nobody's business because you're just not expecting it, even though you know at some point during your opportunity there, you're going to get a curveball.
Yep. So he would snap off a curveball and he'd throw it at you.
Mm-hmm.
and you'd bail out, and then he'd start to laugh, and he'd turn on the mound, and he'd go, strike. Because when you see the real deal, it's incredible. Just incredible. So anyway, did you ever have to or get to try and catch a fastball from a major league pitcher, or how about a hockey goalie with a hockey goalie that has to face a professional or college slap shot? I bet that's rather terrifying, relatively speaking. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right, next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We'll revisit some of the topics from our NFL Round the League Blitz thingy, a NFL Draft edition of the Blitz thingy. That coming up in the noon hour as well. Hey, baseball is back, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all Detroit baseball action. Starting the season the way they did and the way they ended last year, there's a lot to be chesty about. Solid pitching, some spotty hitting has made the team entertaining to watch, but why go to Twin Peaks for baseball? Why not? For starters, each lodge boasts over 50 TVs, so you'll never miss any of the strikeouts, stolen bases, or grand slams. Each lodge has upgraded their entertainment packages, boasting numerous 98-inch TVs for your viewing pleasure. Pair all that with the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. They also feature an extensive bar with all your favorite high-end bourbons, tequilas, and craft cocktails. Shot specials like $4 Jack Daniel's flavors, Screwball, Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve are available every day to jumpstart your evening. And you won't want to drink on an empty stomach. Their cooks are there daily at 9 a.m. to prepare tons of scratch-made food. House favorites like the smoked brisket, the ribs, the wings, the hand-cut New York strips. I love the Chipotle chicken. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. By the way, happy National Burrito Day for those who celebrate. Seems like it'd be a good day to get a burrito. Gator, I know you are a fan.
Oh, yeah.
And you got your new spot. Gato Taco. Have you had a burrito from Gato Taco or just
I've been
tacos?
there once.
What did you have when you were there?
I had a single taco.
Yep.
And nacho.
And you're a big fan.
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps back for a burrito today?
Yeah, I have to check and see if I think they have burritos.
Yeah.
Love burritos.
I know you do.
Love
You love
tacos.
just about everything about Mexican.
I really do. I really do. What's not to love?
Well, I'll just a little foreshadowing for how you're going to eat that.
Mm-hmm.
One of the topics is one of the new menu items. Taco Bell.
That's all I had to say.
Is bringing something back. Look forward to
I mean, I'm likely to love whatever Taco Bell's going to bring back.
Yes.
There have been very few items in Taco Bell that I was like, eh.
Yeah. All right, here's feedback. I caught a pass from a Division I quarterback when I was about 14. When I jumped up and caught it, it felt like the ball carried me an extra 2 yards in the air. I will never forget that feeling. I went to Michigan baseball camp 15 years ago. High school pitcher was throwing 95, and I was a high school catcher. Fastest ball I caught prior to that was 80. I almost missed the ball.
Oh, boy.
Here's an interesting one. My daughter used to date Cade McNamara, the former Wolverine quarterback. When she brought him home for the first time on a bye week a couple years ago, we went outside to throw the football around, and he was drilling me in the gut so hard I felt like I was going to be sick.
Now, if you're the father of the young woman who's dating a player, like, are you impressed that the kid's doing that, or are you pissed at him?
I'd be impressed. Like, are you saying that he's throwing the ball hard to me?
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, he's like drills you.
Yeah, it'd be a sign of respect. You can handle it. I'm like, you're damn right I can.
But inside you want to puke.
Yeah, but I wouldn't let him see that. Hey,
but that's a
bleed on the inside.
Right. But that's in the check plus column.
Yeah, absolutely. He showed me respect. Unless I
don't know, Gator. I know where you're going with this, and I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
Like, this guy, who's this kid think he is?
Don't try to hurt the daughter's father.
What are you doing, dude? He's playing a friendly game here.
Well, I just because
you want to take her out?
No. Just because he throws hard doesn't mean he's trying to hurt me. I can handle it.
He's trying to hurt you. Just saying.
Next one.
Not up in here.
Next one. I knew a kid who played some Division III quarterback, and I played catch with him at a sandbar, and every single pass hit me directly in the hands and ricocheted right off my hands. I don't think I caught one. I like to blame the water. Watching that Stafford video explains why Megatron's fingers are all crooked. That was a bullet, and you know it wasn't 100%. Well, you can see it as Bryson DeChambeau tried to catch a pass from Matt Stafford at a tee box at a golf course. Stafford had a football, and he didn't go 100%, I'm sure. But, man, DeChambeau couldn't handle it. Make sure you turn the audio up. The thud is hysterical. Let's go to Danny in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Danny.
Hey, gang. How you doing?
What's up?
Well, Doug, your story is very similar to mine. I was fresh out of high school, thought I was still an athlete, visiting my sister Eastern, and I think it was they still had softball. It could have been high school. I was just walking around and watching the softball team practice, and I start catcalling, and one thing, they dared me to stand in the box and get 3 swings. I tried to bunt the last time. I didn't come close. It was embarrassing, but it was very similar to what you said. Yeah, it was. They're so close, so close.
They are really close. So when you were, and by that we mean the pitcher's mound, the circle is very close to home plate. Now, you were walking past and you just started talking smack?
Yeah, I wasn't that bright a kid, but yeah, I was enjoying it. I was never had been to Eastern. I was they had redone their whole sport. This is a long time ago. I mean, I graduated '87. I don't know. This is a couple years after that, and I was admiring it, first time visiting my sister, and I thought, I still got it. No, to hear the whistle of that ball, and they were nice. They didn't go at my head or anything, but they definitely
So
coaches and everything let me have it. It was funny.
I like the way you've positioned this from your own perspective when you say, I still got it. When the part of this might be, Danny, that you never really had it to begin with.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Hey, thanks, man. 248-539-9797. Ken is in Clinton Township. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
So about 25 years ago, I guess I was in my early 30s, and I joined a church softball league. And that was the first game, and so we were sitting there, and I was talking to one of the guys, and they were like, "Oh yeah, that guy over there, he used to play AA or AAA ball in the Twins organization." And I'm like, "Oh really?" And I played catcher and third base in high school or whatever, and I had a pretty good arm, so I'm like, okay, so I go up to him, I'm like, "Hey," you want to warm up? And he's like, "Sure." So we're 10 feet away, and we're throwing the ball, and we start backing up. So I start getting into it. I'm like, I'm just going to, I'm going to see what this guy's got. So I start throwing it a little harder, softball, and I'm throwing it harder and harder, and he's just kind of smiling. And I don't know, after about 8-10 pitches, I'm throwing as hard as I can, and he's just smiling. He looks at me, he takes a little hop step, and before I knew it, here comes this ball. And I swear to God, it hit my mitt. I thought I busted my hand. And he didn't even move. I mean, he just flicked his wrist, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, man, maybe I'm not really as good as I thought I was."
Yeah, I had a roommate in college one of my years at Michigan State who had played at Michigan State for a couple years before getting kicked off the team. But he and I went out one day to go throw a ball around.
Talking about playing baseball?
Baseball.
Okay.
So we were at a park, and we were just throwing a baseball around. Hey, he was from New York. He was, "Hey, do you want to throw a ball around?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's go ahead and throw a ball around." And we're short toss, then we go to the long toss there. And he was, I believe, a shortstop or second base, middle infielder. He is throwing absolute lasers at me from 80 to 100 feet away. Just, right at my head at 80 miles an hour. And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Right? Would you ease up?" I'm not used to this, man. We're just throwing a ball. "Oh, yeah, it's just loosening up. Just got to loosen up a little bit." Good God, man.
Was your roommate Rodney Dangerfield?
Sometimes I wondered.
Your voice, your imitation of him sounds a little bit like
very heavy New York, Long Island, New York accent.
Is that right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Well, look, man, there is a difference, as Mr. DeChambeau found out. So you perhaps heard in the update about Tom Gora's message. He's an interesting dude in the way he words things. I'm going to read his statement. This is his statement regarding the suspensions. And so if you missed it, the Pistons and Timberwolves recently game brawl breaks out, and 3 Pistons get suspended. Isaiah Stewart for 2 games, Ron Holland for 1 game, and Marcus Sasser for 1 game. Here is the statement released by Tom Goras on Twitter. In recent days, our team has faced scrutiny stemming from moments of intensity on the court. Let me be absolutely clear. We stand behind our players. He writes that in bold. While I wish the penalty outcome had been different, I write to all of you with full heart, with pride in our players, passion for our city, and a clear voice of support for all those who wear the Piston colors. We are bonded through our challenges. Our players compete with passion and teamwork, values that so many of us share. Detroit has always been a city that plays with hustle and pride. The Pistons have never shied away from playing hard and having each other's backs. And we won't start now. In Detroit, we rise together. To our players and coaches, continue to work hard and play hard. We see you. We appreciate you. We support you. Your dedication fuels this franchise, and your courage inspires us all. To our fans, thank you for riding with us through every game, battle, and moment. Your energy fuels our players and makes the Pistons who we are. Together, we will keep building. Together, we will keep competing. And together, we will keep proving that Detroit basketball is more than a game. It's a way of life. Sincerely, Tom Goras, Governor, Detroit Pistons.
Governor?
Yeah. Quite a message there from Mr. Goris.
I mean, it's something. It's a lot. It's a lot of words.
It's a lot.
Gator wasn't going to read all that, though. I mean, come on. He looked at that and goes, all right, I'll just let Doug tell me what he said.
It's too long.
It looked like you're doing a Cory Booker filibuster there. I'm not sure what was. Is that a record? Did he pass a record for longest statement ever for saying I'm behind the team?
Is this
100%? That's all you got to say?
Was this necessary?
And to everyone who dons the Piston colors and flies that playoff flag proudly, we are all behind our basketball team. Detroit basketball. Oh my God, that's a lot. But okay, great. Hey, like to see the support from the owner,
governor.
So you're right, governor, because he been accused of being kind of an absent owner at times. Got a good team. Going to come out and say stuff. Okay, great, nice. I would expect you to have the back of the team.
Yeah.
In something that resulted in no real punches thrown. I love how this thing's being called a brawl.
Yeah, it really wasn't.
Come on,
man. I know. I don't know.
It's a brawl by today's basketball. I mean, we grew up seeing brawls in basketball. Just let's calm down a little bit with a brawl. A fracas, a dust up.
Yeah, compared to the 80s is scoffing at your 2020s brawl. 248-539-9797. Well, good for Governor Goris and his statement, as Gator put. A lot of words.
It's a lot of words. Big Tom.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, I've got some good news for you. I think that maybe, just maybe, we finally moved on from the winter. And more great news. The red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere, give them a call today. They're the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And they're going to make sure that your HVAC and plumbing are ready to take on the heat that hopefully is just around the corner. But don't just take my word for it. You got to check out their A+ rating they get from the Better Business Bureau. That's great. Plus, how about this? Some of those 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, a boiler, water filtration, your plumbing, anything at HVAC, you want to get it checked out? Yep, do it. Schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
So tomorrow is Tiger opening day. We'll be broadcasting down there from somewhere. I know the morning show will be at the Music Town Studios inside the Hockey Town Cafe. We may be there. We may be outside. Who knows at this point? Depends a lot on the weather, but it could be a decent day, relatively speaking. They're saying it'll be one of the nicest days in recent memory as far as opening day. Wind can be an issue for our broadcasts, and I guess first pitch temperature doesn't matter to us. It's 10 a.m. temperature when it comes to if we're going to do the show outside.
That's right.
Or not. So we will see. But
because we're going to get Detroit cold, not Florida cold.
Yes, I will be prepared for this, just in case. Gator, are you gonna layer up?
Well, yeah.
Good.
Although I suppose by the time I leave my house tomorrow, I'll know if we're inside or outside.
Yep. So do you? I mean, the fact that Jack Flaherty is starting, we get to see the one thing that everybody always talks about, but almost never happens.
Right.
He's a free agent. Let's trade him at the trade deadline, and then we can re-sign him at the end of the year.
Never happens.
It just doesn't happen. It's great in theory. It's fun to talk about. Sure. But how often does it actually happen? Rarely. In fact, I can't off the top of my head remember a time. I'm sure somebody will text.
I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah, I'm
but
sure
it
it's happened. But
it feels like it never happened.
Can't for the life of me think of a time it happened right now. But it happened with Flaherty. And I'm pretty happy it did. And I think he's pretty happy it did. And I think Tiger fans are pretty happy it did. And I kind of like guys. I mean, he was here before. He chose to come back. Unlike the Lions situation right now and the Red Wings situation in the past, in certain contexts, Detroit teams can be coveted places to play. The Lions are now one of the coveted places to play. The Red Wings were a place that players wanted to come play. And it's not that Jack Flaherty is one of the top 5 pitchers in the game or anything like that.
He's a good pitcher, though.
But he's a damn good pitcher who had no ties to here, signed here, which is one thing to come here once, gets traded at the trade deadline, and then by choice comes back. So I kind of got a special place in here, Gator, in the chest, special place for players who do this, because Detroit, the Tigers are not a place. Being a Detroit Tiger right now is not, we're not the it team in Major League Baseball by any stretch of the imagination. So good for you, Jack Flaherty. And put me in the Jack Flaherty fan camp.
Well, I think it speaks very well of the Tigers organization and what they have with the pitching coaching staff, A.J. Hinch and Federer and the whole bit there, and how they have had some reclamation projects and had some success with it. Lorenzen and Flaherty in particular. So when Flaherty gets traded, don't think he particularly wanted to be traded at the time, but he gets traded to the Dodgers, wins a World Series, pretty happy about that.
Yep.
I also don't think he was terribly thrilled that the Dodgers really didn't show an interest in trying to re-sign him. But if he wasn't going to play for the Dodgers, where was he going to play? He wants to play for Detroit.
Yes, he does.
Because Detroit was able to get some pretty good pitching out of him. So I'm glad it's worked out this way, and let's hope that Jack Flaherty has a season this year like he did last year.
Yeah, and you know the marriage between Jack Flaherty and Chris Fetter, you know that might have had something to do with it. And you talk about what matters for a pitcher. I mean, when they signed Jack Flaherty originally, and he had gone through that thing where he got traded from St. Louis to Baltimore. And then we were ironically trying to shop him back to Baltimore last year at the trade deadline when it looked like the Tigers weren't going anywhere. I kind of felt like the Jack Flaherty we were getting was near the end of his career. And then last year between Detroit and the Dodgers, he pitched very well. Do you ever ask yourself what would have happened had they not moved Flaherty?
I mean, yeah, I think I have.
Last year in the postseason, because they wouldn't have had Sweeney. And they obviously wouldn't have who's the catcher in the system they got now?
Lorenzo?
Yeah. Tyron Lorenzo.
I feel that it's a dangerous road to go down and see what would have happened.
Yep.
I mean, would the pitching have been any different? I don't know if the pitching would have been any different. Like, okay, you wouldn't have pitching chaos,
or as much.
You wouldn't have had as much. Exactly. You'd have another pitcher to go. So, I mean, it's maintaining the strength of the team, which was the pitching. But you didn't have the shortstop. You wouldn't have gotten Trey Sweeney, which looks like it's a solid get. Not that Trey Sweeney's a future all-star or anything like that, but it's you feel good having him at short right now. He hit the home run yesterday. That was nice.
Yep.
But the gem of that whole thing is Lorenzo. Lorenzo went from a guy who was a decent prospect for the Dodgers.
He was a middle-of-the-road prospect in L.A. that the Tigers identified. That trade, when they made it, was thought of as an L.
Goes to the Tigers organization, ends up at high A ball at West Michigan, tears it up at West Michigan, and then parlays that into, hey, we're going to send to the Arizona Fall League, where he and teammate Josue Briseño are the stars of the league. And you start to go, wait a minute, did they just steal a stud from the Dodgers that the Dodgers just kind of gave up on or weren't really thinking that highly of? Is that possible? Because now Lorenzo's a top 100 prospect in all of baseball.
Yep.
By virtually every service that's out there grading these things. Where he was nowhere near it a year ago, but now he is. He's right there in everybody's radar, and he's starting the season at Double-A Erie as catcher there. So you saw him a little bit in the spring, got a great frame, looking forward to it. So, yeah, I guess, have I thought of what it would be like to not have him? Or if the trade had not gone on? Yeah, I have, and I don't know if the Tigers make the playoffs last year with Flaherty. I don't know. I suspect they probably would because, again, I don't think the difference is the shortstop. But did Trey Sweeney make that much of a difference at shortstop that's what put the Tigers over the edge to get into the playoffs? Not so sure of that.
I'm not so sure of that either. I mean, I wouldn't change anything because it felt like they had an alignment. First of all, it was an alignment of the stars. Secondly, they ended up with all three. They ended up with Flaherty, Sweeney, and Lorenzo. So it's clearly a win.
And who else isn't going to change anything is the Dodgers.
Dodgers aren't either. They got what they wanted. They got their World Series.
One of these. Think about how rare this is. It's a trade where both sides are happy about it, and then the Tigers get the cherry on top by re-signing Flaherty anyway.
Well, there's a couple things about it, right? Because we've talked about the Goff trade the same way.
Yeah.
And it was also with the LA team. The difference is
similar.
Both those LA teams actually did reach the mountaintop. We are hoping that what we got back in return, which was Goff and a bunch of stuff that we saw how it, what it resulted in with all the draft picks and all that they got, is as long as our Detroit teams make it to the mountaintop. 248-539-9797. Then we'll know true win-win. Okay, we got another edition. Are you going to eat that coming up today at 12:35? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We mentioned earlier it was National Burrito Day.
National Burrito Day, yes.
Yeah. It is also National Film Score Day.
National Film Score, okay.
Which last night I was flipping around and waiting for between the end of the Tiger game and the beginning of the Piston game. There was the cooking of dinner, the cleaning up of the dishes, the preparing of the lunches for today before I sat down and I still had some time to kill. So I started flipping around and one of my all-time favorite movies was on. I was wondering, does this count as a film score?
Shawshank?
No. The movie was Beverly Hills Cop. It was Harold Faltermeyer's Axel F.
Yeah.
Is that a film score?
Or
is a film score more da 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 da?
I think it all counts. It's just music goes in the background. So, I mean, that was the evolution of it, right? You went from having full-on orchestra with John Williams to, dude with a keyboard or whatever the case is. It's interesting. As you started talking about this, I didn't know where you were going with this. I started thinking of...
Not really going anywhere.
It's okay. No, it's just that I started thinking about the film scores that stand out to me.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen enough movies lately, new movies, maybe where that stands out with a new movie.
Yeah.
But the old ones sure as hell stand out. Like Jaws, Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, as you were humming along there.
Yep.
And those movies really stand out as having that. I don't know. There are songs that are
here's one that
associated
probably
with
makes you want to
movies.
puke, but you kind of know it. It's Rudy. The Rudy thing?
No. Nope.
No.
No.
Gang, no.
No.
Sorry. Yeah.
Unless I hated Rudy. But
I knew you wouldn't. I knew it wouldn't resonate with you at all. But
I try to be fair. Just didn't like Rudy.
Yeah.
But other movies just have it's more of a soundtrack than a score. There is a difference between soundtrack and score. And maybe Axel F falls under the soundtrack part because that actually was, I think, a -- hit.
yeah, it was pretty good.
I think now with today's generation, I feel like TV series music, that resonates more.
Yeah.
Like we hear Yellowstone or Game of Thrones,
Sure.
I think that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Remember the one I had you put in the system a while ago?
Oh, God. Stop trying to make us watch that, man. Doug's become that guy.
I'm not. I was preparing for just in case.
Okay, I'll look it up. I put it in. Hold
No,
on.
you don't have to look it up.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I know you don't. It's no big deal.
No, King, I think you're right because when you start thinking of, you play the Game of Thrones theme, everybody say, yeah, it's Game of Thrones.
See, I wouldn't know it because I didn't watch the show.
I don't know. What about for you, Ted Lasso? Does that have a song you know?
Yeah,
right
it kind of does. The one that would give me is The Office.
Oh, The Office is funny.
Piano.
Yeah.
My nephew Leighton could sit down and play that.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
That's funny.
You could just think of that in your head. Maybe not Doug, but
No.
other.
No, it's okay.
98% of the audience would. Oh, yeah. There.
For Doug, it's like Big Ten Network, something like that.
The Big Ten Network Big Ten Network needs a better song. It really does. CBS college football song. Da, 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 da.
But I think the film score was something that was bigger for movies that were 40 years ago than it is now.
You're probably right. I mean, I'm the
Not
wrong.
that it's a
I'm the
bad thing,
wrong.
it's just-
No, I'm the wrong person to comment on this.
There's nothing wrong with commenting. I think it's an observation.
I don't see enough
That's all.
movies. Like I don't, if I saw more movies, I'd have probably a better opinion. But anyway, National Film Score Day. So there you go. You ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
I am.
Here we go. Gator, are you familiar with the Rice Krispie treats?
I mean, come on, man. Yeah. Of course I'm familiar with Rice Krispie treats.
Rice Krispie treats. They are rolling out a new first-of-its-kind Rice Krispie with the Rice Krispie Treat Bliss Bars. The Rice Krispie Treat Bliss Bars will be available in 2 flavors, chocolate sea salt pretzel and caramel sea salt pretzel.
100%. Yep.
Both varieties add salty pretzel pieces and sea salt to the classic marshmallow cereal treat, but with your choice of the sweet flavor, either chocolate chunks or caramel chips. Additionally, the new Rice Krispie Treat Bliss Bars will feature a layer of either decadent chocolate or sweet and salty caramel at the bottom of the treat, much like the chocolate peanut butter flavor that they have.
Okay.
The Bliss Bars.
All right. I mean, yes. 1,000% yes. I'm not sure which one I would go for first. I'm probably caramel over the chocolate, but I'm having them both.
Can you?
Oh, that sounds delicious. I'm in.
The only other thing I don't like about this, the name, the Bliss Bar.
Oh, God.
Everything else sounds great. And if I had one of the Bliss Bars, it would be the caramel ones. And I would try it.
Did you not like Saved by the Bell when it first came out because of Miss Bliss, the teacher?
No, I just think it's a clunky name. The Rice Krispie Treat Bliss Bar.
All right.
But anyway, next up. So we're all three yes.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you at least eat it.
Yeah. Krispy Kreme.
Yep.
Has teamed up with Post for its newest donut creation.
Uh-huh.
Starting today, guests can snag a Fruity Pebbles Milk Original Glazed donut.
Yes, good God.
These aren't your typical cereal donuts either. The chain has gone one step further by covering each donut in a cereal milk glaze that captures the sweet and fruity taste of the iconic breakfast cereal in every bite. The best part, there's no soggy topping. If you ever grabbed a grocery store donut with cereal, you'll know that how soft the topping can get. Krispy Kreme sidestepped that problem by infusing the glaze with flavor, so you get the best flavors of the cereal milk without any of the texture issues. Gator, the Krispy Kreme Fruity Pebbles Milk Original Glazed Donut.
Let me just say that this could be very dangerous. I mean, Krispy Kremes are already the greatest glazed donut you can ever get is a Krispy Kreme glazed donut. The best in the business. Or as I used to say when I read commercials 30 years ago for a client, the best in the business. Second of all, the glaze is going to be a Fruity Pebbles milk flavored glaze.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Yep. Absolutely. Get a little fruity flavor to it, a little more sweetness to it. 100%.
You like that synthetic taste?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Fruity Pebbles. I mean, I'm sorry that
It's
you're
funny.
un-American, but
No, when I was a kid, I did not like Fruity Pebbles, and I obviously won't like them as an adult. But
man, I don't know if this gets better than a Krispy Kreme glazed donut for me, Kang.
Oh, for you, this is your wheelhouse.
Yeah,
man.
this is it.
Yeah, I'm not as enthusiastic about this as Gator is, but I definitely try it though. I'm not the biggest donut guy. I know you are. This is great.
I would try to you'd get a dozen, right? And I would try to savor, the first one, and like 2 bites in, you're like, it's gone. What just happened?
you get a dozen.
Obviously.
And then
you
go
get
to
a dozen.
then you go to donut
He
number
lives
2.
alone. You get a dozen.
So you throw down the second one because it's Krispy Kreme. And they're smaller and they're delicious. They're so freaking good. And if you dare to throw them in a microwave for a little bit and get them a little warm, look out. But then when does the guilt come in? Is it donut 3? Donut 4? Is it donut 5? Are you like, look, all right, I've already had 5. Might as well go for a half dozen. And then you cut yourself off. And then you stare at the box and the box is staring back at you. And it starts to talk to you. And then you have to talk back to the box. And then you're like, if I'm talking back to this box, we got problems.
Did you guys see the April Fool's joke with the Krispy Kreme donuts?
No.
It was a box of Krispy Kreme donuts. They brought it in the office. And you open it up. It was celery sticks inside.
Oh. That.
And Doug would have loved it.
That's
And
just
Gator would have
cruel.
beat someone
Yeah,
up.
somebody deserves a beat down for that.
2 yeses and a no on this one. Butterfingers.
Yep. I mean, what are we doing here? Yeah? What do you got?
As a new salted caramel bar.
Yep.
Hitting shelves this month, Butterfingers will have the same peanut butter taste fans love, but rather than chocolate on the outer layer of the bar, will be covered in a caramel-flavored coating.
Yep. I might like that better than a regular Butterfinger. I'm dying to try this. This is in our world now?
This is in our world. When's the last time you had a Butterfinger?
A couple years.
Yeah.
Has it been? You
Maybe
didn't have one
a year.
past Halloween? I think you did.
Not for Halloween, but I would have, because it wouldn't be in the package that I bought. I wouldn't buy the Butterfingers there because I'd want to eat the Butterfingers. I might have got one from the bistro in the last year or so.
Okay.
That's the kitchen that we have here in the building.
Kang, you try this?
Is this are you going to eat that diabetes version?
It is. It
everything
really is. This
sweet,
whole
like
segment has
super-
diabetes. Yeah.
Right.
Or
Yeah, I try it, though.
diabetes.
I try it.
You
Yes,
tried?
yes, and I think I would try
There
it.
it is. Yeah. Get on board. with a celery chaser.
Taco Bell
Yep.
is bringing back toasted cheddar street chalupas. Street-sized taco toasted cheddar street chalupa made with onion, cilantro, and a new chili lime sauce. And your favorite of cantina chicken or steak in a cheesy chalupa shell, which is then deep fried, crunchy. Gator, the Taco Bell cheddar street chalupa. Are you going to eat that?
Hell yes, I'm going to eat that. And this may surprise you. I love the cantina chicken on this one.
Will you?
Yes.
Interesting.
I like chicken. I like the chicken taco. The chicken for Taco Bell stuff, we get chicken burrito. I'm nothing against that. Absolutely. And I prefer the chicken to the steak.
Wow.
But I prefer the beef to the chicken.
Kang, you?
Oh, yeah, I saw a picture of this thing. It looks fantastic. I'm a big chalupa fan already.
Chalupas are so good.
Chalupas are so good.
When you get them fresh, too, like if you don't have to drive too far with your drive-thru, or if you're going to eat at the Taco Bell, chalupas are amazing.
Toasted cheddar street chalupas, I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have one.
Oh! Look at that. Doug's on board.
I've said no to a couple of these today, but a yes to some more. So it's a clean sweep. Gator will try them all. And that brings us to the last one. And can I get you to commit to try this one?
No, I don't trust you. Kang will also
It's an
try
ice
them all.
cream.
No, I don't trust you. Kang also is committed to trying all these.
Well, the popular baby brand Frida is releasing something new. You want to try Frida's new ice cream?
I know there's something going on here.
Frida's breast milk ice cream is the perfect representation of the sweet, creamy, nutrient-packed goodness of breast milk. It tastes sweet and nutty with a hint of salt, Gator.
Whose breast milk?
The Frida breast milk ice cream is fortified with the same nutrients found in breast milk itself, including omega-3 fats, carbs, and energy-boosting lactose, as well as vitamins such as iron, calcium, vitamin D, vitamin B, and zinc. Studies show that 70% of women have tried their own breast milk, and 29% of men are interested in trying it. Gator, the Frida breast milk ice cream. Are you going to eat that?
I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know who Frida is. I don't know what her lifestyle is. I want to get down with her breast milk.
Yeah, what's her diet like, right?
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing here? What? And Frida?
Does this breast milk ice cream go bad in 9 months, or what happens, Doug?
Was this the pop singer from the early 80s?
I don't know what you're talking
Formerly from ABBA?
But
is that who's because
do we get to see
that's
that?
gonna be some old breast milk, man.
So are you a yes?
It's a no.
Okay. Kang, you?
You know, there's farm to table, and then there's breast to milk to mouth. Is this how? Do I get to see the source? Like, what's going on?
I don't think you get to see the source. Are you a yes or a no?
I'm a no.
Okay.
My wife tried to get me to try her breast milk when we
finally.
Yeah, and
no, I'm not. I didn't try it.
No. What about you, Doug? You ever try?
No, I haven't. But finally, there's
milk.
a cereal with all the omega-3s and the vitamins, or ice cream, everything I've always wanted. A healthy ice cream.
So you're in?
No.
Why not?
Come on, you wouldn't ask for this on a plane?
Honestly, God, if they say breast milk ice cream, I'm like out. If they called it omega-3 ice cream, I might be in. But there's no way I'm trying breast milk ice cream. Sounds terrible.
Chicken.
Yes. That's going to bother me. And there it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There is absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. And whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day Parlays, Golf for Profit Boost tokens. They're available over the weekend. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. You know the formula. Go find a heavy favorite. Bet them on the money line. You won't get a big return on your $5 bet, but you will get the $200 in bonus bets. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Gator, on your show sheet, you made a bit of a prediction.
Did I?
Yeah, and I'm wondering, do you remember what it was?
Why don't you just tell me what I predicted?
It was about college basketball Saturday.
Oh, yes, I do. I do recall this. And this will be new to you and new to Kang because this is something I said last week. But now that we're getting closer to the Final Four, I will say it again. Now that we know what the Final Four is, because going into it, we didn't know. I think this will be the most watched Final Four in years. And my thinking is they've got everybody who's done a bracket is into this. Because I would imagine there's a lot of people that are still in it in the bracket to win it all. So from the gambling interest, you're going to have everybody that still thinks they got a chance to win their brackets, and there's going to be tons of those people compared to years past when maybe only one of the number one seeds advances. You got all four number one seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Add to that, these are, reasonably big fan bases. So you're going to have that kind of intrigue. Duke is in there. You either love Duke or you hate Duke, but you watch Duke.
They also have a compelling player that just about everybody knows about.
At this point, yeah, people are starting to get to know who the hell Cooper Flagg is. So I think this is, I think this is all set up for a perfect storm to be a very highly watched Final Four. And add to that it just feels like gambling has gotten more and more part of sports viewing and why people are watching it. So you're getting more of the, person may not even be a college basketball fan, but you know what they are? A fan of gambling on sports.
So when you say highest ranked Final Four, you're talking about Saturday, or are you talking about Monday? You're talking about all of it?
Just however they do it. For the weekend, we'll see the games on, when you talk Final Four, you're talking Saturday. And then, for the game Monday, we'll talk about it on Monday.
So hold on for a second here. I'm just triple checking this. The last time that a semifinal got a double-digit rating, okay? So like last year, the two semifinals were Purdue, NC State, and UConn, Alabama. The ratings were pretty bad, relatively speaking, but the games were on Turner. Purdue, NC State got a 5-3. UConn, Alabama got a 6-7. Then the UConn-Purdue championship game got a 7-6 on Monday night. The last time the semifinals had a double-digit ranking was 2017. The second semifinal game between North Carolina and Oregon got a 10-4. 2015, the last semifinal between Wisconsin and Kentucky got a 12-4. It's often been talked about. I'm going to go all the way back and do some scrolling here. The Michigan State-Indiana national championship game in 1979, Bird versus Magic, got a 24-1. And that remains the highest rated Final Four or college basketball game of all time.
Was that a night game or was that an afternoon game?
It's a night game.
Okay.
Yep.
I remember watching it as a kid, but I remember where it was when I watched it as a kid. I just didn't remember what time of day it was.
And that was right after that, a couple of years after that, after they got a 24-1, NBC let the rights slip away to CBS. So when you say in some time, I don't know what you consider some time. I don't know why I'm making you get specific here, but do you think they'll have double-digit ratings? I think they might.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think having four number ones.
Yeah, the number one player in the draft that people are going to watch.
A team that people absolutely despise.
Mm-hmm.
But I've said for years, but I'm a basketball fan, right? So I enjoy the competition for what it is. But so I've always I like the early round upsets. That's fun. But in the end, if you take out any local interest, in the end, I want to see one seeds playing in the Final Four. I don't want Cinderella in the Final Four. So having four number ones should be good. It's interesting because you look at the areas of the country, probably the one thing that would help is if there was like an old school Big East team in there to try and get the New York market. But, Florida, Auburn, Houston, Duke, many of these are, these are some college brands for sure. So I think you're right. I think you might be right. I think they could drive some pretty high ratings here. Are you fired up for it?
No.
You build the case.
I'm not, but I'm not. I'm not a huge college basketball fan, as people know. So it's, my school gets knocked out. I say the same thing every year. When my school gets knocked out, I just lose interest. I still watch, but I'm not fired up about it. Will I have a rooting interest against Duke? Abso-freaking-lutely. But no, I think that, for all the reasons I stated there, you got everybody that's got a bracket basically still feels like they have a chance.
Well, I don't know if it's everybody, but yeah, there are more numbers. There's probably more numbers.
I'm not because, I don't have I don't think I only have 2 of the Final Four. So
yeah, I got a shot here. I need Houston, Florida championship game, and I need Houston to win. If that happens, I win a couple of brackets, but bracket contest. The Pistons play Saturday night, 7:00 against Humphus. Do you think you're more likely to be watching the Final Four or watching the Pistons Humphus?
Probably the Final Four.
Red Wings do not play Saturday night.
There's a birthday party going on Saturday night, so and I think that crowd would be more interested in watching the Final Four than they will the Pistons.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you'll be out and about?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, enjoy. We'll see if Gator's prediction comes true. 248-539-9797. Here's an interesting take. NFL executives, unfiltered, what do they think of the Lions offseason and their free agent moves? So these are the unattributed quotes. Off the record guy. NFL execs and coaches talk about what the Lions did, and there's one thing that seems to be a bit of a concern. We'll get to that today at 1:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Parents out there, it's a stressful time, especially if your kid's a high school senior and you're getting word back on what schools you got into and didn't get into. And hey, man, it all works out. Good luck to everybody who's await word from schools that they've been waitlisted or deferred. It's that time of year. I got a son who's a senior, and I know there's friends, and he doesn't know what he's going to do yet. But
yes, a time of great disappointment for me in my house.
Are you being sarcastic?
Oh, no. As I didn't get into where I wanted to get into right away.
Yeah.
So it was a great disappointment.
But then you went out and you worked hard.
Ish, yeah. Hard enough, I guess.
Got to where you wanted to be.
Yeah, not that freshman. The sophomore year, I worked much harder, and then by junior year, I was able to go where I wanted to go.
Gator, Utica, New York. A man smashed a grocery store window and stole just 2 things. But it was $700 worth.
Oh, boy.
I would guess that if you were smashing a grocery store window to steal something out of a grocery store, that the 2 things he stole probably would make almost every guy's top 2 or 3. Well, one of them would make every guy's top 2 or 3, and the other one would probably make every guy's top 10.
All right, I will assume that cuts of meat of some kind will be number 1. Like steaks or whatever. If I got to think of somebody's going to rack up a bill like that, is it some kind of alcoholic beverage? If they sell liquor, then it'll be liquor. But if they don't sell liquor, then it'll be cases of beer, something like that.
Okay. So the man's name is actually. Let's take some text on this. Why don't we do that? Man breaks through a window of a grocery store, steals $700 worth of basically 2 things, categories. Like, I'll give you an example. You don't have to be ramen. Like, it wouldn't do ramen, but you don't have to say.
Imagine the cart you'd have to bring in there to steal $700 worth of ramen.
You don't have to say what kind of ramen. You don't have to say.
Right?
But text us the 2 things you think this man would steal, or if you were what most guys would steal. 2 things. And I think one would be top 3, the other would be top 10. But we'll take 10 texts on it or something. Sorry, King, I just sprung it on you. Remember how much? Remember to sign your text. We will read a bunch of those on the air coming up. All right, I said it before the break, Gator. The Athletic put together a list. This is NFL scouts, executives, and coaches. They discuss each team's offseason. This is just for NFC teams today. They did AFC teams yesterday. This according to The Athletic. The most interesting moves NFC teams made or have yet to make in free agency. Executives discuss these subjects and much more as we run through the full NFC. For each team, we listed the average per year salary added and lost via free agency, along with the differential and league-wide rankings in each category, according to Spot Track. So, the Detroit Lions added $26.4 million and subtracted $32.6 million. So they created $6.2 million in cap space. Here is what executives wanted to talk about that the Lions did. Replacing cornerback Carlton Davis with DJ Reed while re-signing linebackers Derek Barnes. This is the writer, Sando writing. Replacing cornerback Carlton Davis with DJ Reed while re-signing linebacker Derek Barnes, receiver Tim Patrick, and defensive tackle Levi Onwuzurike made sense without addressing the 2 biggest issues facing Detroit, the pass rush and losing both coordinators to head coaching jobs. Quote, okay, this is a league exec. Reed isn't necessarily better than Davis, but if you go with the culture narrative, they got somebody who plays the way they want to play, attitude-wise. So that's interesting. Here's what else they write. Coaching free agency is where most of the conversation headed after the Lions replaced offensive coordinator Ben Johnson with John Morton and defense coordinator Aaron Glenn with Calvin Shepard. Quote, there would be a lot about Detroit that scares me, but it's not the players. Ben Johnson took total advantage of the 4-down game management approach because he's a really good play caller. An evil genius, really. Losing him would almost be like the Rams losing Sean McVay. I'll be curious with role players if there's a drop-off because you have to have a vision for how to deploy those guys, the executive said. Aaron Glenn was really good at that, getting the best out of a Derek Barnes and those guys. So when they talk to other teams, executives and scouts about the Lions, they were fine with the players. But as Sando put it, the conversation kept coming back to the coordinators. Some of you out there have stressed the need to make a big move in free agency because you are convinced that they are going to take a big step back with the coaching because they lost these two coordinators. There are people in the league that, I don't know if they agree that they'll take a big step back, but they do agree that coaching could be a major issue for this team given what they lost. Gator, what do you make of this?
I think it's interesting. I mean, the coaching thing is a bit of an unknown for people outside the Lions organization. Dan Campbell feels completely comfortable promoting Kelvin Shepherd and going out and getting John Morton because John Morton was here to start when Campbell was here.
Yep.
So I'm not terribly concerned about – there's a little concern because I think you lost two great coordinators. Yep. I don't think there's any question in that. And I think both have a chance to be great head coaches as well. You and I love Aaron Glenn. And I think Ben Johnson's picking the right situation for him too. But yeah, I imagine it's going to be a transition, but they've been able to transition throughout the time. They've replaced coaches all the time on their staff and seemingly don't miss a beat. If anything, they've gotten better. Are they going to get better because of losing these guys? Probably not, but I don't think they're going to get appreciably worse either. I would have confidence that everything I read about Shepherd sounds like this perfect, ascension for him to take the next level. Yeah, he's future DC all day.
Dude, it's a huge unknown. We can talk about our faith in Dan Campbell. We can talk about our faith in Brad Holmes. We can talk about our faith in Jared Goff. We can talk about our faith in things that we know. Those guys have obviously vetted these candidates. But you don't know until you're in that chair. You know, play calling in football is wildly simplified in the eyes of the fans. I remember sitting down questioning offensive coordinators' play calling, and I was invited into his office. And I said, I want to ask you the questions fans ask me. I've been able to do that with a lot of coaches, and some of them are really good with it. Because they're teaching, like they feel like they're teaching me and it's helping me to convey what people don't understand. But you start getting down to, okay, what play call didn't you like? And I said, well, this one in particular. He goes, okay, do you remember what hash the ball was on? I said, no. Do you know what personnel they had on the field? No. Do you know what plays we had called leading up to that? No. Do you know what coverage they were in when we lined up a certain way? No.
What do you know, Doug?
Yeah, exactly. The things that are going to – and by the way, those play calls are made. You know, there's 40 seconds between plays. You don't have 40 seconds to make a play call. You have somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds between the end of one play before you got to signal it down. They got to get the right personnel package on the field. And then you can get the play call in. And by the way, sometimes they're looking to see when the offense changes personnel package, they're waiting to see what the defense does before they can finalize a play call. These decisions are made so fast. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that are bad at it. There are people that are bad at it. But John Morton, Kelvin Shepherd, in an NFC playoff game, how are you going to respond when the pressure's really on, when you need to come up with the perfect play call? You're looking at 3rd down and 4, and you're going to go, we're going to get 2 to 3 here, if not the first down when we hand it off, and then we're going to run this play to get the first down. 3rd down and 4, handoff, 3-yard loss. Now it's 4th and 7. You were counting on 4th and short at the worst or the first down. You got to make a play call. Bang, make it now. And you have to have your favorites. I don't know we can know how those guys are going to respond until they're in that moment.
No, I mean, look, life was so much simpler when you just had 4 plays to choose from, like Tecmo Bowl. Football is a lot different these days.
This is true. Maybe they should. Are you suggesting they shorten the playbook? The menu gets smaller?
No, really, what I'm suggesting is the Jets expand it, because if their kids are looking at Madden ratings, I'm probably pretty certain that that's how they're calling
Jets
plays
call
too.
plays.
Look, I think that's a valid point that you're making, but I'm curious. Were these at the top of the list for Dan Campbell?
Were these the guys he wanted?
Because when you've got coordinator jobs open for both of those top positions there, and you're a 15-2 football team, I would imagine you probably have your pick of the litter of who you want as your next coordinator. And for them to say, we're going to promote from within, and we're going to go back to a guy who was here a few years ago and now got a chance to cut his teeth elsewhere, and we want to bring him on board too. I think that tells you what you need to know. I think Dan Campbell is like, no, I've got a whole list of guys, and these guys are my guys, and we're going to be able to handle this just fine. But I like what you bring up, because I think there is room to think about it for sure. It's not just a simple, oh yeah, I trust everything Dan Campbell's going to do, and if he likes these guys, here we go. I think we're all kind of curious to see how it works out.
Hires can make all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
But until Calvin Shepard is in, when things are live, and all the pressure's on, how's he going to respond?
Exactly.
It's same thing with John Morton, although he's done it before. You try to be as sure as you can be, and I think these executives bring up a somewhat valid point. And I have faith that the people we've got plenty of evidence that we have competent people running the Detroit Lions, but they also hired Anthony Lynn, and that didn't work out, right? Had to move on. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that is where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. It'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. You're not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today and let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. We just got our Tiger season credentials for opening day. I wish the picture was bigger. Look at the picture of me. I don't know if people can see it on Twitch or YouTube.
That's a lot of hair.
A picture of me. Let's just say the look has changed since this picture was taken. I'm holding it up for the camera. I don't know if people can see it. But the look has changed quite significantly since
That's something.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if we got it. People can. This is
No,
an old
really,
picture.
it's not that clear in the Twitch feed.
No.
You can watch this on twitch.tv or on YouTube.
Yeah.
But what you can see clearly is that there is hair on top.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep. I had some lettuce. Oh, I see pictures when it really started to disappear now. Like we're going through old pictures, and I'm like, why didn't somebody say something? Because I looked ridiculous.
What?
This big hole. I didn't realize how bald it looked back there to everybody
You're
else.
a little shaggy right now. You're ready for another cut, I think.
I am ready for another. It probably gets cut tonight. Honestly.
To start the season.
Yeah, right. New week, new weekend. Get a tight cut for the weekend.
Right. So how long ago did you buy that hat?
I didn't. This is the one that Kang gave us.
Oh, from last year?
Yeah, this is like my favorite hat now. The Tiger postseason hat. It has
Yeah,
one.
you love it. Gator hates it. He's not worn it since.
I've worn it.
Not around me.
I've one.
I keep this one in the car. That's why I just-
One minor issue with this hat, and that is, I don't
Snapback?
love the snapbacks. I don't like the.
So you won't wear it backwards.
I won't wear it backwards.
So that's a
no.
plus for Gator then.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Yep.
So, King, you are infamous for buying new hat every year, new Tiger hat every year.
Yeah, I do it every Tiger season, buy a new hat.
Have you gotten your new Tiger hat for the
So
season?
this year I'm a little torn because this was a late edition hat because the playoffs, right? This is the Detroit Tigers 2024 playoff hat. So I don't necessarily need a new Tigers hat for this season, but my tradition, my trend is I get a new one. So I'm probably going to end up getting a new one very shortly here.
Yeah, I don't need another guitar. Didn't stop me from going on Reverb last night and looking. Yeah.
All right, we asked for 10 texts. Dude breaks into a grocery store, steals $700 worth of goods, basically two things. What do you think? And I think it was stuff that guys would go after. Ticket text coming in here. Vince writes in liquor, and in parentheses, bourbon and meats.
Bourbon and meat. I like it.
Joe in Chesterfield says scratch off tickets and steak.
Oh, I didn't think about the lottery aspect, but maybe that's, had you known there was a lottery aspect, that'd probably be number one. But if you don't, then.
Corey and Holly says cigarettes and scratchy lotteries. Miles says a PS5. What grocery store are you shopping at, Miles? A PS5 and a case of beer. Jordan in a truck says, I will say a grill and filet. I guess you can get a grill at some grocery stores.
I mean, if you're going to like a Meijer or a Target, if you're doing the grocery shopping there, which is nothing wrong with doing grocery shopping there, but.
Esso in Sterling Heights says he stole cognac and tequila. Howell Kirk writes in beer and steaks. Zach in Southfield said probably eggs because 2 dozen eggs is worth about $700.
Eggs have come back down, thankfully.
Gary in Birmingham. So is everything, Gator. Gary in Birmingham says
not everything.
Things are going down.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Gary in Birmingham says Viagra and condoms. Lamont in Detroit says a man stole beer and chips. Gator, you said cuts of meat and beer or liquor.
Or liquor, yeah, depending.
The man's name was Charles Green. He allegedly owed more than $700 worth of cookies and beer onto a flatbed cart. Cookies and beer.
Cookies and beer?
Cookies and beer.
How many cookies you... Because they're grocery store cookies. So you're talking like Oreos and stuff
Well,
like that.
According to this, it was $500 worth of cookies and $200 worth of beer. So it's a lot more cookies than beer.
So it's like 10 cases of beer.
Yeah.
And good God.
And
What, like
like
100
all-
boxes of cookies?
Like all the cookies.
Like all of them.
He emptied
whole
out the
aisle.
entire aisle of cookies.
Are you sure that beer, it's interesting because the cookies, I would imagine maybe beer wouldn't be what he's looking for because he's just high as a kite.
It says actually he loaded more than $700 worth of cookies onto a flatbed cart valued at $500. So he took the cart too?
Wow. Cart's got value.
It doesn't give the amount of my apologies.
flatbed
It doesn't give the
cart,
amount of beer, but it was a lot of cookies. $700 worth of cookies.
Well, if it's $200 worth of beer.
Well, I had done the math, the 700, 500 difference, but it's the cart that's valued at 500. So it was $700 worth of cookies, a cart worth $500, and then it doesn't say what the beer was worth. But
And a case of natural light.
What state has like the most deposit charge?
Michigan, I think, at 10 cents.
Just saying, is it like,
We got a Kramer situation?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was more into the cookies than it was the beers. I don't even
Police
care
did
about
not
the Kramer.
identify what the kinds of beer and cookies that were taken.
That's totally germane to the story.
I think it's really germane to the story.
Are we talking the Keebler elves involved?
Could be.
And if you're gonna steal a cookie from a grocery store, what are you gonna go for?
So the Oreo double stuff or the soft batch? Big fan of the soft batch.
Kang?
I don't eat a ton of cookies. My first thought was like the Keebler Elf ones, the ones with the chocolate
Sure.
backing.
Oh, it's great. It's fudge stripes or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
There's that. Kenny, have you thought about this at all in terms of what cookie you would steal from the grocery store?
I'm a regular Oreo guy. Double stuff is a little bit too much for me. I feel like that would just occupy too much space in the stomach. I just do regular Oreo.
Okay. You?
I'm thinking Nutter Butter.
All right.
It's peanut butter, peanut shaped.
Well, you better
peanut
rob
butter.
the store before Wojo gets there.
Wait.
If he robbed it first, there'd be no Nutter Butters left.
Well, then good luck hanging on to him, Wojo.
Feedback coming in about a variety of things we talked about. Tom Gores needs to get out of the water.
That's quite a statement he was making.
It was a long statement he made supporting his team.
A lot of words.
That video is absolutely hilarious. It looks like DeChambeau almost gets knocked over. Yes, you can see it. Stafford threw a football to Bryson DeChambeau, and Stafford did not hold back. Listen to the thud when the ball hits DeChambeau, and he couldn't handle it. Ryan and Estelle, I went to quarterback and receiver camp in high school, and Kirk Cousins was a guest speaker when he was a senior at MSU. He threw passes to the receivers, and he let one fly, and it ripped my new gloves. Never told him when he went to the NFL he needed to send me a new pair of gloves. I told him when he went to the NFL he needed to send me a new pair of gloves. He never did.
That's the first time I've heard let one fly and rip, and it didn't mean flatulence.
I played beer pong with Cooper Rush when we both attended CMU. He was so precise, it wasn't fair.
Beer pong?
You think it translates? I don't know if it does.
Trey Hendrickson is the right age where NFL players start to decline rapidly. It's unfortunate for him that he has one more year left on his contract, and his agent's job is to get him the best contract that a team will give him. But it will have a lot of dead cap and regret that contract. That's every player's dream scenario, to sign their last contract that gets them paid beyond their production.
Yeah, well, he's got 35 sacks in the last 2 years. There's been no decline.
Phil in Rochester Hills says, falling in love with your own players refers to overvaluing your players. I don't believe they are overvaluing their own players. They have really good players. They're re-signing them to market or below value contracts. I even think Levi would have gotten more on the open market.
I think he may have gotten more on the open market. I don't know if it's, but we'll see. We'll see it based on production of if it's worth it or not. And same thing with Barnes. Barnes got a bigger deal than perhaps thought we would.
Let's talk some NFL and some draft as we'll swing around the league with a Blitz Thingy NFL Draft Edition next here on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week and weekend, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions like Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend. So those Golf Profit Boost tokens, I've used those where I'll pick the guys going into Sunday in second and third. You get good odds on them, plus you get the profit boost. See, when you have a profit boost, though, you can play a favorite because the profit boost makes it worth your while. Anyway, check it out for yourself. New customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're all doing well. Tiger opening day tomorrow, and we are excited about it. Pistons last night. I found myself watching that game going, hey, man, this group's hanging in there a little bit. Fell behind by 14 early, cut it to 4 right before half, gave up that unfortunate tip-in right at the buzzer. Second half, fell behind, I believe it was 16 or 17, the highest it got.
It was, they battled back.
Dwindled it down to 4 again.
Yeah.
I felt like what became funny is, okay, so there's no Kade Cunningham. This isn't funny, but there was no Kade Cunningham out hurt. No Jaden Ivey, he's obviously out hurt. Then Tobias Harris got hurt during the game. No Marcus Sasser and Ron Holland off the bench. No Isaiah Stewart. So that's 6 regulars that are out. And here they are competing with the Oklahoma City Thunder, who probably weren't taking Detroit particularly seriously.
Well, they had all their players at their disposal, didn't they?
They did, but I'm still thinking they probably weren't taking Detroit particularly seriously. But they cut it down to 4 late. But what was cracking me up is I felt like Tim Hardaway Jr. was like, all right, it's go time. I'm shooting every time I touch it. And that probably was part of the offensive plan.
There were 2 things I noticed in the game that I thought were interesting. One, Hardaway Jr. took a charge and got called for the block.
Yeah.
And
was hurt.
Yeah, he took a knee right to the schnutz, right? I mean, or at least the gut.
Yeah.
And when he goes down, he's like, oh, you can see him go, oh, and the guy who did it to him, I forget who the offensive player was, but he was always like, went to check on him real quick before he got it. He was like, dude, sorry, man. He knew his knee caught him. And the other thing was just looking at the box score after the game. Can you remember a game where Jalen Duren was 3 of 10? And is that
he was
effect?
frustrated. He was really some of it, but like he had that. I don't know. I'm going to put in quotes blocked dunk. I'm not sure it was really blocked. He had an and one where he thought he should have laid it in anyway. He looked super frustrated last night. But yeah, I mean, Jalen Duren he finishes at a high percentage near the rim, and he did not last night. But hey, man, it was a game little group that was hanging in there with Oklahoma City. I watched that game, said there's no way they're winning this game. We talked about it yesterday. Had they won the game, it might have been like, holy cow, how the hell did they win that game? But ultimately, when it's all said and done, they need their guys back. Let's hope they get their guys back. Well, they're going to get some back. Regarding the Tigers, ticket tax, it does drive me nuts when AJ doesn't play a little small ball now and then. So what was the time yesterday to play small ball? Did you find yourself at any point watching that game going bunt here?
I don't know.
Because the only time I was thinking it was the 9th inning, and instead of bunting, whoever it was, I can't remember who was at the plate, reached via a walk.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up with bases loaded and 1 out in the 9th inning. You should score a run, and they didn't.
It was Malloy, 4-pitch walk.
Unfortunately, Baez grounded it to third. You just need a fly ball. Just a fly ball.
Yeah.
Would likely score the run.
So in the 6th, they had a runner on first with 1 out, and Malloy and Sweeney coming up. They didn't bunt there. I mean, maybe he's not referencing yesterday's game.
Well, and then they did it the other night, and I think, and some people weren't all that thrilled that they did it. It's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I don't mind small ball when it makes sense, but when people just want to play it for the sake of playing it and not recognizing who's coming to the plate, who's on the base paths, where the pitcher is in terms, and there's so many factors that go into it. I think if it becomes obvious, I think AJ Hinch he's fine with doing it when he needs to.
Yeah, I don't. If he's not referencing anything from yesterday, then I don't know what he could.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to question the manager too much. First of all, it's early in the season. And second of all, I think he's earned the right to call his own games. Somehow, this team made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And won a playoff series and then got within a game away from making it to the ALCS. So I think he's got some wiggle room.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. All right, more here. Defense is not an excuse for Dingler not getting more playing time. He is batting .500, 2024 fielding stats. Rogers played 92 games with a .996 fielding percentage and 3 errors. Dingler, .994 and 1 error. And Carson Kelly played in 60 games with a .996 fielding percentage and 2 errors. He even hit for the cycle a couple years ago with the Cubs. You know what they love about Jake Rogers, though? Jake Rogers steals strikes, man. He steals strikes.
You can frame a pitch.
Pitchers love him.
Yeah, he knows the staff. I mean, there's value to that for sure, but don't be surprised if Dylan Dingler gets more at bats.
Yeah.
He looks very competent up there. He's got a good command of that strike zone. He makes contact with the baseball.
And also, how often do you throw out runners? Like, how much of a threat are you to throw a guy out at second base?
Yeah, I mean, there aren't so far. It's early in the season, but teams aren't exactly off and running.
No.
Literally, there's a couple teams that are, but beyond like 2 teams, everybody else is maybe a few stolen bases on the season so far.
Next text. This is a prove it series for the Tigers season this weekend. Show me some offense against a weak White Sox rotation. We should win all 3, but I will be concerned if the 3 wins are all close. Get the series handled and start the week 5 and 4. So going 3-0, beating the White Sox 3 times, but if they're close, you'll be concerned.
Just win the series.
Yeah.
You don't have to go too big on that. Just win the series. Be great to sweep, but don't take the White Sox for granted. Don't take anybody for granted.
No. I mean, yeah, I'll take a series win every time out. And if the games are close, so what? This isn't non-conference Big Ten versus MAC football, right? Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. Hello, sir.
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Sometimes people have to have things their way. Like you wouldn't take the 3 victories.
Have to be
give
3
them
blowouts.
back. Give them back. We didn't win by enough.
Yeah,
we'll take the losses instead.
I guess. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Mike has a Detroit Tigers question that he kept us all in the dark for.
Okay.
So it's a people's court. Is this an overreaction or not? So we'll find out at 2:00 along with the rest of the audience.
All right, good.
Along with if you could sign Trey Hendrickson. Thank you, Gator. Would you sign him, meaning you had to lose 2 of these 3 players down the road? Would you sign him today, but you're going to lose 2 of these 3 players down the road? And then I'm just excited because I just found out it's going to be another Naked Gun movie coming out.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry. It's a yes. All this, yes.
How can they do it without Leslie Nielsen?
Go watch the trailer. I don't want to spoil it for you.
How can they do it without OJ?
Go watch the trailer. I don't want to spoil it for you. Yeah, go watch the trailer.
Interesting. All right. Hey, have a great show. We'll talk to you from downtown tomorrow. People, stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by English Gardens. Tomorrow is opening day at Comerica Park. Tigers PR posted that with a first pitch temperature forecasted for 49 degrees, it will be the highest since 2015. The White Sox will be in town as Jack Flaherty heads to the mound for Detroit. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Reese Olson and Jackson Jobe are scheduled to start on Saturday and Sunday. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow when they face the Hurricanes. Both Elmer Soderblom and Peter Mrazek were seen on the ice practicing today. Todd McClellan said today that Elmer may play tomorrow, but Mrazek still needs a few more practices before he's ready to go. Cam Talbot will start in net. According to ESPN, NBA players John Moran and Buddy Hield were given warnings by the league following their shooting a gun hand motion. The NBA ruled that there was no violent intent behind it, but the action was inappropriate. The St. Petersburg City Council has approved $22.5 million in funds to repair the Tropicana Field roof. The materials will match the materials of the hurricane-damaged roof from before. The hope is that it will allow the team to return in 2026. The Dallas Cowboys have acquired Joe Milton to serve as their backup to Dak Prescott. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in on a Thursday. If you have no idea what that audio represents, it is one of the drops of the year by caller Philip. His excitement of telling you that the Wings simply don't have anyone who's, quote, about to go very fast. We are going to dive right in. We will get to the Lions at 3. We have got some fun in the 4 o'clock. Not only who said it, but I'm going to offer Rico, Kenny, David, and Evan a chance at love. I will explain with audio evidence.
Okay.
But I want to jump into something, and I want to act as an Italian piñata to our audience. I would like to know if I'm overreacting to something. This gives the callers free license, an invite to tell me I'm overreacting to something. And all I ask is, can I present the case and tell you that I'm having an internal conflict about whether I'm overreacting?
An overreact Jim.
Right.
Okay.
No smarm, though.
Okay.
So, listen. Yesterday's Tiger game really bothered me. It bothered me. I treat the Skubal starts as W's. I think when a team is banged up and they don't spend money, not like other teams, like your margin is thinner. It's the razor's edge. Every fifth day when Skubal goes out there, I feel like got to win that game. Yesterday, look, I know I've been banging the drum. This is a bad defensive team. They're bad. The Detroit Tigers are a bad defensive team. And their defense cost them a baseball game yesterday. I mean, just outright. Skubal should have given up no runs. Kreidler, who's only here for his defense, butcher. And Colt Keith, Little League mistake. Dude, there's 2 outs. Like, what? Huh? What? Colt, 2 outs. Throw ball, inning over. All 3 Seattle runs are a byproduct of that. And you lose the game 3-2. Now, don't even get me started on the 9th inning, where with the bases loaded, you know there's no one I'd rather have back-to-back in the order than Javi Baez and Zach McKinstry. I'd argue 2 guys who shouldn't be on the roster. I digress. Here's my thing. I know it's 1 game. I know it's a long season. I am also the same guy who said, I'm not worried about the 0-3 start. It's the Dodgers. It's okay. But yesterday hit different because, Rico, here's how I look at it. They're a bad defensive team, which means you're inviting one of these losses every 10 to 14 days. That your defense will let you down. You cost Skubal what should have been a 2-1 win. A 2-0 win. Skubal was excellent. The pen did nothing wrong. Your defensive butchery cost you a game. Now, why would I be overreacting to that? Not isolated about, man, I'm frustrated. That was stupid. No. I think about at the end of the year, I have doubts about whether this team will go over 83.5. And they're banged up and we don't have Parker Meadows. And I go, man, at the end of the year, if there's 4 or 5 games like this, that is, in all likelihood, the separator between September radio and playoffs
and whoa, they took a step back. I would like to open a people's court. You are free to go, Mike. I hear you. I understand you, but you're overreacting. Yes. Where's Judge Wapner? 248-539-9797. Judge Wapner's dead?
I think so.
Okay. I don't know, Judge Judy. Whatever. I want to go around the room here. Am I overreacting? And I'm not yelling. And I'd like to state for the court, I'm having a conflict that within I'm going, Michael, you might be overreacting. So I'm not ready to die on this hill like Jim Costa with any of his opinions. 248-539-9797. Who would like to speak first? Tiger fans, talk to me. Yesterday really bothered me. Kenny Kade has the microphone right up to his face.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kenneth.
I don't think you're full-blown overreacting, but I don't think I'm where you are yet. I can see the logic behind what you're saying, and none of it is wrong.
Okay.
None of it is diametrically wrong. But I'm not quite at the level that you are with worry about it yet.
So it's an overreaction, but it's not nonsensical.
It's, to me, a slight overreact, but not a crazy one.
Do you agree with me if they give away 4 or 5 games like they gave away yesterday, they're not going to make the playoffs?
If that happens the way you say it does, then yes. In that scenario, yes, I agree.
Mr. Rico Beard.
I agree with Kenny, what he said. I understand where you're coming from, Mike. I'm not saying that you're entirely wrong, but yes, you are overreacting because it's not like we didn't know this team couldn't play defense. It's not like they didn't go out there and do everything that we all feared a few weeks ago. It's not like you couldn't, hey, we need a big bat to come up. Javi, go up to the plate and score some runs. It's not like we didn't know this.
Right, but it's not like we don't know that David's fertile, but we're still shocked when he has another child.
I'm not.
Okay, I am.
I'm not. That's just called.
It's stunning.
Mike, that's just
he
called.
He just won't stop.
Mike, that's just called Tuesday. Or slow, but it's still called
Either
Tuesday.
way, it's effective.
Right.
So 2 for 2. Rico says, look, I know they're terrible at defense. I've baked in 5 or 6 losses like this. Fair enough. Let's go to the king of virility, Mr. David Hatchetman Hall.
It's just one game. I think you're overreacting just a bit here.
This is why I brought this up to start. You are my wartime consigliere.
I'm just trying to be patient with them.
Okay.
While we know who they are, what they are.
But you understand why. Watching that game.
Correct.
Kreidler cannot hit. He is only here for defense. It made it twice as bad. Javi Baez's existence offends me. Seeing him at the plate in the 9th, bad. But then, no. Colt Keith. Like, he's a bad first baseman. He's a bad second baseman. He's got to hit at an incredibly high level for this to work. David, that was a little league mistake.
No,
and I'm never going to tell you what these guys do day in and day out is easy. It's not. But you're in the MLB. You can't forget how many outs there are.
Your
You ruined a Scooble start.
Correct. That's little league mistakes right there. And I'm going to be honest, for a quick second, I kind of, Kreidler, I'm like, Johnny Juicy Jones could have been in center field, but
it's Nelly Jr. Joseph.
Oh, okay.
How dare you?
But then I thought, you know what?
Or Juicy Jones.
Give him time. Give him time. I'm not going to overreact. So just a little bit of an overreaction.
Does the fact that Scooble was on the mound?
No, I was about to say, Mike, let me just stop you right there. That's where your argument has some validity. Because it's Scooble, because those are supposed to be wins.
Yes.
Those are supposed to be games where you set yourself up to take. This wasn't one where you tried to steal a game. This was one that you had the distinct advantage going into the game, and you blew it.
Mariners don't score without your defensive gaffes.
Yes.
That's what
he did his job.
It irked me.
Scooble did his job.
So I want to ask you, the people. There's no yelling. No one's pounding the desk and making declarations. I'm simply saying, yesterday's game, if they're going to have 5 or 6 of those, which, guys, they're a bad defensive team. If they're going to have 5 or 6 of those, you're not making the playoffs. You're not. So it concerned me because it played out in real time. And I'm like, wow, at the end of the year, if they're in this and there's a couple games like this, man, are we going to be begging for those games back?
But I was you. I was you last year. I know your pain. I know your anger. I know your frustration.
You were white?
I wanted to be, but they told me it was too late.
Rico's made some major changes. Film at
No,
11.
No, it was when Javi got picked off a second.
Cleveland.
Yes.
Extra innings.
Yes.
What a blessed moment.
And that was me. And I'm like, you can't afford to lose a game like this.
Not like this.
Right. Come on. You're a professional. You're one of the vets on the team and you got picked off? Seriously? So I know how you feel. I understand it. Now they overcame. It just means you're going to go after and probably have to steal a game you had no business winning.
Okay.
In order to make this up. You got the entire season. I'm not mad at you because, like I said,
Because I'm also not yelling and getting in fights with people.
It was early in the season last year when he did that, and I'm sitting there saying, "Really, this is what we're gonna have all year long."
And I think that's my problem. This is what I am guilty of. I am extrapolating that this is going to happen a half a dozen more times, where you get a great pitching performance, you have a very thin margin. You're not some great offensive team. Like, holy hell, these two gaffes cost you outright with your Cy Young Award winner on the mound. It cost you that game. So if I'm guilty of anything, it is that. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we don't have a lot of days like this. But man, and then yes, I admit this, and I know it's not probably, it isn't the same argument. I got so angry. I was like smoldering inside. They get the bases loaded, and I got to look at Zach McKinstry and Javi Baez against Munoz, who, no, he didn't have it at the start of the inning, but he settled in, locked in, and I'm going, he's one of the 10 best closers in baseball. And I got to look at these two. You could do a Walt Disney science experiment with these two and not create a major league ball player. And these are the two guys that have to save our bacon. So it was almost at the start, the defense screwed us. And then on the back end, it was like, oh my God, we could steal this. This could happen. One ball out of the infield. Why, Kenny, why are you doing laps? You know, if you grab both pieces of paper at the same time, you just walk in once, drop things, and saunter out of here. Kenny's getting his steps in, David. 248-539-9797. We got great response from Tiger fans. We're going to get to you. I'm giving Rico and David and Kenny and Evan a chance at love in the 4 o'clock. I will explain. I have a Lions topic at 3. You need to be curious. That's all I can tell you.
All right. If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevy in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Andrew welcomes the newest salesperson to the team, Jason Ostrovsky. Welcome, Jason. Hamilton Chevy has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for $299 a month. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. $299 a month for 24 months. You know what I say. The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Remember, when you could get a dozen eggs for a couple bucks, yeah, that's gone. Bottom line, it's real simple. The cost of keeping your home comfortable, you got to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They will get you taken care of. Mastercraft has Generac and Honeywell generators in stock and ready to roll. And this month, you buy a generator, you get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com. And we are asking about, am I overreacting? Not in an angry way. I just am very worried this team will drop 5-6 games like yesterday that are strictly about your defense boning your pitcher. You should have won yesterday. 2 defensive gaffes. Is it an overreaction? And away we go. We'll lead the show with Rob on a cell, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
You're not overreacting whatsoever. It's going to be 4 or 5 games like this, and I want to, we all know what Plan A was. It didn't work out, but last year there was a guy that we actively made fun of on the air a little bit. But wouldn't you like to see Gio Urshela walk up in the 9th over Javi or McKendry, a guy like that, versus what we had to throw out there with the bases loaded, like a mature professional hitter.
Or
help you win that game.
Just for Kenny or Wyatt Langford. All right, we're on the board at 219. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a bit I have with Kenny.
It's just one of those things where Parker Meadows not being out there, he gets, he probably puts everyone's ERA down, what? I don't know. I'm not smart enough, but a half a point.
Yeah, look, how about this? Just say it. He's one of the 5 to 10 best defensive players, regardless of position in the sport. He's outstanding. And he absolutely gets to that ball.
And I'd much rather have Kreidler playing. I thought Kreidler was going to make the field as team as an infielder. And if he's going to hit 200 and he's getting 350, 400 at bats, playing third over now he's playing center field. It's just like,
Rob, here's your problem.
Javi up there.
The problem I have in all of it, and Rob, look, I understand injuries happen. I can't blame management for that, but what I do blame them for is when you go into your off season and you only sign one player who's landlocked at second, and you do nothing to address the fact that on a daily basis, you're rolling out multiple quad A players. That's a problem. It is what it is. I don't have to agree with the strategy. And I'm not telling you should have thrown crazy numbers at random old free agent. But you got to get guys that are major leaguers. I'm tired of the McKinstries, the Kreidlers. I'm sick of it. And defensively, look, Colt Keith, he's moving back to second. It's not a skill issue. That was a mental issue. He forgot how many outs there were. It cannot happen. Your margins aren't big enough. So if it's an overreaction, I'll own it. Yesterday irked me because it was Scooble.
Not an overreaction. I guess
You're numb.
I didn't see Colt Keith doing this. I thought it was going to be somebody else, but I just expected bad defense. I just expected.
Rico's really lowered the bar, is what he's telling you.
No, the Tigers lowered the bar. I just accepted.
Just hit the bell. Alan, 97.1. What's up, Alan?
Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, so I'm really grateful that we had that blackout last year. So I started listening to the Tigers games, and Double D, what a gem. We are blessed with such a great play caller here in this city.
He does a great job. And I like on last night's broadcast, too, Scales was trying to apologize for it, and Dickerson's like, that's an error. Just call it what it is. It's an error.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Scales called it about the base running with Colt Keith, I was watching it on the radio. Was that the third base coach that didn't signal him right, or was that
The
just
problem
him
is he
making
was
errors?
so far off second, he was going to be doubled off regardless, so you probably should just take off.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what they were saying. But, as soon as the radio broadcast got done, Dan did such a good job in the ninth. I got all excited. He just set it up, the picture perfectly, until I just got real disappointed because I heard it was Javi coming into pitch.
Yep.
And then McKinstry with 1 out, or 2 outs, in the bottom of the ninth with the bases loaded.
Is it an overreaction that yesterday bugged me because of the defense? Because I feel like they are going to hand away a half a dozen games like yesterday, and it'll cost them the playoffs.
No, Mikey, it's as soon as the game got over, I just thought, I can't wait to hear what Mike has to say about this, because this is not good. But the Tigers, and look, they're a playoff team from last year, and not only that, they're a playoff team that won a series. They just didn't get bounced in the first round. So they should be held to a higher standard than that. If you're trying to get back there and you're trying to win it.
Yeah, and look, part of the thing, and Alan, I'm with you in this regard. When you're not going to be a huge payroll team, and you claim to value defense and roster optimization and flexibility, it can't look like the way it looked yesterday. And I know they have injuries. I know they cannot replace Parker Meadows. But the reason I am fearful is because I watched in real time what Rico and I have talked about, and I'm fearful that by the time Parker gets back, they will already have given away 3, 4, 5 games. And when you start to do the big picture, hey, let's say you were an 88-win team and you give away 5 games, 83 ain't getting you in the playoffs. Right. So, I'm totally cool if you go, Mike, it's a one-off. Don't fret.
No.
As Rico likes to hearken, I like to fret.
Okay. Now, I would say that if this happened on one of your pitching chaos days, maybe it's a little more palatable.
Not Scooble.
But when Scooble's out there, that should be
That's
a
like
win.
Mama's watching.
Right. That's a win.
You got to have better manners at the table. Scooble's pitching.
Right.
Let's go over to Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Talk to me.
So I was really excited the first 5 games, and then last night, just seeing Baez come up in the 9th inning, it was the most offensive thing that is on my eyes, personally. And another thing, I have a question for you. Got Ryan Kreidler out here playing in center field.
Yeah.
We go pick up Mickey Moniak.
Oh, the failed Philly, the former number 1 overall pick. I mean, Connor,
He's
they
a
got
4A player, but he's a hell of a center fielder.
and listen, if they care about defense, it's what you got to do, because Kreidler's not going to hit worth the lick. Kreidler shouldn't be here. Now, they brought in Manny Margot. The problem is the last time Margot was a full-time center fielder, he was a disaster. They're not bringing in players that fit what they want to do.
It sounds like my ex-girlfriend. They're saying one thing and they're doing something else.
Shots fired to the former Mrs. Connor.
Okay. I'm okay, everything's fine, but no, something's going on. They're not.
Yeah, you're not
doing
fine.
What they're saying they're doing, it doesn't make any sense.
You're not fine. Just please say what's on your mind. No, nothing.
Exactly. And that's how I feel about this team, and I feel like just seeing Javi Baez being our pinch hitter and our only hope last night, like that.
So let's expand upon it. No, Connor, I'm glad you brought this up, and I'm glad you're out of that relationship. I'm glad you're okay. She sounded terrible. The point is, what Connor just said might be another olive branch to this. Very simply, does it still bother you to your core seeing Javi walk up in a big spot? Does your vitriol for this man, does your disgust for this man, he walked up in the 9th with a chance to be a hero. And what was the thing Connor said? You know what bothered him more than the Colt Keith thing? More than the Kreidler thing? Just listen when he started talking about Javi. It was like he was talking about his ex-girlfriend. He's had enough. Why can't you be what I need you to be? Because Javi sucks. And she's a mean person. I don't know. The bottom line is, I do wonder if Tiger fans watching that game yesterday almost had this inner conflict of, oh my God, it's him again.
No, I did. I was driving home, leaving this place, and that comes up, and I immediately say, here we go. This is not going to go well. This is going to end bad
think
because
I've
it's
hung around-
Javi.
I think I've hung around you too long.
You've given up.
When he came back, after you saw he left,
a 516 OPS,
team got better, made playoff. Team was fun to watch.
We're going to bring him back.
We're going to bring him back because he's a clubhouse leader. What?
Only the Detroit Tigers, I swear to you,
at this point, you get what you pay.
But of any non-offensive team, like the offensively bad teams in this league, which the Tigers are not one, they are the only one of the non-undesirable teams that would offer you bases juiced, ninth inning. We offer you Javi Baez and Zach McKinstry back to back. I don't care what injuries you have. It can't be that.
But this is what they knew going in. It's like
they should have duct taped the pizza spear to a chair and sat it in the batter's box.
There's no salary cap. At some point, just buy this man out. You knew. You're bringing him back just to spite the city of Detroit. So I just walked away and said, you know what? Kind of like Connor's ex-girlfriend. This is what you want? Fine.
If Javi makes you sad, order some pizza. Hungry Howie's has got you covered with one of their most aggressive deals of the year.
Hungry Howie's.
Hello, help me.
I need some pizza.
We're offering the Baez special, a large one topping and a cheese bread. 51% off any pizza at regular menu price. And that's any pizza. Doesn't matter how exotic you get or whether you just like a standard pepperoni duo. Real cheese, in-house made dough, the best ingredients, and the 8 flavored crusts. All you got to do to get any regular large one-topping pizza at 51% off, go to hungryhowies.com, place your order, and use promo code 51OFF. That's 51OFF for a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, David, let's check in on Ticket Text 3 o'clock. I got a good Lions topic for you because a coveted target spoke yesterday, and the team of said target spoke, and none of it was friendly. We'll do it at 3, who said it at 4, and a chance for everyone in this room to find love. I'll explain what it means. David, Ticket Text, though, am I overreacting to yesterday's Tiger game?
Mike is only overreacting because it's early. We haven't even played a home game yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see us lose a handful of games this way and cost us later.
Yes.
That is from AC.
And I admit, Scooble being on the mound is a big reason.
I was listening to the Tigers game on the radio yesterday, and I thought the same thing, Mike. I was like, God bleep it, Colt. These are the mental mistakes that will cost us in the long run.
And understand, for Colt Keith to be good, it is going to be 75% what he does at the plate. He was not a good second baseman. He is not a good first baseman. And whether it's him at second or Glaber, whether it's, and again, I know Torque has made 2 very flashy plays, and they're excellent, but I'm not ready to turn him into a Gold Glover. I'm just making a point. This is a bad defensive team.
And that was just something very simple. Like you said, it was Little League simple. Know how many outs, know where the easy out is, and let's just get the easy out.
David, go ahead, buddy.
Mike, you're not overreacting. You're justifying why we didn't do enough during spring season. The defense is already a concern, and we knew this. That is Bob from Florida.
Well, thanks, Bob.
Someone else says, I live in Vancouver, Washington, and I was at the game yesterday. I was sitting next to my adult daughter, and when Javi was tried it out in the 9th, I said, well, F me. Disappointing game. Can't believe this is what we have.
I had to cross the border to watch that.
Colt Keith was halfway to third and stopped. If the ball was caught, he can't get back. Just go home.
Right. He had a bad mental day yesterday. But when you don't spend big dollars and you're not healthy, you don't have margins to make many mistakes, much less yesterday was a clown car. Top to bottom, except for Scooble. And it's such a bummer. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Not too much, man. It's a pleasure to talk to the best host in the business. How you doing today?
You tell all the girls that. Thank you. What's going on?
Okay, well, we got the American League Central, which is real weak. They're all at 2 and 4. We have the best pitching in the business, as far as I'm concerned, the top 3 in the American League. I had called earlier in the week with the bold-ass prediction and said that it could be a below 3 staff. It could be 299, but you got to be able to catch the baseball. What's going on there? Don't they do their defensive analytics at all?
Well, no. Well, hold on. Joe, here's what I'm going to tell you. Enrico and I talk about it, and then we get impugned by this fan base. Look, you signed Glaber Torres. Case in point. Here are your metrics. He's garbage. He committed 18 errors. He was so bad, the Yankees said, look, just go to third. We're going to play Jazz Chisholm here. He wouldn't do it. Like, he's a terrible second baseman. Colt Keith was a bad second baseman, and their solution is we'll move you to first. He's not good there either. You don't have a third baseman because Jace Young was terrible, and you've got Veerling hurt. Your best defensive player is out. He plays center, and you have no answer of anyone adept to play there. It's just, Joe, they may say they look at the metrics, but the way they've built the team, they're bad defensively, which is shocking because they're a pitching-oriented team.
Oh, absolutely. If you're running Tampa Bay, which I think they are, a little bit of Tampa Bay, a little bit of Oakland, you could pitch. I mean, you're going to be in most games, so you have to do a lot of small things to win ball games. Well, that's fine. Do the small things it takes to win the game. You're never going to be like the Yankees, which I wish we could, but it's not going to happen. But, analytics is everything. So with that, if you're going to run a Tampa Bay.
Joe, I'm with you. If you're nailing it, Joe. If you're running that profile, I mean, Rico, you and I always joke about it. It's basically Tampa Bay with a better logo and our stadium isn't destroyed. That's what they're trying to be.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, shout out that whole thing. How big of a joke is Major League Baseball? We got one team playing in Sacramento, and then we got another team whose stadium, which was already in disrepair, gets destroyed. And the answer is play at Legends Field where the Yankees play. Now, here's what we're going to do. You ready? This is Bold strategy. We're going to give you exactly the amount of money you would need to use the exact materials to build the exact roof that Mother Nature just blew up. Yeah. Almost like that could happen again.
Not make it better, nothing like that. The very same. It'll get ripped up in a year.
You know what? I don't think it's going to rain again in Florida.
Rico built a treehouse for David's church. He used bad materials. It killed 7 kids. They have Rico come back out, and he builds the same treehouse.
I've learned from the mistakes from the first time.
Yeah, nope. Same materials. Up next, Collapse 2.0 on the Sabbath.
Right, because hurricanes don't blow through Florida
at all. I'm just glad you caught when that story's coming out. I'm going, even if you're using the exact materials, don't put it in the press release. Just lie to me.
Right.
Tell me you're using
date. Yeah, right. We're going to use some type of space age material,
something
cutting edge.
Go to Nick 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, hey, Mike. So,
dear.
What?
I just feel like you're very disheveled to start this call.
Well, I'm not that disheveled. I'm a little bit disheveled at like how many people today are slandering Colt Keith, and I'm not saying you were slandering him, but plenty of people earlier today were. I mean, that loss. Look, that error was bad. I mean, there's no excuse for making that error, and that was 100% his fault. But I mean, I'm going to have to disagree with you when you say that. Well, Tarek Skubal was the only one not at fault. Mike, you forget that inning he walked the guy on 4 pitches. That's a mental mistake. Unless the guy's like Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge, what are you doing walking a guy on 4 pitches? Then he threw a cookie to Victor Robles for no reason. And then when they're down by 2 runs, like, okay, look, I've said this so many times when I watch this team, like, it is important that when one side is not doing that great, the other side picks them up. So, yeah, okay, look, your defense effed you, Tarek. I'm sorry. Bleep happens. But then the next inning, like a few innings later, he throws a gopher ball to Luke Raley. Like, can you pick your team up? I get that the defense kind of effed you there. I mean, hell, Riley Green was like responsible for the only 2 runs that the team had that day. I mean, how are you going to win a game when you score like 2 runs?
No, and you're right. Nick, you're right. I just want to make a point. Look, you're not wrong in what you're saying, but they're false equivalencies. If a guy walks a batter and then he throws a pitch that gets hit into the field of play and your second baseman spaces out because he doesn't know how many outs there are, the walk doesn't equal that mistake.
All I'm saying is that, yes, there will be days where, like, all around the field, there will be plays like that where guys will just make mistakes because this defense is not good.
It's terrible.
Because this is the way they've constructed the roster. But, I mean, getting to my last point, I understand. I know you were talking about this on the show before the game yesterday. We said, well, what if Spencer Torkelson is actually good? I'm presenting a theory. He's heading for a monumental collapse because if I look on his baseball savant page, Mike, his hitter profile looks even worse than it looked last year. I mean, pitches down the middle of the plate. It's like, oh, he hits them really well. Well, so does everyone else. Yeah. Well, does he hit them anywhere else? Top of the zone? Nope. Inside of the zone? Nope. Low? Nope. So he's doing well right now.
Yeah.
But Luis Castillo proved yesterday, hey, if I just don't throw it down the middle of the plate, you can't hit this pitch. Go ahead. And if I try to throw it outside, well, you're just a pull.
Yeah, and Nick, I fully admit we were asking a very hypothetical question that I don't believe he will end up being good, but it was really about how important or how impactful it would be or could be if he were. Because when you look at this lineup and you just go, oh, my dear God. Savor the flavor. I mean, McKinstry and Baez with the game on the line.
Yeah.
What is this, the Wilkes Bar Warthogs?
Baez, not quite Carpenter coming off the bench.
Carey. He needs to pick it up, too. And I know he got a little bit better recently, but, like, come on.
But I feel your pain. I was you last year. You're hoping. Now, you just got to go steal some games. You got the White Sox coming up soon. That's your get right.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Yesterday bothered me. That's all.
I feel you.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Best place to bet on sports. Absolutely loaded calendar this week. Rico is so pumped up about opening weekend at Keeneland. I can barely keep him out of the past performances. One problem, they canceled the card until Monday or Tuesday. Terrible weather in Kentucky. The point is, FanDuel's got you covered with everything. From Homer Tuesdays to Parlay Wednesdays.
Can't they carry umbrellas?
Golf profit boost. We're not talking about rain. We're talking about snow and like 4 degrees and hurricanes. It's crazy down there. Look, Get with FanDuel. New customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can make every moment more. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to it with the captain of fertility, Mr. David Hull. It is time for football today. Yes, David.
So, interesting thought here from Kevin Warren, who runs the business side for the Chicago Bears.
And destroyed Arlington Park?
Correct. He says the Bears interviewing Eddie George was an example of the Rooney Rule working. For those that remember, Eddie George was interviewed in the head coaching vacancy process in Chicago. Of course, they eventually gave the job to Ben Johnson.
And he took the job at Bowling Green.
Well, he believes that because he was a head coach or identified as a head coach candidate, that allowed Bowling Green to then look and say, let's go get Eddie George.
Okay, time out, because I know he's besties with Kevin Warren. I'm doing this. That is such a that is such a straw man what he's doing. First of all, Eddie George was the head coach of Tennessee State. Second of all, Scott Loeffler left Bowling Green for the NFL in the late stages. Bowling Green was in a lurch, and they hired their version of Deion Sanders. It had nothing to do. The fact that the Bears had some happy horse bleep Rooney Rule interview. And they destroyed Arlington Park, and I hate the Bears. It was a very nice place for horses. Go ahead. He's your friend.
Is he right, Rico?
David, I'm so confused about all of this. That was a lot of word soup. So in the end, you're saying he got the Bowling Green job because you noticed him and you interviewed him for the Bears job. These two things don't go together.
Thank you.
Bowling Green just said, hey, maybe if he could do, like you said, what Deion did, if he could attract some kids out of the state of Ohio and they stay at home, maybe we're good. We're going to lose him, but we'll be relevant.
Guess what? Bowling Green donors. Hi, I'm Eddie George. Money.
But if he were any good, if all of a sudden Eddie George went and became the offensive coordinator at an NFL level, all right, maybe you were on to something. But Bowling, you're taking a victory lap for the wrong thing.
That's your guy, by the way. You're a big Kevin Warren guy.
Well,
David.
Wow, man.
They do.
We're not inviting you to the barbecue.
They do it.
It's a cookout. Hello?
No, it's a barbecue for you.
Oh.
All right, guys. So we talked about the tush push things. They'll vote on it in May because it got pushed till May. But Mike,
I see what you did there, David.
You may get your you may get what you want, Mike, but for different reasons, and it may set a precedent that we don't want here.
Okay.
So the league this week, you've heard Roger Goodell talk, and he's talked about player safety.
That's not applicable. No one gets hurt on the play. I just don't like watching it.
Hold on. There's a reason why he may be talking about player safety. Lawyers are getting involved with the NFL now regarding tush push, talking about maybe you should get rid of it because of the risk of a lawsuit for a player injury. Is this a precedent that we do not want set here where lawyers are now getting themselves involved on-field plays?
Where are you finding these questions today? This doesn't go with this again. I'm sorry, Mike. Let me go get you some Kleenex.
No, you're good.
Because we're talking about this play that you hate so much.
You're good, man.
So let me get this straight, if I would. I'm simple today, I guess. So because of injury, lawyers
risk of injury, yes,
ban a play in the NFL.
They're asking the NFL, you probably want to ban this, yes.
One of the most violent sports that can be played.
Correct.
Because of that play, which causes no injuries.
Correct.
Yes, that makes total sense.
I'm with Rico. This is the wrong angle. You can just say it's no fun to watch and stupid and end it there. I'm not doing a bleeding hearts routine for injuries.
I respected you when you said, you know what, here it is. I don't like the play.
I don't want to watch it.
You know what? I respect that. You don't like the play, fine. But to come up with, and what about, and the unfair advantage? It's not an unfair advantage. Everybody can run the play. What about, I don't like it. Now, there we go.
Not nuanced, but it's how I feel.
If you start suing over plays, then pretty soon we're just going to be sitting there watching kids play flag football because there's so many more plays that are worse than this, and they're going to get lawyers involved. Come on. Who's suing, by the way?
No, the lawyers are just telling them.
Who's hiring these lawyers? I guess
this is the NFL lawyers, man.
So the NFL is going to hire lawyers,
general counsel,
to ban something from their own league. Boy,
to protect them from future lawsuits. I'm glad you like the first two stories here, man.
I do.
Talk about just cannibalizing yourself. Why not? Sure.
Well, let's maybe more positive here. And
goody.
Maybe a team or maybe a city and a county is learning not to give teams taxpayer money. We talk about the Columbus Bengals. Yes, I said that for a reason. because the Bengals could geographically become a free agent at the end of this season.
Just do away with this organization.
The lease is up at end of 2026 or June of 2026, so they need a home. Quote from team executive VP Kade Blackburn.
Oh, is this the same woman who spoke on Trey Hendrickson and slandered him publicly?
He's speaking loud this week. We could, I guess, go wherever we wanted to after this season if we didn't pick up the option. Good for the county for not
Well,
giving
here's
them
what I'm
money.
going to say, and I know too much about this. I sound like a complete loser. Cook County, that's one of the poorest counties in Ohio.
Yeah.
You leave Cincinnati proper, it's one giant Walter White Breaking Bad RV.
Correct.
It's meth everywhere. The deal that they signed, the county has to upkeep the entire stadium.
Correct.
The Bengals get no bill for nothing, from my understanding of everything I've read. Not a landscaping bill, not I got to replace a brick, a toilet, nothing. The county pays for everything all the time. You know what the county probably needed to do? Exactly what they did. Guys, can we be adults? You're making billions.
Because the amount of the cost of what the renovations would be with $1.5 billion, and they're asking for most of it, probably all of it, to come from the county again.
Also, they can be cheap with their best players. There you go.
See, I wonder, are you going to get more money if you go to another city? And
yes.
And maybe you're kicking the can on your players. And the second the city gives us money, we'll then pass the savings on
100% they'll get more money if they go to another city.
But then they'll pass the savings on to their players. So, hey, guys, sign a 1-year deal
That
with
ain't
us.
happening.
Okay.
Good thought.
Oh, real quick. Were you born 2 days ago or yesterday?
Okay, I'm trying to make some of these stories make sense. Okay?
No, the fact that they don't is beautiful. I love this. It shows you how stupid the world is and why I just like staying home.
Here's David with the news.
I went deep with these
A
stories.
priest's head was used as a bowling ball on Belle Isle.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Really? Did he bowl a strike?
So let's keep it simple with the next
Hey,
story.
that's Heather with the news.
And it is Joe Milton. He has been traded to the Dallas Cowboys. And according to reports, multiple offers were on the table, but they decided to trade him to the Cowboys for a 5th and a 7th round selection.
I understand the trade. I understand the comp. I don't understand Dallas. I think if you were the Browns, you were the Giants, you are Las Vegas, you are the Saints, you are a team that does not like the quarterbacks in the first round and probably aren't going to be any good in the next year or two. You know what? Let's take a flyer, developmental. We'll get Joe Milton in here. I don't get Dallas. I leave it to you.
No, they just, I mean, it's almost like they just did this and they handed San Francisco, hey, we'll take him off your hands. We'll develop. Oh, we couldn't develop your quarterback. Let's go get Joe Milton. And
why?
Because I don't think they believe that Dak is going to be ready.
Oh, great.
So therefore, we need some insurance in case we have to win.
You don't like Cooper Rush?
He's gone.
I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. But so you let Cooper Rush walk out the door, which was dumb.
How could you?
But stop me, when Dallas does something dumb like every day. So now, just in case Dak's not ready for like the first quarter of the season,
yeah,
you're going to have to play Milton.
30 seconds or less. I just want to give Rico some flowers on something. It's important. Headline this morning: Aaron Rodgers secretly holding out hope for Vikings. Still hasn't signed with Steelers. Ben Roethlisberger reporting. Rico's dream is not dead yet.
Bruh, if you couldn't see this, you're blind.
But he had a throwing session with DK.
He did. No, but Mike, think about this.
We got to go.
Okay, Pittsburgh's done everything that they could.
Yes.
He still hasn't signed, meaning I'm holding out hope. That's not the deal that I want.
And when Minnesota calls, Aaron Rodgers is...
And
That
so will
is
JJ's career.
in football today.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Michigan basketball transfer Trey Donaldson is heading to Miami. His announcement was posted on Instagram with him in a Canes jersey. Donaldson served as the Wolverines' primary ball handler and third leading scorer this season. ESPN gives the Red Wings just a 2.7% chance to make the playoffs. They're still within 4 points of the last wild card spot. Alex DeBrincat weighed in on the standings watch today. The Tigers' home opener is tomorrow as well. MLB.com released their list of one takeaway from each team after week one. For the Tigers, they said, quote, Torque is back. Spencer Torkelson reported to spring training seemingly without a roster spot or a role. He slugged his way back into Detroit's lineup with the best camp of his career thanks to a much-needed offseason swing adjustments and a more instinctive approach at the plate. He's carried that into the season, becoming the Tigers' most effective run producer so far, end quote. Philadelphia 76ers star Tyrese Maxey will sit out the rest of the season with a finger tendon injury. And according to FIFA, the United States, Mexico, and UK are the only bidders for the 2031 and 2035 Women's World Cup. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Great to have everybody with us. We got a jam-packed show today. Odyssey Rewind if you want some of the Tiger talk. Did I overreact to something? I don't think so. I was very calm. I want to
get you went very fast.
Well, unlike other shows, we do this thing with pace.
All
right, let's get after it, shall we? I want to talk Lions for a second. Yesterday was a big news day. And before you get upset, before you hit the switch like Severance and you just blindly disappear into your let Brad cook playbook, just hear what I'm saying. Exit reality for a minute. And let's exit about what the Lions will or won't do and talk about what you, as an adult and someone who can freely think for themselves, wants them to do. Okay? Yesterday, Trey Hendrickson had the Cincinnati Bengals speak on him in a very bizarre way. And I'll paraphrase it because the statement was way too long and it was like slandering the guy. Basically saying, well, we want to pay him certain things that we think he should be happy with, but he's not happy and that holds it up. And I'm like, whoa, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. And then Trey Hendrickson, dodgeball's a fabulous film. And then Trey Hendrickson goes on Pat McAfee, and he drops a bomb on the organization in multiple ways. And he goes, I'll just tell you, my favorite app is Zillow. My wife's on it every day. Kind of looking for a place to raise my family, and if it ain't here, I'm going somewhere. And look, it comes out today that, the Bengals have offered $28 a year, which, sadly, that's behind market rate. All right, Max Crosby in that 30 to 35 range, whatever the hell it is. Then you had Myles Garrett at 40. I'll remind you, the NFL sack leader last year was none of the guys I listed. It was Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson was a first-team All-Pro last year. Trey Hendrickson has roughly 75 sacks the last 4 years. I think he's the second highest sack total in the league. He's wanted a long-term deal 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, and now. Trey Hendrickson wants $35 million a year. So I want to ask you guys a question. And I want you to tell me what you want. You are not the PR firm for Brad Holmes. You are allowed to think for yourself. Just like this morning, you chose what clothes to wear.
Say that again for the people in the back, because I already know where this is going to go.
I know, but I want to have fun.
I know, but just say it one more time for the people.
You do not have to be the PR firm for Brad Holmes. You are an adult. You are allowed to think for yourself. You could do whatever you want to do as a fan. I want to know, I'm going to ask you this question because Hendrickson is infinitely available. You don't publicly drop a deuce essentially in the front yard of your best player. You just don't do it. The Bengals did. He then goes out and openly says, yeah, well, Zillow's my favorite app. It's a problem. So here's my question. Right here, right now, we've talked about some of the trades, some of the things. We're going to leave that out. Don't worry about compensation. Don't. I want to simplify this. Here are the ground rules. I'm going to deliver you Trey Hendrickson. You're going to sign a 3-year, $105 million deal. 80 of it guaranteed. Makes Trey Hendrickson essentially one of the highest paid players, non-quarterback in football. 3 years, not 5 because of his age, but full security, guaranteed dollars, right? Here's the problem. I give you Hendrickson, but you're going to lose 2 of the following players. Ready? And this is in the next 2 years. Remember, some of these guys are signed through 25. You could franchise tag them. Some of these guys are signed through 26. You could franchise them. But you're going to lose 2. Ready? Kirby Joseph. I almost said Brian Burns. Shame on me. New York Giants.
Take 2.
Kirby Joseph. Brian Branch. Sam Laporta. You could have one more player in there. Who do you want? J-Mo. Okay. You're going to lose 2 of those guys. But you get Trey Hendrickson now and in 2026 and in 27. And I only said you lose 2 of them. Do you want the Lions to do this? Because remember, I don't know that you're losing those guys. And remember, Rico and I play a different game. We don't worry about 2026. And I'm sure as hell not worrying about 27. Do you realize the salary cap could cover all of Trey Hendrickson's salary by simply just going up in the next 2 years? A $30 million increase over the course of the next 2 years is absolutely not out of the equation.
No.
So in essence, you'd be gambling a little bit, but you could still keep everybody together.
You're not even gambling. With the salary cap, the money is there, Mike, because people get paid ridiculous amounts that you're like, what? Because just case in point, Geno Smith just signed a new deal.
There you go. And how happy are you?
$66.5 million guaranteed.
Yikes.
Just so you know. 2 years, $85 million.
I'm asking you guys as Lions fans. It is very clear Hendrickson wants out. And the organization didn't do anything to help themselves. Do you want the Lions to do this? Even if it costs you a couple of your name brand guys in 2026 or 7. You know what's not going to happen? You're not losing anybody this year, and you're loading the wagon. And I don't think you lose anybody in 26. So I'm basically offering you a 2-year window where you get to have Trey Hendrickson and Aiden Hutchinson in their prime, opposite each other. What do you want to do? Don't worry about what Daddy Brad's going to do. What do you want to do?
I was about to say, because this goes against everything that Brad and the Lions Brain Trust is telling you, man, we're worried about the future and paying our own guys.
I know.
I'm just letting the people know. You can think outside of that. Okay, I know what Brad said, but as Mike said, what do you want to do? You are the general manager. Would you do this knowing 2 of these people won't be Lions in a couple of years? 248-539-9797.
It's an easy yes for me. It's an easy yes for Rico. Where is it for you? Because I'll say it to you again. I don't have to pay Aiden Hutchinson. I got 2 more years of control, plus a franchise tag. I don't have to pay Laporta or Branch or Gibbs. I have control. Kirby Joseph, most pressing. Also, from a positional standpoint, least valuable. That is not saying he's not a very good player. I'm saying positionally, way less valuable than an edge. And I'm not getting seduced by interceptions. There are plenty of great players who don't get a lot of interceptions. A lot of that ends up being bounces of the football. I'm just making a point.
Yeah, because actually people with less interceptions are the more valuable people because I don't throw your way. Just putting
Sometimes it's the way the cookie crumbles.
Right.
So, look, Hendrickson, 3 at 105, 80 of it guaranteed. I could take you through what some of the draft comps are out there as far as trades, but I'm keeping it simple. But if you told me I got Trey Hendrickson now in what I deem to be a 2-year window of 25 and 26, and it costs me down the road a Laporta or a Branch, I don't care. It's the cost of doing business. You're one injury away from TJ's godson, Almondine Muhammad, starting again.
Sure. Go with it.
I am. I'm rolling with it. TJ loves that guy. I was talking to TJ the other day. He loves him. I told him, get a fat head on your wall. You love him so much. David, do you want to? I'll tell you what. We'll get more thoughts momentarily. 248-539-9797. Hendrickson comments, Bengals comments. I'm offering you a deal. None of us liked what Brad said the other day. Oh, help me, I'm poor. No one believes you. You got the second or third most cap space in the league. We know you're going to hand out more of these extensions. The point is, none of it matters. The cap will go up by another $20 million next year, and another $20 million after that.
Heck, they're getting ready to play games all across the world.
Right? Why?
Because
money.
Right.
Hey, 3 streaming games on Christmas. That's $150 million a game. Money. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls coming up next. Elevate your driving experience. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service an absolute breeze. How about the 25 Hummer EV or GMC Sierra? They've got you covered. New stock arriving daily. A slick, easy online ordering system at moranexpress.com, and they'll have what you're looking for. Something's off with the current vehicle. No problem. Moran Buick GMC, you get the free loaner. You get the certified service. You don't waste time staring at the wall. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get to business. I have asked the question, and it is totally okay if you say no. All I have essentially begged you for, just think for yourself. We don't need to do party line stuff. I understand what Brad Holmes said. I don't have to like it. I don't accept we couldn't keep Zadarius Smith. We poor. Okay, first of all, you got $41 million in cap space. Yes, I know in the next couple of weeks there will be extensions. Extensions I may not agree with, by the way. I am allowed to say that. Like,
oh, I already know. I probably won't. It's like the Tigers with bias. Like, you're going to do this in spite of all common sense.
I expect some egregious Kirby Joseph extension a year early where, you could franchise him. You don't have to do anything.
A year early, like 3 weeks.
No, I'm saying for him, it's a year early.
Right. Yes, yes.
I don't have to do it. I'll leave it there. I have said, here's what a deal could look like, but you're going to lose one or two of these following players. David, early returns on the ticket text, and we'll go to the callers. What do you got?
No brainer. You lose Laporta and J-Mo. That is from Rick. Someone else says, buy J-Mo and Laporta. What else are we talking about here? Go get Trey Hendrickson.
Hey, so let me ask you a question. Yep. Do you think the vocal minority of kind of the bathwater drinkers, do you think they've actually drowned out the silent majority, where the majority of Lion fans actually do want to go all in? They do know it's fleeting. And that only like let's say it's a 25-75 split. Mm-hmm. The 25% is vocal. They're basically team lemmings. Have they drowned out the actuality of Lion fan position of?
No, I don't think so, Mike, because when you have Brad Holmes openly saying, I know, I hear what you guys are saying, and you want us to go big right now. That means they're listening to in Allen Park.
Brad's a P1.
To what the people are actually saying. Now, if he came out there and just said, I know you guys back me, but he said it. I know I'm not operating the way you want me to operate. That tells me that the folks what I deem common sense are making a lot of noise.
Okay. I just had to ask the question. Let's go to the people, see what they've got to say. We'll go to Mike, bat leadoff. Mikey, 97.1.
Hey, guys. Great topic as usual.
How are you, bud?
Very good. You?
Excellent.
Excellent. Wonderful. Anyways, now that that's taken care of, why don't we say yes to the easiest thing of all time? And your texters couldn't be more correct. That's the easiest decision ever. Okay, first of all, J-Mo, fine. Think about what he's going to cost. You drafted St. Brown in the second round, for crying out loud. I get that kind of speed, it makes things it's a huge headache for defenses. I get all of that. And Laporta is an even easier decision because let's face it, in the interim between T.J. Hawkinson and Sam Laporta, you were running a couple of golf ball bags out there, and they were producing at remarkable rates. So I would say that is the absolute biggest no-brainer of all time. I would absolutely.
Okay, I'm with you. Rico's with you. Mike, let me ask you this question. Why do you think some fans are scared to do it? Or look, the Lions clearly, they believe they have what it takes to win a Super Bowl in their locker room, and they like their guys, right? Why do you think they themselves stop themselves? It's not the money. No one is accepting of that. What is it?
Okay, so it's absolute faith, and I don't get me wrong, I think he's a great executive, okay? But when guys that they picked early in the draft panned out, they said, oh my gosh, the guys just hit on so many guys, it's great. What they fail to realize is that Sam Laporta should have never been on this team, okay? A guy like Sam Laporta should have never been on this team. If you had stayed and every single person forgets that you probably could have gotten Jahmyr Gibbs with that pick 6 picks later. So the guys that really pan out that are massive, massive difference makers, no doubt about it, okay, are Jahmyr Gibbs. That's true. He is a huge difference maker.
But he's not unrestricted until, I believe, after the 2027 season.
But you know what? If I had just said, you know what, we're not going to get fancy. We're going to break the rule that we know we should have broken and said, I know this guy doesn't fit in our puzzle, right? But Jalen Carter was a no-brainer at 6. That was a no-brainer, and we waltzed on it, and we could have walked out of that first round with Jalen Carter and Jahmyr Gibbs, and there isn't a human being with a right-thinking mind that wouldn't think, wow, wait a second, I should have probably done that. So we give him all the credit in the world, but the reality is that Sam Laporta is the easiest walk of all time. the easiest walk, and there's nothing to think about. That's all I got, guys.
Yeah, and look, I'm not against it because at a certain point, you don't have to. You can't pay Amon-Ra like the best receiver in the league, and now we're going to pay J-Mo. Now we're going to have the highest paid tight end. Look, you pick your spots. You want to keep Laporta, J-Mo's gone. You want to keep J-Mo, Laporta's gone. There's no scenario. Look, first of all, I don't even consider guys like Gibbs. No, it's not the running back joke. It's the idea he's not a free agent until after the 27 season. There is nothing to talk about.
And you don't have to go the full way the Cincinnati Bengals have and just tick off everybody and just keep franchising. But that's the game that some players, I want a long-term deal. I want you to have one too, but you're going to take this franchise tag this year.
Yeah, and ultimately,
you know what? Next year, we'll talk about it.
And if Hendrickson wants some 5-year, 160, you know what I'll say? I'll defend the Lions. No.
See,
Trey, you're older. I can't do that.
See, I think with Trey, it's become almost a spite thing with Cincinnati where he's basically he wants to make Cincinnati look bad.
And do you want to win?
Yeah.
Trey, I'm going to hand you $100 million, 80 of it guaranteed. Do you want to win? Yes or no? Otherwise, I can't help you. And I'll defend Brad Holmes. I'll defend the Lions. But I'm just making a point to you. What he said 2 days ago, right?
Right.
And then you hear from Hendrickson yesterday. You see how the Bengals are behaving. And I'm going to sit here and listen to the president and GM of this team go, we're poor. We don't have money. We got a bill coming. No, it's like you're ready to pay for dinners you don't even have reservations for next.
I mean, when the stat came up and it showed how much all the team has.
Yes.
I told David, I was like, rewind. I need to capture a photo of this because the Lions aren't like at the bottom where you're like, wow, I don't know how you're going to make it. Like, you got the third most amount of money.
And next year is a year they don't have a high effective cap number. But the point is between now and then, either through cuts or recalibration of current deals, you will create the room. There is no scenario. I don't care if it's voodoo. Goff is not going to have a cap hit of $70 million next year. Why? Things. That's how the league works. Let's go to Brian in Detroit, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
Oh, what's up, Mike and Rico? Love you guys. Hey, Mike, you just said it. With the recalibration of contracts, we'll have the money. It's a no-brainer. Not only that, look at the player that you finna get. Number one, he's a good player. Number two, he's pissed off. Number three, he's coming to a decent team that got a defense, that got a back end, and more importantly, got an offense that's going to put points on the board for him to get out there and do his thing on defense. What are we even talking about? Like, what is the discussion? And Brad Holmes is not in the poorhouse. We all know that. We done seen teams just pencil whip the salary cap. So it's not a discussion. Yeah, you got a bill coming because you drafted well. But for my two players, bye-bye J-Mo, bye-bye Kirby. I mean, if we can't franchise Kirby 2 years in a row and then sign him to something, see ya. You know, that's where I'm at because now is the time to put your team together and win. They think they are okay with where they are. They're stupid. Why would you do that?
No, well, let me say this. I don't think it's appropriate to call a team that just went 15-2 and turned things around stupid. I think they are overconfident. Now, that's
Agreed.
okay, but let's not get slanderous here. They're far from stupid. We just disagree with how they're doing things.
I think it's a no-brainer, Mike.
I know.
I think it's pick up the phone right now. Pick up the phone. Hey, look, this is what I got for you. Period.
Well, look, I'll give you an example. I'll tell you what I'll do. Brian, I have the latest and greatest in Trey Hendrickson trade proposals. Literally. Article came out the other day. I'll give it to you. We're just going to do it next. I want to have a little time. This is the opposite of...
Look at this man. He's being responsible over. I don't even know who you are right now.
I know. Sometimes I don't know myself.
Wow.
Hey, Kenny's back. You all right?
Absolutely.
That was an executive trip to stall 3, huh?
Yes.
Okay, I figured when you disappeared for that long, it wasn't a nature walk.
My apologies, the natural way.
Uh-oh.
Lawn and tree service. Call 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Do what I did, and you're going to get hooked up with your own specialist, and they're going to come up with their own plan for your lawn. My guy came out a few days ago, and we figured out exactly how we want to come after my lawn this summer and this spring. Along in that, you know what? He's going to spray for crabgrass. He's going to do a lot of different things. You can do the same. Do what I did. Call 888-GET-GREEN, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. For a limited time, when you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control as well, but you have to mention my name. Tell them Rico from 97.1 told me to give you guys a call. They will come out there. They will tailor something specifically for you. They're a locally owned company for 35 years, and they have 100% satisfaction guaranteed. And you don't have to worry about a new person coming each and every time. You'll get your own personal specialist. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, let's get to the people. We got a football today. 4 o'clock, we're going to have some fun. I want to offer Rico, Kenny, David, and Evan, and you, the listener, a chance at love in a sports sense. Okay? Very exciting. Just we've also got who said it. We got a lot to do. If you want Tiger talk, we open the show with it. And we're talking a little Trey Hendrickson right now. Yesterday was very newsy. Trey Hendrickson flaunting his favorite app is Zillow, a.k.a. he's house hunting. The Bengals weirdly firebombing Trey Hendrickson as if he's a petulant child. Things are not going well. So I've asked you, I can get you Hendrickson. It's going to cost you 3 at 105, 80 of it guaranteed, but you're going to lose 2 of the following players. Of the JMOs and of the branches and the Laportas. Yeah. And my point has been all along, when Brad Holmes said what he said the other day, why are we worried about 2027? Your window is not that long.
You know what? Every time I hear Brad Holmes says that, it reminds me that the Lions are still new money. And by new money, this is all so new to you. You don't know how to be a team that's been competitive for years and decades, where there's a certain game that you play. There's certain things that you do, and you learn you don't get married to every player. There's some players that you're going to just, you know what? You're going to use them up until they're no good, and you're going to walk away, and you're going to draft their replacements.
And you know what one of them is?
You don't draft running backs.
We don't draft or pay running backs.
Look, the Bills aren't paying James Cook. Why am I paying Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, he put his house up on the market on Zillow.
Guess what? Guess what? Ready? Don't care.
But I mean, that when
you're going to run the ball for me, or you're going to run to the grocery store. It's really your choice.
But when I keep hearing them say that, it's just like, that's not. Show me the team that's operated this way, Brad, and won Super Bowls, because
I can't.
None of them have.
Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how's it going, Mikey V, Rico B?
Hey.
Long-time listener.
Welcome.
Multiple-time caller. I just want to say this, Mike. Brad Cook needs to figure out Grubhub or DoorDash. Stop cooking. Stop it. Pay the money. Let's go. I'm going to tell you right now.
Doesn't it just seem obvious? Like, Hendrickson is dying to leave. Your draft picks do not matter the way you think they do. And he's talking about a bill coming due for 26 and 27. Why?
Yeah, because he's acting like his parents. It's the freaking Progressive commercial. I'm Cookie's age, right? I'm 31.
Okay.
I love the nickname on the podcast that you threw at him. Johnny Overs or Unders. I started calling myself that.
All right.
Anyway, I have to say one more thing, though, to you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the picks on the horses. My dad's kind of a old school handicapper. He's about 70, but he hit the superfecta because of you.
My God.
So he made
Look at you, man. You're changing the world.
No, Johnny, thank you. You know what? You worry sometimes because Jim will bust my chops and go, come on, do a horse thing. Isn't the Florida? I go, dude, no one's downloading that. But Johnny and his dad are.
See, people care.
Listen. Hey, it's a great game if you give it a chance.
You don't even give me that information.
Johnny, appreciate it.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
Johnny, he doesn't tell me, and I talk to him every day.
I know, Rico, that's crazy. My dad was like, dude, Mike's awesome, and now we're going to go to Saratoga. My dad's been to the Derby like 12 times. So.
Yo, listen, you call when you're going to go to Saratoga. I get your itinerary set up. I got every restaurant for you. I got everything you need to do.
And trust me, Johnny, he does. He knows every maitre d'. He knows them all.
You know what?
You know what? For the record, that wasn't me, folks.
No. That was a pastor who did that.
That was not me.
What a disgrace.
I asked Mike a horse racing question today, and he actually thought it was slander.
It was disingenuous.
Did you really ask him a horse racing question?
David. Once again.
I'm going to Anthony.
I just wanted to know the answer. He was like, that's not. Like, Mike, I didn't know.
Because you asked the most ridiculous thing.
No, it's not.
You asked me if you could put Zubaz pants on a horse.
No,
now, how am I supposed to respond to that?
No, it wasn't. Today, it was simply, okay, if it's rainy and muddy, do they change out the horse's shoes? Kind of the way athletes do cleats.
On a scale of 1 to nay band, how ridiculous is that question?
Rico's was about a 6.
I love the
The
Nay
Nabans was outrageous.
No, always be fun. Horses wear
It all
sunglasses.
started the day
Nay-Bans.
Evan told me, sometimes they put chains on the horse's feet. And I was like, really, Mike, is that true? And Mike was like, seriously?
Right. That's where I've arrived at. Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, what's going on?
Just like the horses, I'm going to make my point really fast.
Thank you.
So I really do think this is a no-brainer, guys. I mean, who was his former coach out in New Orleans? I mean, I know he was on the different side of the ball.
Yep.
No, I'm talking about Hendrickson. Did he play at New Orleans before he went to Cincinnati?
Yes.
So there's a rapport there that, makes sense at least. And the defensive side of the ball is the side that needs the most help. And who's had 75 sacks in however many years? It's Trey Hendrickson. And I don't know, it's pretty simple to me.
It is, and I also view it as, it's an investment in Aiden Hutchinson. You're investing in your best player that, look, I'm not trying to be provocative. Anthony, if you bring Trey Hendrickson here, you might bring out a 20-sack season from Aiden. You're just changing the game. You're making it impossible to deal with.
Yeah, and guys, let's just say the quiet part. We don't know if Aiden's going to be ready and 100% from game one. And looking at this schedule, we don't know the actual order of schedule until May, but there's a chance your first 4 or 5 games could be against playoff teams.
Well, you know who won't
Not
be
against
there?
the scrubs.
You know who won't be there? Aleem McNeil. Glad the team copped to that, so you and I stopped getting slandered as negative Nancy's. Yeah, it's weird. 300-pound guy's leg explodes for second time in career. Might not be 23-year-old Adrian Peterson coming back in 9 months. Might not.
I just love it how you guys have been saying this for months about Aleem McNeil, and now the GM says it, and people are like, what? Yes, he's hurt.
And David, everybody like, Aiden's, let's pump the brake. He may be back. He may not be 100%.
The point is
back.
100%, 80%, 90%. Is he better with Trey Hendrickson?
He's much better.
It's just right there.
Because now you have to pick your poison. Okay, did you double team this side or this side?
Which means you die.
Right.
When you set up stuff like that, you die.
And yeah, if I know that you know what, Aiden's a little gimpy, I got to double team Trey. That means Aiden has one-on-one with the right tackle. Go beat him.
We'll get a football today in the mix, and then we're going to have some fun. We will get to Who Said It in the 4 o'clock, but I have I want to play a pseudo world premiere. I have a trailer I need to play for everybody, and I just want to make a plea for you to give love a chance. Is that okay? Can we do that?
Let's do it.
We talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they have it all the time and at the lowest prices. So whether you are a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, just stop by, see their showrooms, and take home some samples. You can call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get a little football today. Uh-oh, Rico's smiling. This is going to be receipts, isn't it? No. Well, either way, he's about...
So, yes, Mike, we are about to have some fun.
Oh, is that what they call it?
Football style.
Okay.
Okay, Kenny's doing something else. All right, let's
What is he,
go.
back in stall 3 again?
Maybe. Mike, let's play a little game.
Okay.
I know, season's a ways away, but, man, you can never get enough college football. College football over-unders, win totals.
Oh, my God. I don't even know who's on the team.
I know, but let's just have some fun.
Okay.
Let's just look at the name on the front of the jersey and not the name
Over-under on
on the
Mel
back.
Tucker lawsuits.
Let's go with 2.5.
Okay, then.
All right, so very easy. I'm going to let you pick the conference. You want Big Ten, you want SEC, or you want ACC, because the Big 12 doesn't have anybody
because it
yet.
just means more.
Kenneth, for you, over under Georgia, 9.5 wins.
Ooh, geez, over. It's got to be, man. If they only win 9 or less games, I quit.
But hold on, but Kenny, don't you see what they're doing? They're making it feel real easy to bet an over on Georgia.
Maybe it's real
I still
easy.
don't know if I'm supposed to believe in Gunnar Stockton. You lose a ton of NFL talent again, and half your team can't drive a car. So,
see, you know what? I'm going to allow it.
I'm going to go under. 9-3 for Georgia, and Kenny gets very upset with Kirby.
Yeah, I will rip all of my hairs out. It's hard to be upset at a back-to-back guy like Kirby, but man, that would be frustrating.
Let's head over to. Oh, Dave, you want to chime in? I know, you're Big Ten.
Yeah, they got in trouble again with the car, and Kirby doesn't know what to do anymore, he says. So
I like how
I'm going
Kirby
under.
said ultimatums don't work. Really? Try them.
Yeah, I've yet to see somebody get kicked off the team. That's the ultimatum. Let's head over to Alabama. Over under 9.5 wins.
Who's the quarterback? I know they obviously Julian Sayin transferred to OSU.
Let me find
Who's
out.
the QB? Is it Ty Simpson?
I think so.
Is that the kid they're going with?
Yes, I think that at least going into the spring, that's where they're going.
All right. My issue is I'm still unsure about the fit of Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. I said from day one Milroe wasn't a fit for his style. I don't know anything about Ty Simpson. He's not Nick Saban. Under. I'm just going to say under.
Give me the number again.
9.5.
Oh.
It's going to be a
Under.
theme. It's going to be a theme.
Yeah, under.
It's gonna be over. I'm gonna do the reverse of the reverse.
The
Emotional
reverse of the-
hedge. Yeah.
Let's go to Texas. Quarterback will be Arch Manning.
Over.
We finally get 9.5.
Over. Sark has it rolling. They've got a perfect balance of high school recruiting, portal additions. If Arch is what we saw glimpses of. Look, there were times last year, including the SEC championship game, where I just would have rather have seen Arch than an injured Quinn Ewers.
Mm-hmm.
They would have been better than they were this year, maybe. I'm going to go over. I'll buy into it. Plus, I got to pray Arch is good and the Giants get him. I got nothing else to live for. Sports-wise.
What was the number, Rico?
9.5.
9.5. I'm with Mike on this. I think Sark does have it rolling. I'll take the over on that.
They're the opposite of Iserman. Their pro scouting is elite.
But Kenny, you realize everybody can't go over.
Well, I went under for Bama and Georgia.
No. Kenny's gone over for all.
Well, it just means
Right.
more.
The SEC, everybody's just going to win 12. I hate
The
Texas.
opposite of
Under.
the division the Tigers are in.
Right.
Exactly. Everyone goes 15-2.
Under.
You're going under. And real quick, Tennessee, Nico, is back.
Under.
Over under 9.5.
Under.
I'm going to go over.
No shot. Under.
No, I'm going to go over. Look, here's the deal. I'm not telling you. I know I make fun of Heupel's offense because he spoon feeds throws to guys, and it's kind of one read. It's timing. We have to remember Nico was still a very young quarterback last year, and they turned into a little bit more of a running team. They didn't have elite wide receivers. Like Squirrel White was their best guy. I think another offseason for Nico, you see the
Gets
immense
better.
talent. Yeah. I'll go, if I went under for Bama and Georgia, let's go over for Tennessee and Texas.
It's funny because Tennessee is the one that I really thought, okay, if I had to pick one to go over,
Yeah.
Texas was easy, but Tennessee, I'm like, I like what they were doing there. But the funny thing about the SEC, nobody over 9.5 wins. So
I bet you that changes by August. when
Probably.
the portal's done and
Yeah.
we lock in a little more, somebody will get to 10.
But you know what? We don't wait until
No, we don't.
We
do
go
we?
right now.
Michigan State 4.5.
Mike,
I don't-
according to that, you should probably go over. Michigan State, 5.5.
What a pathetic football program.
No, but could you not say the same thing that you said about Nico about Aiden Child?
Yes, and if they don't win more than 5.5 games, they need to just honestly
Fire Jonathan Smith?
I'd go one step further. Level Spartan Stadium and turn it into a playground. Yeah. So my answer's over on spite.
Mike, I hope you're ready for the swing set. I'm going under.
Oh, man. Come on.
Get ready for the sandbox.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go. I'll go over.
Thank you.
I mean, like I said, say everything. I think year 2 of Aiden Childs, he was young. David,
I
for
can't
you,
have a miserable 12-year-old at my house. Can't do it.
You know what? You can have a miserable 14 or 15-year-old. Michigan, over under 8.5.
Well, considering they'll probably be banned from the postseason, I'll go under. Vibe's not high. Freshman QB.
What are you talking about? He's not just any freshman.
Figure Sharon will be suspended half the year or more. That seems like a tradition. I don't know. I don't care. I hate them. Under.
Over.
Pure spite. I wish nothing but bad things on you, David.
David, you were 6-6 last year.
Over.
Wow. He believes. in
And if
underwear.
I want to take it out of the Latte Larry spite thing, I mean, losing Will Johnson, losing Mason Graham, losing Kenneth Grant, losing the experience.
Loveland.
Yeah, it's a lot to replace. And I'm sorry. Look,
you gain more back.
Bryce may end up being an incredible QB, but I don't consider any true freshman quarterback ready to play winning football.
The only problem that I have with Bryce,
fine.
David, the only problem I have with Bryce, and it's not Bryce's fault, is the amount of pressure that's going to be put on this
Ton of
kid
pressure.
to come out there and get it done.
You're
Either
right.
it makes diamonds or bust pipes.
You're right.
And who'd they bring in? They brought in
what was
Mikey
it?
Keene
Yeah.
from Fresno?
Yep.
He stinks.
So
You'll love him.
I guess
He
they
stinks.
auditioned him last year and said, hey, you want to come back to Michigan?
He stunk at UCF. He stunk at Fresno. He'll stink for you. Keep going.
Next 3 teams, over under 10.5. In the Big Ten, Penn State.
No, under. James Franklin, no, there's just no way.
Yeah, James Franklin, under.
Okay.
Over.
Brought back both running backs.
Over.
I don't care. Drew Aller blows. The tight end's gone, and he's James Franklin.
Why do I bother putting in all the work?
Abdul Carter. Sir, I'm out.
Hey, their linebacker, you.
10-2, and we need Caller Nick to lose his mind about 18 times next fall.
But he runs across the field very fast.
Who's going to be the next Tyler Warren? Oregon, over under 10.5. The forgotten Big Ten team.
They are. They got more money than God. They've recruited more O&D linemen than God.
And they're out in the middle of nowhere.
It all just comes down to whether Rico's boy is any good. I really don't. It's Dante Moore. Yeah. Is he the real deal or not? He took the gap year, traveled abroad, studied.
Well, no, but
we'll try this whole quarterback thing again.
But it goes back to what I felt about Underwood. Dante Moore had a ton of pressure. You're going to walk in and be the guy until he realized
6 pick sixes in 5 games.
Wait, I threw 6 touchdowns to the other team, son.
Eventually, that Oregon money's going to have to kick in too. And when I think Big Ten, I think Oregon overs.
That's right. That's right, Kenny.
I'll go under.
Okay.
Sorry, Dante.
The Ohio State University, over under 10.5.
Same deal. The quarterback question. You know, is Julian saying the real deal?
I think as of now, once again, this could all change, but yes, I think it's going to be Sayan's job to lose.
I just feel like the only team that they go on the field with that has the talent they have will be Oregon. And whether they can beat Michigan or not, I don't know. There's a voodoo curse there. The point is, look at the money. They spent $30 million. They got elite players everywhere. I'll just say over. I've given up. It's a different sport. Yeah. You watch Oregon and Ohio State play, and then you watch MSU.
Along with they'll play Texas this season. So
under
Ohio State Texas game.
Then under because of that game. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be funny, but until they show they can beat Michigan,
David, they can still be at 10-2.
David, let me tell you this.
Yeah.
You never need to apologize.
I'm just,
for that. Cheating or not, factually, they can't beat you.
Okay. Finally, real quick.
What? I'm saying you don't have to apologize. They have to learn to beat you, whether you're cheating or not. You weren't cheating last year, and
Correct.
you beat them.
Correct.
Real quick, Clemson, over under 9.5.
Over. Kade Klubnik, FTW. Over. Just to spite you. Dabo's back.
Over. What else is in the ACC?
Back-to-back playoff years.
Cam Ward's gone out of Miami, so
The only thing sadder than the ACC over-unders, Big 12 over-unders. I didn't even bother to give them to you.
Hold on. Am I allowed to do like Casey Kasem, request and dedication?
Okay. What do you want to know?
Colorado?
Colorado. Oh, good.
This goes out to Deborah in Seattle.
Colorado. Over-under 6.5.
Under. They got a freshman QB. Under.
No, they got Liberty's transfer.
Oh, Caden Salter?
Yes.
He blows and wears a funny helmet.
Still under.
I'm out.
Still under.
Under. He wears the goofiest helmet I've ever seen. Under.
Any other requests? Indiana. Over-under 8.5.
Under. Full spite. I'm going John Cena heel turn. Last year I was all in on IU. This year, welcome back to reality, Kirk. Google me. I win.
All right. And last one, David. I
You're
promise.
good.
USC. Over-under.
Oh, God.
Want to take a guess?
8.5?
7.5.
Lincoln Riley's fired. Who's the quarterback?
Great question.
Okay, good
I
stuff.
forgot all about USC.
I'm not answering this. I
They
can't
are
even
bums.
tell you what's happening in LA right now.
I don't think they know who the quarterback is.
Okay, they're effed. Under, and Lincoln Riley's fired. Next.
All right. Oh, you want more?
No, we have
okay.
to go.
Okay. Nebraska. No. That's your college football over-under for next season. Way too early. 97-1.
Brought to you by ABC 123 Maintenance. Michigan basketball guard Trey Donaldson entered the portal earlier this week. He's already committed. I saw it in the peripheral there. He was pointing at a screen. He's already committed to transfer to Miami. The Hurricanes struggled mightily last year with a 7-24 record. Donaldson averaged 11 points while shooting 37% from three for the Wolverines this year. Red Wings goalie Peter Mrazek was back at practice today, but the team still wants to give him a few more skates before he plays in a game. Cam Talbot will start again tomorrow. Tigers opening day is a chance to be the highest first pitch temperature since 2015, 49 degrees. Spencer Torkelson looking to remain hot as well after a 989 on base plus slugging start. Radio play-by-play announcer Dan Dickerson on what teams will try to do to him now. The Raiders have signed QB Geno Smith to a 2-year, $75 million extension. Smith landed with Vegas after a trade from Seattle sent him packing this offseason. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. So here's the deal. I've got something for you guys, and it requires, hopefully, everyone's participation. If you're looking for Tiger Talk, we opened with it. Odyssey.com rewind. If you want Lions, did that at 3. Trey Hendrickson's the latest news. He just let me set this up before any of you hyenas start to turn this into open mic night at the Laugh Factory. Now, what
I need to go get the megaphone.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. What I want to set up is this. I'm going to play a trailer for you. Sports television has never been better, okay? It really hasn't. And I watch sports television about sports I actually don't care about, and I'm still entertained. I'll give you an example. I'm not an F1 fan, but Drive to Survive on Netflix is fantastic. It's really, really engaging. You get access to a sport that it makes you look at the sport in a different light. They're starting 5 with the NBA. Rico and his damn megaphone. Are you kidding me? He's got a police siren on this thing. Go ahead. You done testing your police siren? You pain in the ass.
I didn't know what that
you giant
was.
man, baby. Now listen, work with me. Okay. Sports, and again, like right now, I'm watching something through HBO called Celtic City. No, you don't need to like the Celtics to appreciate history. 30 for 30, right? Sports TV. So Netflix had a world premiere yesterday. This is where this goes sideways. I need you guys to just listen to this. If you want the visual, you can go online and watch it. But they are doing their latest sports series by the same people who produced Drive to Survive, the F1 series, Full Swing or Full Send, whatever it is called, the PGA one. Netflix puts major dollars into their sports programming. It's kind of like the new 30 for 30.
Yeah, they do.
So it's not about whether I'm interested. I mean, bricked up to the exponent. This is exciting. They are about to debut on April 22nd a new documentary series, Unfettered Access to the Sport of Horse Racing, called Race for the Crown. It's all about the Triple Crown. Now, I wish it wasn't the Triple Crown. I also wish they wouldn't have found some of the most annoying horse owners. I digress.
But doesn't that sell the whole thing?
That's why reality TV sucks. Look, I want to play this trailer. And you out there in listener land, I'm going to ask you the same thing I'm asking these three. If there's ever a time you're going to give my sport a chance, April 22nd, can you watch one episode? Can you do that for Uncle Mike? Please. So I want to, 60 seconds. David, you did a beautiful job editing. We couldn't play the full 2 minutes. That's ridiculous. David, play the trailer. All right, come on, man. Really?
That's what Kitty wanted me to
Really?
do. That's what Kitty wanted me to do. I have the trailer here.
All I asked was like,
You know what? I'm going home. I don't think we're going to drop that moment right there.
I'm going to play the trailer. I am going to play the trailer.
This beautiful job setting up this very important trailer. And why would you do that, David?
I mean,
all right, here is the trailer.
He spent 6 minutes setting that up.
Here is the trailer, people. Here we go.
all right, now listen. That excites me. The point I'm making is, will you on April 22nd, can I get you to watch one episode on Netflix? One. I don't like F1, but I love Drive to Survive. It's the principle of you don't need to love something to be open-minded to learn about it or be entertained by it.
Correct. You know what, Mike?
Can I get it? Please, can Metro Detroit just wrap its arms around horse racing one time in life? Please.
Yeah, I would love.
April 22nd.
I will watch an episode because I actually, contrary to popular belief, I like when you give us the behind the scenes stories or this is what really happens. Because we don't. Most people like me, you only follow horse racing for the Kentucky Derby.
I know.
And you watch it go around the track. And you don't know how these horses got there. They just miraculously show up. These are supposedly the best 12 horses in the world.
Well, it's 20. Don't let details get in the way. Here's the point.
20, 12.
I'm hopeful this series.
I'm trying right now.
I'm hopeful this series shows you how they get there. It begins in earnest in their 2-year-old season. Okay, we're done. I want to throw the number out. I just need to know. And if Evan were here, I'd have him link the world premiere, but Evan is apparently setting up Doug and Scott's broadcast. I didn't realize it was 2005.
It was opening day tomorrow. So, but yes.
Is that Evan's job? You know what? Let me leave it alone. That's not fair.
No,
I'm sorry.
Because I'm assuming it'll be kind of like quarterbacks and things where you kind of see, okay, this is this horse racing team, and we follow this owner, and we follow this jockey. I'm assuming correctly? Yes?
Good enough. I'm not slowing you down. You're being honest.
I can't wait till they interview the horse.
Okay,
Stop it. Stop it. But I will say this.
April 22nd. Can we get an hour of your time?
Yeah, when you
can't believe this guy keeps riding my back like this.
When you when you listen and watch this trailer and you hear that jockey say, I'd rather die on the horse than the die of boredom, that hooked me. So I'm going to at least give this a few episodes. That got me because I'm like,
guy ought to pay his taxes.
Guy's old, and he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to die on this horse.
No, Dettori's damn near 60. I just, look, everything we love about sports is in that sport. You just got to give it a shot. And the reason this could work, anyone I've ever brought around the game, they fall in love with it. Yeah. Because you get to show it to them in a way that is not available to us out here. I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful, but we don't have a thoroughbred racing industry out here. And
most people only follow horse racing for the Kentucky Derby.
Right. My point is,
and if you have a hot horse, then you follow with the Belmont and the Preakness.
F1, when you watch it on TV, it's a lot like what you talk about. You go, well, it's cars going in circles. What's the big deal? When you watch Drive to Survive and you get to see what goes into it, I have to tell you, it changed my perspective on F1 racing.
So yeah, I would love it if they actually like featured somebody from like every element, from an owner to a trainer.
The problem
to a
is
jockey.
They picked some owners in here, and I know who they are, and I'm just like, oh god, I'm gonna put.
I mean, it's got to be an element of entertainment.
Well, Mike Rapoli's the guy who funded St. John's basketball.
Okay,
he's Tom Brady's business partner in No Bull. He created body armor. He created vitamin water. He's also a petulant child and a big mouth. No one in horse racing can stand him.
Yeah, and they talk about the Twitter
but you need a
beef
villain
in the promo.
Well, that's your villain. Then they got the eccentric. And listen, I can name all these. It doesn't matter. Kenny, April 22nd, popper bread, beer. Can we get an hour? Now, I know I don't want to cut into your video games too much because that's 20 hours a day. Can it be 19 hours of video games, 1 hour of this April 22nd?
See, to me, this sounds like it sounds like a doc, but it also sounds like a dramatic TV show.
It is.
Like, I feel like that mixed with a sport element of it with horse racing.
Yes.
I'll watch it.
And let's face it, April 22nd, the Wings won't be in the playoffs. You have time.
Oh, yeah, there's no shot of that.
So we can.
I'll give it.
All right, April 22nd. We're all going to watch this.
Yeah, I'll give it an
all
episode.
Right, we'll do a little review session. I can't wait. And I say this in heavy quotations. I can't wait to hear what the ticket techs have to say.
David, I can't wait till they interview that horse. He's like smoking a cigarette. Like, I knew I was going to win this race.
How would they do that? They don't have thumbs.
They do in cartoons.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
But all I got was some flowers around my neck.
The only reason I brought it up is it's Netflix. It's major budget. They don't do anything cheap. And their sports programming has primarily been excellent. So, and by the way, you can hate the Celtics. Celtic City is unbelievable. Just from if you like history, the footage, the interviews.
See, that's the reason why, because I've never really liked the Celtics.
And that's okay.
It's just like, I don't want to watch anything about them.
Because there's a couple episodes that are heavily Lakers, where Jerry West talks about hating them, where they do firebomb the city of Boston for being racist. Like, there are just...
Wait, Boston's racist?
Crazy. I never knew. The point
I thought
is...
they were the next Atlanta.
If you're a basketball fan and a historian, the footage... Rico, they have things I've never seen. They have interviews with Red Auerbach, with Wilt Chamberlain, like young Wilt Chamberlain. They have... It's just really fascinating. And it's done in a major budget way. It's not cheap.
Okay.
So yeah,
you sold me on that one too.
All right, give it a watch.
I watched quarterbacks. I lost
lost me. Personal injury of any sort is in fact personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and David is dedicated to ensuring you get the medical care you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney that's going to make it personal. That's David. Call him now. He answers at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
April is here and baseball is in full swing, and you guessed it, I need high-speed internet to watch the games on all the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network, so I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Okay, you guys have gone, that's too far. I'm telling you, in any minute, you're going to see Powers come out of his office. You have gone too far.
Wait, which is?
You missed it, and I'm not playing it again. Kenny's getting cute with the drop, and he's putting it in the team promos.
Gotcha.
And there's a deep drive to right, and then this goofball throws in. Hey, he's going to go really fast. All right, I've asked the question because, look, we're at a time now where I'd say 75% of the time, sports television shows are actually better than the games. And Netflix has done an unbelievable job. And, of course, yesterday I almost fell over. Netflix did a world premiere, and they had it on McAfee. It's called Race for the Crown. It's going to be from the same people who did Drive to Survive, the F1 thing. It's about horse racing. It ain't about me. Of course I'll watch. I just asked these guys. I know I changed my perspective on F1. Watching Drive to Survive. I just wonder if you can get the access and you can see my sport up close. Will you at least April 22nd give it a watch? Everyone is.
See, the funny thing is, I wonder if you're going to like it because...
Oh, it'll probably upset me.
Because I think that it's going to... because I think it's going to dumb it down for people who have nothing about horse racing, whereas you're going to know more, and you're going to be like, wait, honestly, that's not that big of a deal.
What's going to
bother
me...
Talk about this, talk about that.
Yeah, what'll bother me is you're going to get the charlatans and the people who seek the attention versus the people who have a real emotional connection to it. Like, I like storytelling. You know, like that to me is the cool part. Like, no, not Tom Rinaldi, where we're just constantly making people cry or you're exploiting a sick kid. But like,
ding, ding, ding. Let me tell you about the day Big G did not get one winner.
Right. Here's an 8-year-old. By the way, he's about to die, but here's 30 minutes. And you're like, really? Like, it's going to bug me because a lot of reality TV, it gets trashy.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a couple people in here that remind me of that. But that's fine. David, ticket text. Did we get any?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
David in Trenton says, Mike, thanks for the horse racing show info. I've always wanted to get more into the sport, but don't know where to start. I am all in.
April 22nd, Netflix. And again, do you guys agree with what I said about sports television? I'd say 75% of the time it's better than games.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think they really up there. Like 30 for 30 really set the bar, but then the Last Dance thing really set it over the edge where it's like, okay, now you're starting to really go behind the curtain.
But Netflix has a budget that makes ESPN look poor. And Netflix sports TV it's been really good, man.
And the fact that Netflix doesn't really, well, I guess now they doesn't say they don't really have a tie to any sports, so they can be they can be as honest as they want, but not anymore. So
we'll see if that changes.
You get quarterbacks, which was here's Patrick Mahomes and his wife at the apple orchard.
Okay,
I absolutely love horse racing. My favorite racing is at Saratoga. The Derby, not in my top 5. It's too many young horses, and winning requires more luck than most racing.
Yeah, it's a wholly unnatural race with 20 horses. You know,
you don't normally get that.
12 max.
See, that's why I said 12.
chill.
You attacked me. It's 20. Don't let facts get in the way.
I thought you were being rude again. I can't tell
you
with you.
are so sensitive when it comes
I
to
am
horses.
protective of my sport. That's all. People
I can mention
slander it.
MSU. Burn the stadium down. Horses. Hey.
He's not wrong. Go ahead.
Someone says, Mike, I saw this trailer and I was crying. Finally, something around the ponies. I can't wait for this show.
What if in an alternate universe, Kenny gets cracked out on horse racing? Like, I mean, that is what I'm living for right now. All of a sudden I walk in, he's not watching that stupid NHL Network with their dime store set. And I walk in and Kenny's watching FS1 America's Day at the Races. That's the world I want to live in.
Mike, I was driving with a couple of buddies down to Keeneland this weekend, but due to weather, they canceled.
Monday and Tuesday
but
now.
I love horse racing, and I will be watching the horse racing doc 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be a series. I'm just excited to see it. Netflix does a really good job, and it's the best shot I'll ever have of getting you hyenas to learn a thing.
Will it be shot in 4K or the standard def that I've seen some of these races broadcast in?
This is going to be, okay, you know what?
Tell me I'm lying.
You're not.
Okay.
You're not. Listen, we have some problems.
Talk about my dime store set. Look at you.
Turn his microphone.
I'm like, can't we get this thing at least in HD? No, this is the only channel.
Short circuit him. Let's go to Kurt, 97.1. Kurt, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing today? Appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Hey, yeah, no, so I had never heard about this documentary, so I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard you talking about it a little bit, and I was actually down in Arkansas this past weekend. Or maybe it wasn't. I'm getting lost of time, but for Arkansas Derby, nonetheless.
Yes.
And man, let me tell you, thoroughbred racing is something special. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to go down to Oaklawn, but I know that in some past shows you've been talking about how expensive it's gotten to get to the Derby, down Churchill Downs and over Saratoga, everywhere pretty much. But you go down to Oaklawn, man, let me tell you, it's free. Everything, the whole event is free. You just walk in. You got a great casino there to hang out, do your thing. And it was the first time that I was able to go see a thoroughbred. It was pretty much just kickstarting me to get into the sport.
Yeah, and you're nailing, Kurt, you're nailing it. Is anyone who actually gives the game a day, gives it a chance, and you show someone a real track. Oaklawn has an incredibly rich tradition. They are passionate horse people, the whole community. Kurt, if you bring somebody to the right spot, they're hooked for a lifetime. I mean, I was at the Florida Derby last weekend and brought someone new was there, and they are like, how do I do more of this? And I'm like, well, you just got to go to the right spots. No, Kurt, it's a great sport.
It's an awesome sport, man. And, you go down there, like you said, everybody's like super into it around Hot Springs. And, we took an Uber ride over to Oaklawn, and it was actually an ex-jockey who was driving us. So he was kind of giving me some pointers into some of the bets that you had to lay down and some of the favorites. Obviously, you got like Bob Baffert's horse going.
Yep.
But
no, it's great.
And a few other like well-known trainers. But yeah, you dig into it. You kind of peel back the layers of it, see the history. It's pretty cool, especially like the two horses that are going to be running at the Kentucky Derby here too. So
yeah, I mean, like when you're at a win and you're in day and you see Sandman go do his thing, like. Yeah, like that. Okay, now I know what that horse is, and I see him in the Derby. Like, even if you're new to the game and you just watch and you're like, oh, okay, well, I know I'll see that horse the weekend of the, first weekend in May. The show itself is going to do what happened for Kirk here. It's going to happen. You'll get to see cool places. It's just different. And it's like, it'll give you a shot. So watch it. What else do we have to watch? It'll be Pistons or it'll be, Race for the Crown.
If this goes well, I need Big G and Race from the Crown too.
No.
Follow him around.
You don't know.
I do.
There's a dark cloud with rain emanating from it over his head.
That's what I need.
Well, what I need, and I just thought about it because this is last season. So, yeah, now are they going to show us they have the Japanese horse, right? In the
Forever Young?
Yeah. I want to see that process and
going
into all of that.
Here's that process. It's called money. There's your process.
So does the Japanese horse need an interpreter?
Okay. I'm so glad we're done. Yep. I do to pronounce this beer from Old Nation, Technische. It is their German-style Pilsner. It is the beer that the brewers themselves at Old Nation reach for. It is refreshingly familiar and remarkably refined, and they use the best ingredients. Old Nation, it's how they win their rewards. They just do things the right way. That's really what it comes down to. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, using only the best ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local, support independent. The last large, truly local and independent brewery in the state of Michigan, 21 and up. And Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly.